And welcome to this special council meeting of June 29th, 2022, concerning the final capital plan. This special meeting has been called in accordance with sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw. The purpose of this meeting is to consider the 2023 to 2026 capital plan final plan. This special council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw. As such, members of council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the process is suspended. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And council members are reminded, in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. We acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Mckinnon, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all of us as we move forward together to build a true city of reconciliation. As we saw at the Staff Service Awards last night, we have awesome staff here in the city and just want to thank them so much for all that they do. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stuart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stuart.
Thanks very much, Council. Our plan for the day is to work through the capital plan, and that is the one item on our agenda as per the conditions of a special council meeting. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the website, and the link is on Twitter. We also have a long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. Remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first name, last name, role, or title. For example, clerks. Today we have one report, the proposed final capital plan. Plan for today is to go until noon. Then we break from noon till 1. We come back at 1 p.m. And if we have not, either at 5 p.m., we either adjourn the meeting or recess and reconvene to June 30th at 9:30 a.m. as we have a public hearing tonight at 6 p.m. So we have Patrice Impey, but it looks like we have Paul Mokry here, our city manager, to kick things off and walk us through 87 slides. So settle back for this one, and please go ahead, City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor Stuart. Good morning, Council. Yeah, buckle up, 87 slides. We're going to go through that as expeditiously as we can. I'll just provide some opening comments and then turn it over to Patrice to walk you through the detail. So this is, of course, our presentation to you regarding the final recommendation for the 2023 to 26 capital plan. And the work that you've seen before you, and as you know, reflects a huge amount of effort over a span of many months from our finance team and staff across all of our departments at the city. It builds on the discussion that we had with you on March 30th and April 7th. And of course, motions that you provided to us over the last number of months that directed the formulation of the draft plan. We also, although the city staff are responsible for presenting this recommendation to you, sorry, Council, yeah, just a slide advance there. We do take into account absolutely the input received from Park Board and Library Board and work very closely with the staff from those two agencies to put together the recommendations that you're going to see today. The 2023-26 capital plan does represent a significant expansion on the current four-year capital plan and contemplates a range of significant investments to address priorities that this council has articulated over your term and to address what we see as staff as our most pressing service needs. It's based on realistic and prudent assumptions regarding our fiscal capacity, as well as the limitations that you know exist on how we can allocate money, sources, and allocations. One point that I want to reemphasize is the additional investment, first of all, that this council has made in renewal of our civic infrastructure. There have been increments to our property tax rates over the course of your term that have been directly contributing to our capacity for a renewal of our civic assets. This plan contemplates an additional 1% property tax increase per year over the next 4 years to continue to build that capacity and address what is a pretty significant infrastructure deficit. And that's critical capacity for us to protect against major gaps and failures in our civic infrastructure into the future. But as is always the case for governments, the list of potential or desirable investments exceeds the fiscal capacity that we have to work with. This is a process of allocating finite resources, and that of course involves difficult trade-offs for you as the decision makers. Now, the capital plan is not an approval of expenditure. Those decisions are made each year by council with the budget. This is a roadmap, though, that's critical for us as staff in planning these projects. We do, though, with that roadmap, have the opportunity at the midpoint of the next term to reevaluate and adjust. And that's an important consideration, and I know is something that we've talked with you about before. As growth revenues materialize or as additional partnership contributions materialize, we can then be in a position to bring forward additional projects for council consideration at that time. And conversely, if growth slows and there isn't the same demand for growth-related assets, we can scale the plan back, as we did in this term, as you'll recall at the midterm update. So then, Council, in closing, just want to thank you again for your engagement with staff over the course of development. This plan, your questions to us, as I say, your guidance to us through the motions that you passed around the formulation of the plan, and a huge thanks to all of our staff who are involved in this. This is one of the big kind of projects, if you will, that we undertake during any council term. And our team has done an amazing job in balancing this demand with a whole bunch of other things that are going on right now to bring this plan to you today. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Patrice.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It really is a pleasure to be here this morning to speak to you about the 2023 to 2026 capital plan. As Paul mentioned, it is a culmination of a huge amount of work across the organization. And I also want to thank you, Council, for the time that you have spent with us and giving us direction and thoughts and questions that have helped us to bring together this capital plan to you. And I want to reiterate Paul's thanks to the staff. It's an incredible amount of work. It's always challenging. This year, no different, and maybe even more so with just the continuing needs that we identify, and also really the changing economic situation and uncertainty that we're in, which also adds to the complexity. So it is a balance, but I really feel that the team working together across the organization has really struck that delicate balance. Obviously, we're very interested in your feedback on that. I have with me our long-term financial planning and strategy team, Director Grace Chang. We've got Rob Evans and Michelle Desrochers, who leads the capital planning process in the team. And there is a whole host of others who really contribute to this. It's a citywide effort. And they will be here and available to answer questions as well. Angela McKenzie is here, Associate Director of Civic Engagement and Communication, and she will speak to the engagement exercise. So why don't I jump in? As Paul mentioned, we've got a number of slides. A number of these you will have seen some of the context and background, and then there is obviously the new information when we talk about the final plan versus the draft plan that you'd already seen. So some of you'll see I'll go through reasonably quickly, but obviously we can go back to these slides as we get into the question period. There we go. So just as a summary, overall, the 2023 to 2026 capital plan, it dedicates significant investments to renewing aging amenities and infrastructure. As Paul mentioned, it supports population and employment growth with new and expanded amenities and infrastructure, including housing and community facilities. It does increase investments to advance climate mitigation and adaptation work. And you'll see that it sets aside funding to leverage senior government partnerships, which is really key to the growth of the city and addressing our infrastructure. It's supported by a prudent financial strategy, and does represent a sizable increase over 26% over the previous plan to address primarily that infrastructure deficit, as Paul mentioned. It incorporates many long-term plans and strategy approved by the boards. It responds to your motions from February and March. And just so you will walk through some of the engagement results, but 85% of the survey respondents indicated that the draft plan completely, mostly, or moderately reflects what they see as priorities for investment. So I think that's a really great start in reviewing the plan. Just what we'll take you through this morning is I will give you just a little bit of context and a summary of the capital plan and where it sits now. Angela will come and speak to the public engagement results, which took place since the draft plan was presented. I'll go into some detail then on the capital plan by those categories, because I know that's of interest to council as to specifically where those dollars are being proposed to be allocated. And then we do have a section to respond to the council resolutions that came through the draft plan. So we'll just spend a little bit of time on that. So we'll try and take you through that fairly quickly. So just as far as context, the draft plan, we had our workshops with council, presented the plan. Since then, there's been the public engagement activity, which you'll hear about, the park board and library boards being engaged, and we are here today in the council meeting for the approval of the plan. There is one more step once council approves the plan, and legal will be bringing you'll see a bylaw on the next meeting to approve the plebiscite questions, and then those go on to the ballot on October 15th. Goals of the capital plan, as you know, renewing aging infrastructure and amenities, building new and expanded infrastructure and amenities to serve population employment growth, but also making sure that we're evolving our infrastructure and amenities to address these changing needs, how we change our policies and how we deliver our services differently. And that gets factored in as well. It's part of the overall process. This is sort of the broad slide of city assets. And you'll see when we do our planning, we do it by category, by service category on the left. We look at both city assets, but also our partner assets, because we work obviously together to make sure that we're delivering the services that the city needs. And you can see the value, the estimated replacement value of over $30 billion for the city assets as well as our partner assets. So a significant amount of infrastructure within the city. We do know, as almost every city in Canada has, as we went through sort of a boom period of developing cities and building infrastructure, the ability to renew that is a challenge, and we do have an infrastructure deficit. If we were to look at ideally the renewal funding that we would would have in a capital plan would be about $800 million per year. And in our last plan, that number was about $300 million per year. So we do have a deficit of about $500 million per year in what would be our ideal funding. And so we're obviously working through that as part of those trade-offs. But we do have a long-term strategy to increase funding, as we've talked about. We are advocating for federal and provincial funding on infrastructure. We are looking at how our city's asset portfolio grows and how we can limit that growth to limit future deficits, and how we can deliver our infrastructure amenities more efficiently, so at a higher benefit at a lower cost to achieve the same outcome. We do have, this is sort of the input process into the capital plan. We have our long-term strategies, both our financial sustainability strategies, but also the citywide strategies across areas like climate, sustainability, service areas, the strategies across all of those, and the community strategies, because we also plan by geography as well. So balancing all of those pieces. We have council input. You gave us the resolutions before the draft plan, and then at the meeting on the draft plan, you gave us some additional ones. So those also input into this final plan. And then, of course, the public input through the Talk Vancouver survey, the market research survey, and the info sessions and pop-up events. And we'll give you more background on that. So this next section will just summarize overall the capital plan, and then we'll move into sort of what we'd heard from the public. This is the overall summary table, kind of has everything that you need to know about the capital plan. As mentioned, we plan by service category. So those are our list of service categories, and that's how we allocate our funding across those. Within the plan, we look at city assets, both renewing existing assets and funding new assets, as well as funding assets that are not non-city assets. So then you can see sort of the total by category and the total overall $3.5 billion for the capital plan. And then a key part of the capital planning process, of course, is how these are funded. And we have a complex funding structure, which also makes it challenging as far as allocations and priorities. But in the case of cash funding, we have city funding, development funding, and partner funding. And then we also have in-kind funding, in-kind assets that come from developers. You'll see at the bottom highlights how we pay, our payment strategy, whether an area is funded through debt. So in other words, we borrow money and we pay it back over time. Pay as you go, we use current revenues. Reserves means we've set money aside in the past that we're now bringing into the plan to spend. And then in-kind, again, provided by developers. If you look at that in a pie chart, just as a different view, you'll see the top three areas in our overall capital plan of $3.5 billion is water, sewage, and drainage, almost $900 million, housing, over $600 million, and streets, almost $500 million. Those are our three largest categories. If you split that between a renewal of existing assets versus new or expanded infrastructure, you'll see that on renewal, it's about $1.9 billion of the plan. Water, sewer, and drainage is again the largest on the renewal side, followed by streets, $300 million, and then community facilities is the third largest in renewal. As far as investments in new infrastructure, $1.4 billion. Housing by far the largest, almost $500 million, followed by community facilities again, almost $200 million, and streets, over $150 million. Now that's by service category, by new and renewal and new. And this is how we, the payment method associated with the capital plan. So of that $3.5 billion, we do use debt financing for about 21% of the plan. We use our reserves where we set money aside in the past and bring it forward for about 30%. Pay-as-you-go funding, so revenue in the current year, 29%, and then in-kind contributions that we receive 20%. So that's the breakdown of how we pay for the capital plan. This is just a helpful chart. Paul mentioned this at the beginning about our infrastructure deficit and how we've made a conscious strategy to close that gap. And this sort of just shows you sort of the basic funding, the strategy that we've had to increase property tax by 1% each year and utility fees by 5% each year, specifically towards renewal. And as you saw, utilities is our largest asset and the largest amount of renewal. And so over time, we look to close that gap between our funding and the target rate. In the last capital plan, 2019 to 2022, we had the $300 million of funding for infrastructure, and that has increased to $450 million based on that additional funding. So again, this funding is critical to addressing our growing infrastructure and making sure that that deficit doesn't continue to grow. And in fact, we start to lessen that gap. I've got a couple of slides that just maybe give you, for those who like to look sort of from the community view or the geographic view, we had some of our major projects in the last capital plan. That's the blue dots. And in this capital plan, the red dots. And this specific slide is renewal, and then we'll have that one on new. So you can see over the last year, the last plan where we had major projects, and then some of our new projects in 2023 to 26. And we'll talk about many of those over the next few slides. And then on expanded amenities, again, the blue is amenities that were in the part of the 2019 to 2022 capital plan. And of course, we're still delivering on many of those. And then the red are the items that are new for the 2023 to 26 plan. Oh, sorry. And then on parks specifically, this is, again, the same model, but new and expanding parks, you can see that there's a significant number of new or expanded parks that are planned in this new capital plan. The council had asked us to make sure we were focusing on climate and particularly on climate mitigation. And that was one of your earlier resolutions. So just to report back to you on that, we have, as you know, two areas of focus, mitigation and adaptation. Under mitigation, we have our ambitious target to cut our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. And the Climate Emergency Action Plan, or the CEAP plan, sets out that 5-year roadmap. So that is the strategy that guides the capital plan, and what you will see in the capital plan is related to the emergency action plan. And then on the adaptation side, where we know climate will continue to change here in Vancouver and the need for adaptation, we have a strategy, the Climate Change Adaptation Strategy, that also sets out a plan for climate resilience and adaptation. So these are the two guiding documents that inform our capital plan. We've just got a couple of slides to highlight the actual funding and actions in this capital plan related to climate. So on climate mitigation, again, guided by the Climate Emergency Action Plan, there's $335 million. And you can see the breakout here between the key areas of the plan. So Big Move 2, walking, cycling, and transit has significant funding in this plan. Big Move 3, electric vehicle focus, so that is funded out of this capital plan. Big Moves 4 and 5, which was a focus on our green buildings. And Big Move 6, which was focused on carbon sequestration. So that makes up the investment in this capital plan related to mitigation. And then specific to adaptation, there's $200 million that is directed towards the adaptation strategy. And you can see the main areas there around our seawall, coastal flood infrastructure, the tree canopy, converting our parkland to natural habitat, implementing our blue-green system projects, continuing with our green infrastructure implementations, and then drinking fountains and water meters. And there's just a little asterisk there. I'll highlight that there are 77 million of this is actually sort of bridges both. So there's a little bit of a double count there, but just so that you can see that reconciliation. And a lot of, so a significant investment in climate mitigation as well as adaptation in this plan. Council also asked us to look at placing an emphasis on renewing aging community facilities and core infrastructure. On the community facility side, there are a number of major projects. The Vancouver Aquatic Centre, obviously one of the largest ones that we are taking on. The Raycam Centre, that's with our partnership, BC Housing, and the Peony Outdoor Amphitheatre. So those three projects alone are $280 million towards community facilities. And just as a reminder, we have a very significant project, the Marple Community Centre, that is still getting underway, but it was part of our current capital plan. Under core infrastructure, a significant investment in our bridges, obviously pretty core infrastructure for the city. A new fire hall downtown south, the animal shelter, and Gastown and Water Street investment. So that's $140 million just for those 4 projects. And again, council just approved budget for the Grandview Fire Hall out of this capital plan. So some significant projects around our aging infrastructure, which has been a key focus for the plan. And the third area that council asked us to place emphasis on was land needed to achieve our housing affordability targets. So there is about $110 million in this plan, as well as in kind, which comes obviously from development, both for social and supportive housing. And that's a capacity for 1,500 units. And just as a reminder to council, provision of the sites is part of the equation, but it does rely on subsidies from our senior government and our partners, which really to ensure the viability of the projects and to get to the level of affordability that council is looking for. So we are very much in a partnership on the housing side. Now this slide just highlights some of the changes from the draft plan to the final plan, if you're keeping track of that. Just on the project side, the Vancouver Aquatic Centre, that was in the draft, but we have increased the funding for that in the final plan from 105 million to 140. And that's so that we can really get towards the renewal and expansion and the service enhancement that we're looking at, and that will be in 2 phases. The West End Community Hub has reduced from 30 million to 10 million in order to reallocate funding to the Vancouver Aquatic Centre. And we wanted to make sure that there's still funding for the West End Community Hub in this plan when we're ready to get started. But this is a project with our partner in the school board, and we have not progressed on that as much as we had originally thought we would have in order to enable the progress in this plan. But there is still funding to get that started when we're ready. The Downtown South Fire Hall, you'll see we've added funding for construction, so that will be fully funded in this capital plan. The Chinatown Memorial Square, we've added funding for construction work there. The library, funding for the book collection at the new Oak Ridge Branch Library. And Fire Hall Arts Theatre was another one that we had discussed. And there is 700 million there to do detailed design to start that project where we can leverage senior government and partner funding to do that renovation work. So we've got a funding there and an approach for the theatre. We also, there's a funding in this capital plan that's been added since the draft to really focus on emerging areas, leveraging our senior government funding and partner funding. We really expect that that's going to be a key part of the plan over the next 4 years, so ensuring we have funding there. And climate adaptation, adding $20 million in emerging priorities. Not necessarily, the projects haven't been specifically defined, but we know that that is going to be an area of focus in this plan. So making sure those funds are available, and then as we go through our annual budgeting process, we can make sure those are allocated appropriately to specific projects as they come up. One last area to share is just regarding the plebiscite and the plebiscite questions. Overall, of our $3.5 billion, as we mentioned, about 21% of that is debt financing, about $735 million. Of that, Council actually has the authority to borrow largely for our utilities areas. And the part of the borrowing that requires the electorate approval is about 495 million. So that is the piece that goes on to the ballot, is just that borrowing, and that tends to be sort of our community facilities, et cetera, whereas council has the authority for water, sewer areas. So we generally, our approach has been to break the request down into a number of questions, and 3 questions, just to give the public sort of a sense of what that borrowing would be for. So the first area will be transportation and core operational technology, and that's things like street and bridge infrastructure, traffic signal, street lighting, public realm electrification, and some of our core operating technology. The second question will ask about community facilities, so things like the Aquatic Center or Raycam Center and the other facilities that we're looking to renew over this plan. And the third question groups together parks, public safety, and other civic facilities, climate adaptation, and emerging priorities. And then we just wanted to highlight for council the potential partnership contributions. So this is a reflection of some of the programs that exist today, and over this next 4 years, obviously they will change, and we'll see some new programs as well. But there's a significant number of programs that exist today in so many of the areas that are important to the city, whether it's housing, childcare, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, culture. And so we have our staff that works very closely with the province and the federal government, both in understanding the programs, but also influencing them and making sure that they're aware of the needs of the city in developing those programs. Now, I will stop there just as far as the general update on capital, and I'll pass it over to Angela McKenzie, and she'll update you on the public engagement results.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for having me today. So, hang on a second. Next slide. Or am I doing that? Okay. Every 4 years, we invite input from residents and businesses to better understand their priorities for the city and infrastructure and amenities. Between April 28th and May 22nd, members of the public were invited to learn more about the draft 2023-2026 capital plan and to provide feedback. We approached this year's engagement with the goals of building more public awareness, as well as understanding several key questions, including people's familiarity with the city's capital plan, public support for investing in infrastructure, their level of concern regarding the infrastructure deficit, and ways to address it. People's priorities around capital investment categories outlined in the draft capital plan, as well as to gauge the level of support for the draft capital plan. One of the goals for the engagement was to build more public awareness around the city's capital planning process, especially among especially among diverse audiences. So we used both social media and strategic in-person outreach. Prior to the engagement, the city ran a public education campaign across social media channels, which provided information and resources to the public on the capital planning process. Overall, we had approximately 40,000 impressions across the city's social media channels. The approach was interactive, multi-channel, and invitations to participate in conversations around capital planning and how it all works. During the engagement period, we promoted opportunities for people to share their thoughts on the draft capital plan, resulting in nearly 500,000 impressions. A multimodal engagement approach was utilized and an important component of our outreach work. Recognizing that many people we struggle to reach are not online or deeply connected to the city's online work, staff prioritized in-person outreach to meet people in the community. We heard the call to go deep as well as broad in our engagement. As you see on the map on the screen, this included working with the community-serving organizations to promote engagement through their own social media channels and in-person modalities and pop-ups. We visited neighborhood houses, library branches, and other venues to meet people where they are. Recognizing that capital planning is a complex topic, where possible, materials provided in plain language and multiple formats for styles of interaction and learning. Within our commitment to language access, in addition to the top 5 translated survey, translated materials used in community included posters, postcards, and project summaries. Our community amplifiers and partners also supported language access in ways specific to local population needs. To hear from a more of a diverse range of people, we used a variety of in-person and digital methods to share key information and seek input. The primary source of input was through the Talk Vancouver survey, which was also translated into Vancouver's top 5 most used languages in addition to English, which are Simplified Chinese, Traditional Chinese, Tagalog, Punjabi, and Vietnamese. Paper copies of the survey were also made available by contacting staff or through a community partner. This year, we received approximately 2,800 responses, which represents about a 50% increase from the 2018 engagement process. We also facilitated 3 information sessions, one of which included various city advisory committees, where staff explained the capital planning process and the draft capital plan and responded to questions. Staff also hosted 10 pop-ups with community partners in various areas of Vancouver, and were able to reach out to a variety of residents, including caregivers with young children, newcomers, immigrants, older adults, and many others who have limited access to information and access to the internet. To supplement the Talk Vancouver survey, we contracted additional market research through Leger, using the same questions as the Talk Vancouver survey and a sample size of about 800. This provided a baseline from which to compare findings from our public engagement methods. This slide shows an overview of who we heard from based on age, area of the city, and gender, with and without weighting. You can see we've placed this against census data for ease of reference in the rightmost column. Talk Vancouver survey data was weighted by age and geographic zone using 2016 Statistics Canada census data to increase overall representativeness of findings. No weighting of gender, as responses were already comparable to census data for Vancouver. The remainder of my presentation provides an overview of what we heard. Following a short explanation, the survey asked about respondents' concerns regarding the infrastructure deficit. Over 70% of respondents across both Talk Vancouver and market research expressed concerns. And this is important for understanding that what we see on the slide. There is very strong support for renewing aging infrastructure. There's also strong support for adaptations to address things such as climate change resiliency and seismic risk, and moderately less support for new and expanding infrastructure. As you consider how we fund the infrastructure deficit and plan for capital projects, a majority of respondents strongly agreed with advocating for and pursuing funding from senior levels of government, as well as implementing capital plan projects more efficiently. A smaller majority of respondents also agreed with limiting how many new amenities and infrastructure is added in the future. Opinions were split on increasing funding capacity through property taxes and utility fees, which is consistent with annual budget engagement findings. Now I want to, Now I want to touch on what we heard about the city's financial levers. In both the Talk Vancouver and market research surveys, more than 80% said the city should maintain a strong credit rating and keep its debt at a manageable level. Over 70% said the city should rely on development contributions rather than property taxes and utility fees as the primary funding source for new infrastructure and amenities. So we've looked at the results of what respondents provided in terms of strategies. Now I'd like to review the key service categories. You may notice that a few of the categories here don't exactly match the capital plan, and this was done to help the average person understand it a bit easier. Overall, there's a high level of support across service categories, showing that respondents care about many of these service categories, and of the 12 types of infrastructure described in the survey, water, sewer, and drainage had the highest overall importance. 95% in Talk Vancouver and 92% in Leger. Garbage, organics, and zero waste facilities, as well as transportation and street use, were also ranked among the top. Understanding decision-making brings trade-offs. Respondents were shown the proposed investment levels for each category and asked to select 3 areas where they would like to see more investment as well as less investment. For most of the categories, both Talk Vancouver and market research followed similar trends. Where we did see divergence in the responses across categories, we infer this may be related to the relatively high degree of civic involvement among Talk Vancouver respondents. Housing, for example, in both Talk Van and market research, and transportation and street use were among the top areas for more investment. When asked about the trade-offs, that is, the areas where respondents would reduce and redirect funds from, arts and culture, municipal facilities and equipment, and technology systems were mentioned most frequently. Before I hand things back to Michelle to take you through staff responses to council resolutions, I wanted to share some qualitative input from both the Talk Vancouver survey and our in-person engagements. Over 80% of respondents to the draft plan provided open-ended comments, which are captured as part of the engagement summary report. Some themes that emerged were calls for a reduction in spending in areas unrelated to infrastructure and amenities, calls to prioritize arts, culture, and community facilities, such as maintenance of community centers, new amenities, and cultural facilities, and calls for the city to leave responsibility for certain issues such as housing, childcare, the overdose crisis, climate action, for example, to other levels of government. This concludes the engagement overview. Thank you, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next section is really to provide some details on the capital plan, and I will just briefly go through one slide on each of the service areas so you can see sort of in total what this final plan includes. That's obviously what you'll be voting on today, and I know it's an area that you have some interest. We can come back to these if we wanted to delve in more through the question period on any specific of the service areas, but I'll just walk you through quickly each of them so you've got a sense of what is in the plan in a little bit more detail. So again, the plan is growing by about 26% from 2.8 billion to 3.5 billion. You can see that the biggest growth is in the city contribution, and that reflects the increase in the funding that we've assumed in this plan, as far as 1% on property tax and 5% for utilities. Through each of the first category is the housing category, and what this sheet will show you, again, sort of everything that you needed to know on the housing service area. So it's our total funding of 617 million, and then you can see the breakdown between cash and in kind, and within cash, what's city versus development versus partner funding. So you can see in the case of housing, there is a significant city contribution as well as development cash contribution and in kind. It is an increase in the top right from the current plan. And so just some of the highlights, 725 units of in-kind housing. We've got funding for land acquisition, for grants to our partners, funding for SRO programs, and for shelters in that total. In the area of childcare, about $136 million allocated to childcare. And again, you can see there's a significant developer contribution, both in cash and in kind, but the city and partners also fund childcare. There's some of the highlights: 275 new spaces in kind, 325 from cash, 160 through grants, and 100 spaces are being renewed through our renewal program. Parks and open spaces are just over $200 million. Also, significant city contributions, as well as the recipient of development contributions and a small amount of in-kind. To some of our highlights in land acquisition, for $22 million in cash, about 6 hectares of in-kind. So in-kind is significant in this area. New parks and park expansion is funded, park renewal, track and field facility, and our park buildings. If we go to arts, culture, and heritage, about $150 million, primarily city contribution, but also development, cash, and in-kind. 3 in-kind cultural facilities are part of the plan, funding for cultural grants. As we spoke earlier, Fire Hall Arts Theatre has funding now in the final plan. Peony Outdoor Amphitheatre, a significant project within this capital plan. We have funding for public art and heritage programs. And as noted earlier, the Chinatown Memorial Square funding is in this final plan. For community facilities, this is again one of our large areas, almost $400 million. The city contributes significantly in this, as well as in-kind and development cash. So the Vancouver Aquatic Centre at $140 million, one of our larger projects, the Raycam Community Centre, Weston Community Centre, Ice Rink and Library has funding, initial funding there. Northeast Falls Creek Centre and Ice Rink as in-kind, as well as the EFL Community Centre for in-kind is in this plan, and 2 new social facilities in the Cambie Corridor. Public safety, $100 million, and that's primarily city. This is renewal of Fire Hall number 8, and as I mentioned, that's the full planning and construction, renewing the animal shelter. Funding to start our planning for a permanent police headquarters, and this is where, and there's also $35 million of funding for vehicles and equipment, which is a big part of our public safety portfolio. Civic facilities and equipment, $57 million, and that is really a lot of our renovation and maintenance for our existing facilities is a big piece of this. We've got funding in there for the facility energy optimization program, Sunset Yard renewal, detailed design, and the funding here is for electrification of our fleet. That's across all the categories, from 8% to 20% of the fleet. It's in this plan. Streets, again, a very large part of our capital plan, almost $500 million. Both a lot of city funding as well as in-kind and cash from developers, and we have partner funding as well. There'll be areas like TransLink that support this. And you can see this significant investment in our bridges. The Casttown and Water Street rehabilitation, our street paving, lighting, traffic signals, our active transportation is in this category with significant funding. West End transportation and spaces, the public electrification programs, as opposed to the previous slide, which was our own for civic assets, and public gathering spaces are all funded in this category. The 9th is potable water, rainwater, and sanitary water. Again, this is very significant, almost $900 million, largely city as well as some development contributions. This is where we have our main water and sewer renewal, as well as new and upgrades. We've got water funding for water meters, sewer pumps, green infrastructure, and then, of course, our asset planning work. And then number 10, waste collection, diversion, and disposal. So this is our landfill programs, which are quite significant, as you're aware, the funding for the transfer station. And then we also have a significant vehicle and equipment number of assets here within the landfill. Under renewable energy, this is primarily our NEU expansion, as well as our work on green buildings, the energy retrofits for non-city buildings as opposed to the ones for our own buildings. And this is the zero emission vehicles charging infrastructure for, again, non-city. The city ones would be in the other category. Technology, obviously pretty critical for a city like ours to continue to work and deliver services. And so this is all funded out of city funding. Highlights are maintenance and upgrade of our core technology. So that's our data centers, our cybersecurity, laptops, and our applications. We also have funding for technology transformation, which is going to be key to us continuing to be competitive, to be, improve our productivity in a number of our service areas and the applications that support that. And lastly, emerging priorities, contingency, and project delivery funding. About 161 million, again, primarily from the city funding, and this includes funding set aside for senior government partnerships and other emerging priorities over the 4 years. Client adaptation, again, as those plans develop, those will be allocated to specific projects. We do have some contingency and some funding related to all of the resources to actually deliver on the projects. So that concludes our quick run through of what is in the plan. And the last little piece that I was just going to cover were responses to the council resolutions that council had given staff as part of the draft plan. So we'll just take a few minutes to close off on those and report back, and then we can conclude the presentation. So one of the resolutions was to report back to council on recommendations for funding and delivery on the replacement of the outdoor pool in Mount Pleasant. So just as a little bit of background, Mount Pleasant Outdoor Pool operated between 1967 and 2010. Both Mount Pleasant and Sunset pools were closed after Hillcrest Aquatic Center was opened, which included the outdoor pool. Between 2010 and 2021, the Park Board had resolutions to build a new outdoor pool, though no resolutions were made by City Council. The pool also is not referenced in the Mount Pleasant plan or in the recently approved Broadway Plan public benefit strategies. Just again, as some background, the conceptual plan in 2012, when Mount Pleasant Park was renewed, it was renewed with a lawn area that could accommodate an outdoor pool, should that be pursued in the future. In 2021, there was some conceptual plans around that pool, and you can see this is how what that design would look like, where it would take over that lawn area. There has been some public engagement, and the public opinion is quite split between preserving the lawn area or building the outdoor pool at this time. And the other factor that we wanted to report back on is just the cost factor. The cost estimate is 15 to 20 million with cost escalation. And really the funding challenges is the new amenity would really rely on development contributions. There's only about $2 million available in the Mount Pleasant area. As well, a new pool would put significant operating cost pressures on the Park Board budget. So given those, we're not recommending in this plan to fund an allocation for the pool. The second resolution was on the outdoor pool, the Kitsilano outdoor pool, to report back on the scope of budget allocation or options for the repair and enable the reopening of the pool, as well as making the pool more resilient. Now, I think we all know since that time that fortunately the repairs will be done and the pool will reopen this summer, which is excellent news. But Park Board is undergoing structural and geotechnical studies to look at sort of mid and long-term issues and risks for the pool, which is obviously pretty important. And once that's complete, we will look at options for funding that. At this point, we really do not know what that could entail, so it's a bit too early to be making those decisions, but we will make sure that we bring that back in the midterm update in 2024 when we have more information. And another resolution was to report back on the viability and implication to reprioritize the Water Street public space and street repairs, to do that in one plan versus over two plans. So we've got some feedback from our engineering team on that. And just to start, to highlight that the Gastown Street needs major rehabilitation, but it also has areas where it does need an immediate fix. So this capital plan is looking at both of those, or the response is looking at both of those. So the program of work looks at a number of areas. Phase 1, which would be the first 3 years of the plan, is funded, $7 million, and that is really the immediate near-term fixes that are required, and also to advance the design and the rehabilitation plan. Phase 2, which would be closer to the end of this plan, staff would come back to council with the plan for this, the midterm update. And that will give us a chance to look at allocating funding needed in the midterm update to advance construction of the first segment of the work. And then phase 3 is for the following capital plan, where the remaining sections of the plan would be implemented. So just on A, which is the near-term repairs, that would include targeting sidewalk repairs, upgrading the road and plaza at Maple Tree Square, and reconstruction of Trounce Alley. So that would be in the first part of phase 1, and you can see this is a plan of where the sidewalk repairs, the Trounce Alley repairs, and of course the Maple Tree Carroll Street Plaza. And then the next step would be developing the design and the street rehabilitation plan. And once that is done, and you can, with all these considerations, once that is done, then we would have information to look at the mid-year update as to whether we should begin construction for that first segment. So right now we just are, this will provide us with that information to have that discussion at the midterm update. So in this, for this question, we did identify 2 areas where we could maximize near-term investments, which is the more targeted street repairs, and then have more funding to put towards projects to enhance the host nation's visibility. We could allocate that from citywide sidewalk rehab, arterials rehab, and active transportation corridor programs. So you'll note that in the capital plan report, that staff did put this forward for council consideration. And, sorry. And then the last one was the transportation safety programs. Asked us to report back on viability implications to increase allocations for new traffic signals and flashing beacons for pedestrian cycle crossings, neighborhood traffic management, and spot improvements. So staff have reviewed this, and they do believe that there is capacity in the project delivery side to expand the program. The draft plan has $10.5 million in it now. Total delivery capacity could be as much as 18.75. So that would need an additional $8.25 million in order to proceed with that. So just staff's response in reviewing those options is that at this point, we would not recommend reallocating within the street service area because it would impact other programs, most of which also serve pedestrian and cyclist safety. But staff will assess the programs on an annual basis, and we can adjust the funding allocations between the programs in line with the safety goals. And then also we'll look at opportunities to expand beyond the current allocations in the midterm update. So we do have the capacity. We could look at the funding opportunities at that time. So they will proceed with the original plan. So that's our response, just so that you have all of that background on your requests and how they've been incorporated into this capital plan. So just a last slide to summarize. The plan is a 26% increase over the last plan. The investment priorities are climate mitigation and adaptation, community facilities, and housing, as requested by council. There is a significant increase in renewal funding to address the deficit, new and expanding amenities and infrastructure in this plan to support growth. Strategic funding has been set aside for leveraging government partnerships. We've continued to use a prudent financial strategy that mixes capital reserves, pay-as-you-go debt financing, and in-kind contributions. And we are looking at transformation around streamlining and expediting project delivery and rationalizing our service levels so we can mitigate the significant cost escalations that we're seeing in this current market and drive more value and efficiencies in the funding that we've provided. So with that, we've completed our presentation, and we have our team here who would be very happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
So council, just a reminder, you can ask questions now, and then we hear from speakers, and then there is an opportunity to ask questions after the motions is moved as points of information. So go to Councillor Boyle first for up to 5 minutes questions to staff.
Thank you so much for all of this and for balancing a huge number of demands. I have a few questions that are related to amendment conversations, but because those amendments aren't on the floor, I'm just going to keep them a bit broader. So my first is to the point about reallocating funding for water, street. Can staff be a bit more specific in helping us understand what would be lost or what might not be done within streets with that 3 million or whatever amount reallocated to Water Street?
Hi, thanks for the question. Margaret Witkins from Engineering. The 3 million proposed to be reallocated to increase investment in Gastown comes from the sidewalk rehab, the arterial rehab, and our active transportation programs. And so if you kind of unpack it, the sidewalk rehab and arterial rehab, Gastown the elements of that work qualify for those program areas. It would just be taking more of that funding and focusing it on the Gastown Rehabilitation Project, which would reduce our capacity to advance citywide work within those programs. And so in terms of an order of magnitude, it's about a 20% impact on the sidewalk rehab program and a 5% impact on the arterial rehab and 3% on active transportation corridors.
Okay, and the sidewalk rehab in particular, can you, where else in the city are we hearing that work needs to happen? Where else are we planning to be doing that work that would get delayed or not happen?
I mean, I can defer to Eric Mattel, our streets director, but in a general sense, the sidewalk rehabilitation program is an area where we've been historically underfunded. And so without this reallocation, we would be anticipating that the condition of the asset, the sidewalk asset, would deteriorate over the course of the capital plan just because of that sort of background level of funding. So there is a significant need for sidewalk rehabilitation, but Gastown is amongst some of the most critical need. Eric, is there anything further you would want to add to that point?
Well, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, in terms of sidewalk rehabilitation citywide, it is a case of very limited funding to address a lot of need. Primarily, the sidewalk rehabilitation program focuses on accessibility, focuses on making sidewalks sort of smooth and level to travel for all users. And a lot of that is focused in areas where we see a lot of pedestrian demand, so the downtown and BIA areas as examples.
Okay, so fixing cracks, improving curb cuts, improving pedestrian safety and accessibility.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
I also have a question about the Marple Community Center pool. And just wondering if you can kind of update us. I see there's a proposal around construction of the outdoor pool. Is that already part of the plan? Is that not funded as part of the plan?
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. For the Marple Oak Ridge Community Center renewal and upgrade, the entire design funding is actually all funded for within the current capital plan as well as the construction. So basically the design part of it is very close to completion. What we are challenged with is finding the entire funding to also complete the outdoor pool. So that is the part that has to be phased in if and when additional development contribution is available in the coming couple of years. So that basically is the strategy.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And then my last question is about climate and action and climate mitigation in particular. Do we see opportunities if there were additional funds for climate to be able to leverage additional senior government funds to make our capital dollars go further in addressing those changes needed?
Yep, Grace again. Yes, definitely, because we are pursuing all the various senior government funding available. One of the most sizable program is actually the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, DMAF. So basically, we are pursuing all those. So that's the reason why, in particular, when you see this final capital plan, we intentionally increase the funding set aside in the emerging priorities is to leverage senior government funding. It's exactly for that purpose.
And the more we can set aside, the more we
Exactly.
can access and make use of outside of our own budget. Okay, I am at time. Thank you for all of that.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I will start off also on Gastown. I've got a number of questions to fire through, so I'll try to be brief. I think that all of council has recognized the importance of this work in the rehabilitation and also really supports the investment in streets. So it's challenging to not be able to deliver on both of those to the level that we want. Council also has the ability to add funding to the plan to increase the amount for Gastown streets or potentially look at other options such as taking from contingency. Is that correct? As opposed to a reallocation within the streets and engineering budget?
Yes, council, obviously staff have done their best in allocating across the many demands. It is council's prerogative, obviously, to make changes to that. We just need to make sure that the funding sources, et cetera, are aligned.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that quick answer. Moving on, I just wanted to touch on sewer and sewer renewal. I know this is something that comes up every time, and I really appreciate the focus in this plan and noting that that was something that was noted as the most important, interesting in the public feedback. I wonder if staff can just recap for the sake of the public in terms of the current sewer investment of about, I think it's about 485 million, as to what that represents now in terms of how much more we are investing, or what is this, how does the amount compare to the current capital plan, and what does this mean in terms of our sewer separation and renewal rate?
Certainly. So it is fair to say that the work in this area represents a significant increase relative to prior capital plans. So in the present capital plan, we went from 0.3 to a 0.6% renewal rate, and this plan would bring us up to a 0.8%. So not quite at our target, but certainly an aggressive amount of progress towards that. In parallel, we're advancing progress on the Rain City strategy with significant increase in investment in green infrastructure to pair with the investment in gray infrastructure as well. So overall, this is a very strong step forward towards increased investment within this area.
Awesome. And Margaret, do you happen to have the total amount, dollar amount of investment in this plan versus the current plan?
I would need to get back to you on that, but that should be fairly easy to track down.
Okay.
Perhaps I know that Upkar is on the line. He may be able to provide an answer immediately. 137 to 223 is what I'm reading. Million.
Okay.
That is correct, yeah.
Of total sewer investment? I thought it was more than that.
So the 226 million or 223 million is actually going to be for the renewal of aging, deteriorating combined mains, which ultimately will help support and progress our goal to achieve that 0.8 separation. And then there is another 30 million dedicated to targeted reduction in CSO elimination as well.
Reduction CSOs, did you say?
Reduction in CSO overflows.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Moving on to sports fields has come up where we received, or actually let me do fire halls first. I know that, and I appreciate the fact in response to questions asked by council that we're funding the downtown South Fire Hall, the great need there. What can staff confirm that the Canby corridor is the next priority for new fire hall capacity? And is there any direction that council can give at this point, or does that something that needs to wait until the next capital plan?
For the Canby Fire Hall, the next big step is basically to obviously set aside enough funding to do site acquisition because of the densification along Canby corridor. For the renewal, basically is the Yaletown Fire Hall, which is included in the current capital plan, is fully funded as of the final capital plan.
Yes, no, I understand that. Just to follow up on that question, can staff confirm that the Canby corridor is the next priority on the list with respects to fire hall investment? Like, is it next in line, for example, after the downtown South one you have identified, which is funded?
Hi, thank you very much, Councillor Chief Fry. So the Canby corridor is definitely on ours for a new fire hall. replacement. We also have Fire Hall 6 that needs renovation or needs a rebuild as well. But there are several in the plan, but Canby is the one for a new fire hall.
Okay, but what is, Chief
Thanks.
Fry,
We're at the 5 minutes, so I'm going to move to Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, up to 5, thanks.
Yeah, my first one's on park acquisition. I see that it's 22.5 million. Can you speak to how the new DCL changes to increase that to meet our 10-year park acquisition goal is being met? Because it looks like from the DCL update we just approved that number should be significantly higher.
Thank you. It's Grace again. Yeah, yes, correct. As a result of council approving the DCL update and also the rate increases as well as the increased allocation to park, that will definitely enhance park's ability to increase their land acquisition program. However, that being said, because there is that in-stream protection and also the phased approach to the DCL rates increase, so the city probably wouldn't be seeing, the actual increase coming to the city until I would say probably 2 or 3 years from now. But definitely, as part of the midterm update and also on a continuous basis, when we see more DCL and development contributions coming in, we will be updating the capital plan on an ongoing basis.
Okay, and when that updates, then we could look at dog parks and other parks that are park deficient. Okay, thank you, appreciate that. My next one is Fire Hall 8. I'm wondering, recognizing the density in the downtown core there, why it's not a co-located facility and why we didn't put childcare or city office spaces or affordable housing, recognizing that we need to maximize city-owned land.
Yes, we are actually pursuing co-location for the Yaletown Fire Hall renewal. So we're considering housing and childcare as well. Definitely, it is in the works.
Okay, perfect, thanks. My next one is the slide on Big Move 6 said that we're going to slow down new trees planted on streets. It looks like we're going from 67,000 in the current plan to 8,000 trees. Can you speak, recognizing our climate emergency, our heat dome effect, our flash flooding, why we're deciding to go from such an 88% drop in planting new street trees and only focusing on planting trees in parks?
I think we will ask Donnie Rosa if you can speak to the street trees. If you're online.
I am online. I'll ask Aaron Embley to speak to this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, the large drop in trees in the parks and open space budget is a result of the costs going way up as we've kind of planted out all the easier to plant spaces. And so now the spaces that are left, and when we focus on street trees, they cost closer to $15,000 per site to actually get the tree in the ground because of infrastructure and surfacing. And we also, within Park Board, can only spend our DCLs within parks. So we're not able to stretch those DCL dollars into the streets. So that's where we're kind of in a bit of a limited situation right now. So we're focusing on replacing the street trees that are in the ground and adding trees where we can in parks where we can spend those DCLs.
Okay, so I guess my question to city staff, are we not putting any money that's not DCL funded to improve our urban forest canopy?
Yes, currently we're relying on development contributions to do that, and we're not allocating property tax for now. And that being said, as I mentioned back in April when we did the draft capital plan, we are actively pursuing the DMA funding, the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, because street trees and tree canopies is actually an eligible investment. So we are actively pursuing that.
So that could be with that federal component, that's where we could leverage. I'm just nervous that we're not putting any funding into new street trees. I understand they've got more expensive, but we saw the equity zones in heat areas need to be funded. Okay. I will leave my questions there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the update. I know a lot of work went into this. I have a couple of questions. One is with respect to the Park Board's decision on, I believe, it was on Monday, around seeking support from council around renewal of turf and playing fields. And I asked staff to print off our council correspondence that we just got over the last couple of days. And there's about, say, 600, 700 pieces of correspondence specifically around the fields and wanting to see that. I don't believe it's reflected in the current capital plan, but I just want to confirm that I'm reading that correctly. That
Michelle DeRoche, Manager of Capital Planning. I'll ask Donnie and Aaron Embley to just support what I think happened. The request, I think it's a Resolution C at their end, is just addition to what's in the recommended capital plan before you, and I don't remember the exact dollar value, but it was $5 or $6 million to go to play fields. So I'm going to ask Donnie or Aaron to confirm what I recall, going by memory here.
Thank you, Michelle. This is Erin Embley here. So on Monday night, our park board did amend the staff recommendation and ask that City Council consider a $7.7 million addition to address the playing field renewal deficit, specifically adding lights, renewing existing synthetic turf, and augmenting existing grass turf fields that is currently not funded within the capital budget before you today.
Okay, so intuitively, we would need to make an amendment on the floor today to consider that request. Is that correct?
That's right. And the playfield program is mainly funded through property tax, but also because there's enhancements, there's also a development contribution component. So it's got two funding sources. So we'd have to work that out.
Okay, maybe I'll get some guidance from staff on that after. Thank you, I appreciate that. My other questions are just around, there was the emerging priorities, leveraging government federal partner funding as well as climate adaptation. Would it be fair to say that those are unallocated funds? I'm assuming that being emerging priorities, that they are not allocated for anything specifically other than those broad areas. And I'm curious what would fall under leveraging senior government partner and funding, like what projects would fall under that as an emerging priority?
Right. I can give some examples. In particular, when we're pursuing federal funding programs and also provincial funding program, DMAF, as I mentioned before, is one of those. We need to put in our portion. So those will be the type of projects that we want to pursue. That's why we need to set aside our portion of the funding in order for us to leverage. Another example is that we, as we have been highlighting, we are really struggled with addressing infrastructure deficit on community facilities and that kind of thing, on even bridges. So we are also setting aside tax dollars so that we can also leverage senior government funding even when that is available. So those are, it's really to address infrastructure deficit and asset renewal by leveraging external funding. So it is intentional that we don't want to allocate to a specific project. We really want to kind of maximize and optimize our portion to get more money, external money.
And in your experience, Grace, has in the four-year capital plans, has that those buckets, if you will, for emerging priorities, have they been exhausted over the course of the whole? Because essentially you're pre-taxing to some degree to allocate those funds for emerging priorities. But is that those fully exhausted and tapped into by the end of the 4 years?
Absolutely. This current capital plan is actually more than earmarked, more than allocated. We need to even add money to it.
Okay, no, that's super helpful. Thank you. And then just noting with the slides earlier around, you went through where there's been increases and decreases in parks and public open spaces. There's a decrease, arts, culture, heritage. Do you have a sense of what's eating up more in terms of the other buckets? You've talked about, community facilities is up, public safety, civic, or is it just across the board? In terms of our decision making, we've
Yep, thank you. For park, in particular, park and open space, the main reason for the fluctuation between the current capital plan and the next one is because of the sizable DCR reserve that park had for the current plan. And the plan at that time was that, we really need to kind of get on with utilizing the reserve in preparation for the DCL update. So that's the reason why when you look at the outsized increase the current capital plan versus the next capital plan, that's the reduction. But it's not a permanent reduction. It's because there was a spike in the the current capital plan. So that is for park and open space. And then the other one is arts and culture, because for the current capital plan, we actually, two key factors. One is we secured a number of mega-sized in-kind turnkey amenities for arts and culture in the current plan. But for the next plan, we don't have that because it's kind of like, I would say it comes and go, that kind of thing. The other one is that in the current capital plan, originally we put in quite a big sum of money to advance on the heritage program. However, as part of the midterm update, because development contribution really didn't come in, we actually scaled it down. So right now, I would say the next capital plan, it's not an intentional reduction, it's just kind of almost level out what we typically have.
Okay, thank you. I'm at my time. Thanks.
Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. I guess this is probably a question for Margaret, but maybe Patrice too. Are we seeing an increased rate of degradation of our sidewalks and paved infrastructure, like either related to age or climate change or otherwise?
Thank you for the question. The current renewal rate for our sidewalks and our roads does generally result in a degradation over time. This plan does increase the level of funding in those areas, so that will slow that deterioration. But it is just kind of a fact of the funding levels there will be a decline. And then, of course, climate is an exacerbating factor.
So when we look at this renewal, is there a liability or sort of risk management lens we apply to it when it comes to prioritizing things like sidewalks and bikeways and roads and safety?
Certainly, a risk lens is the kind of primary lens that we would use in prioritization from an accessibility and just broader public safety. I'll see if Eric Mattel, our Director of Streets, wanted to add more on this point.
I think, Margaret, I think that's fair to say that we do regular data collection and assess the condition of all of our sidewalks and all of our streets. And with that information, we look through both, I guess, the financial lens in terms of where's the best investment for the network as a whole, but also certainly, where's the greatest sort of risk to the users of the roadways.
I guess I'm also kind of trying to get a sense of any kind of legal liability if we, are paying out disproportionately or proportional to degradation of these surfaces, and if we're finding more injuries.
Certainly, our framework looks at how we manage that overall risk from a network perspective to ensure that we're going through the steps from kind of an audit point of view to attend to the areas of greatest need to manage that risk.
Okay. So I guess now this question sort of shifts over to Patrice a bit more then. And I'm curious then, like, given that sort of framing and potential for risk and liability, if we were to increase borrowing to catch up on and more rapidly deploy some of that core kind of paved infrastructure replacement in that capacity, and understanding that our AAA credit rating, is that my understanding the AAA might be affected if we were to increase our borrowing capacity? What is the wiggle room there? Because I see that Toronto is like a AA plus Toronto's an AA and Ottawa's an AA and Calgary's an AA plus, and so it seems we're the only ones at a AAA. What kind of wiggle room do we have as a city to maybe?
Yeah, we're not the only. We'd be the only city that is a AAA. We have the regional groups in Ontario as well, so we're not alone there.
It's awesome that we're AAA.
Right.
Don't get me wrong.
But what the challenge will be is those cities are going to have to increase their rates again, but to address their infrastructure deficit as well, right? So it does get reflected in our credit rating, like the credit rating reflects that as well. The Grace is going to add to that.
Grace again, and I would just kind of add to that is that in addition to the credit rating, which is important because it impacts our borrowing costs as well. The other thing that we need to bear in mind is that we need to provide the debt financing or debt servicing charges as part of the annual budget. So the more you borrow, in particular this kind of increasing interest rate kind of period, it will add tremendous pressure to the city's operating budget going forward.
I had just one more on the risk management side. We do have policies on the sort of on the assets that we have for our liabilities. So we need to make sure that our assets in a certain level of repair, right? And so we make sure that when we're doing our planning, that we are meeting that minimum level. Otherwise, that would be the priority funding that we would give in the plan versus accepting a lower level and incurring sort of additional liability for the city. So I just wanted you to know that that is our base, and those would be funded first.
Okay. I have another question, but I'm totally almost out of time, so I'm wondering if I can move for a second round of questions.
Sure. Seconder? Councillor
Second.
Carr, thanks for a second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Second round granted. Councillor Carr, you're up.
Great. Thanks very much, Mayor. And three of my questions have been, or three big ones have been already asked, so I appreciate the answers that you gave Councillor Weeb on the tree canopy, Councillor Dominato around the playing fields, and but the third one, you started to answer to Councillor Fry on borrowing and investment. So, there's a huge amount. I mean, there's over $11 trillion being divested from fossil fuels, pension funds and those kinds of things. Isn't there any way that we could access that that doesn't necessarily risk our AAA credit rating to use, for example, in energy retrofit of buildings as safe places like the community centers and libraries and senior centers and daycares and family places, and even more affordable housing?
Yes, it's Grace again. Yes, we, in particular, I think because of understanding that there will always be savings achieved by investing in energy retrofit. However, the funding envelope and the financing envelope, we're really kind of limited. That's why lately, and as you are aware, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, they have been very actively pursuing all local government to see if there's any opportunity for them to kind of help finance these kind of programs. So we have been in active conversation with CIB to see if we can bundle something up like for energy retrofit projects, bundle it for a minimum of $50 million and see whether the payback and the savings can be enough to make the business case so that they can actually get the private sector to involve.
I am going to track that one. That sounds like a good route to pursue. I appreciate that. I just have maybe a quick answer to a question. You did note in the presentation, it was Patrice that noted, but you may have the answer, Grace, that funding the Aquatic Center renewal required reallocating $20 million from the West End Community Hub, and there was a point made about partners not being ready. I assume that's the school board, and is that related to the inability to garner secure funding from the provincial government for school renewal?
I can provide a high level, and maybe our city manager, Paul, can also add to it. My understanding is that it's really about configuration of the site. Funding is one of the issue, but configuration of the site, how do we kind of put, I think earlier on there was a question about co-location. We are trying to kind of put, say, the fire hall together on it, and childcare, and expanding the recreation center, and also add, I would say quite a bit of amenities on it. So working it out, with school board is quite an exercise, but actually funding is also an issue as well. Paul, do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Grace, and thanks, Councillor, for the question. So yes, that site is owned, two-thirds of that site is owned by the school board. And there's some very complicated planning that needs to happen to ensure that that school can be reconstructed while operating, and that the community center can also be reconstructed while operating. And at this point, we don't have a workable plan to do that. We're still working through that. But it's a very challenging planning exercise to, as Grace indicated, locate all the amenities we're looking to locate, plus have the school there, and then acknowledging that we only have 1/3 of that site to work with.
Yeah. Okay. Challenging site, but incredibly well needed. Okay, my final question is around the motion that I put forward in February that was directing staff to investigate capital investments in mitigating the climate crisis to a greater degree than we may otherwise have planned to reduce GHGs. So I specifically asked about asked you to explore energy retrofits of city-owned and other key public serving buildings like community centers, libraries. I've kind of listed those things as to become safe centers. And there's a number of other things I listed, adding solar, electrical plugs for community events. how much are we investing? Like, did we increase the investments in this capital plan in terms of mitigation efforts? And how close is that getting us to where we need to, how much we need to invest to get those GHGs down in this accelerating climate crisis era?
Thank you, Councillor. And a lot of work has been done on evaluating that. And I think Doug Smith is on the line. Doug, would you be able to respond to Councillor Carr's question?
And I'll go back on the list. He probably won't have time, but he can start, and I will go back on the list for a completion of that answer.
Sure, absolutely. Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. Regarding the investment, we historically invest about $50 million a year through the capital plan related to climate emergency work. This capital plan has over $60 million per year. So we have increased our investment significantly, which is great. We're still short in the neighborhood 15 to 20 million a year in order to hit our climate emergency action plan targets for 2030.
Thanks so much. That's the 5 minutes. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, this is such a frustrating exercise. There's so much need for housing, community facilities, sewers. We so need a progressive property tax. Anyway, I have 2 questions. One is, just this year, we've lost a bunch of SRO hotels, the Vogue, the Lucky Lodge, Winters, to low-income folks. We're in the process of losing the Ivanhoe, and it looks like we may lose the Cobalt. And there's 3 more hotels that are for sale, which is never good news. It's never good news for the folks who live in them. Yet our capital budget here only has $26 million for SROs, which would maybe buy 3 of them. So, and that's over 4 years, and we've lost at least 3 hotels in several months already this year. So what can we do to bump up this SRO acquisition and or replacement of the SROs with good social housing?
Councillor Swanson, Sandra Singh, General Manager at ACCS, thank you for the question. Yes, you've outlined intense pressure on this really important stock that is that we're working in partnership with senior government, as you know, to develop a long-range SRO replacement strategy. Given the size of the stock, this is a long-range plan, and as you know, this is a 4-year capital plan. So what you see in here is what we've put forward as the initial city investment. The heavy lifting on SRO replacement and revitalization is going to have to come from senior government. We can't do it. We are the junior level here, so council could reallocate some funding within the housing budget to support SRO rehabilitation or redevelopment. And it could be, for example, the land acquisition program or grants to support new redevelopment partner units. But as you've noted, it's a matter of trading off on replacement versus new as well. But we really do need those partnerships with senior government.
Do we have any idea how that partnership is proceeding? Like, are we likely to see any housing come out of it in the next year or 2?
So we're hoping to report back to council in the fall on what the phasing of that strategy could look like. Discussions are going very well, and as you can see here, we're confident that we're putting some funding in this plan forward.
Okay, thanks. And then I wonder if maybe Patrice or Grace, what are those figures about? Refresh my mind here about how much revenue the city gets versus what % of infrastructure we have to fund. Like, is it 8% of the revenue and 60% of the infrastructure, something like that?
Yes, correct. It's between 8 cents to 10 cents for every dollar of tax dollars, but we're local government are handling 60% of infrastructure. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thanks. So that, for the public's view, is the dilemma that we're in. Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks so much to the staff for all this work. It's incredible amount of coordinating and trade-offs, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks so much. I just have a follow-up on Councillor John Monato's question.
about Park Board, and it's specifically about, I understand, a decision that the board had made on Mount Pleasant Pool. I was hoping that perhaps city or Park Board staff could clarify what the board decided in their capital budget meeting on Mount Pleasant Pool.
Yeah, can I ask the Park Board team to respond?
Thank you. Aaron Embley will respond to this. Thanks.
Hi, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I'm just calling up so I have the exact wording to share with you today. They did send, I believe, a memo came out of the board decision from Monday night outlining the request. Sorry. Moment. So the specific request coming from the Park Board regarding the Mount Pleasant Pool was that the Vancouver Park Board direct staff to explore reallocating $11.5 million of funds in the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital plan to facilitate the planning, design, and building of the Mount Pleasant Pool. They suggest $5.5 million from converting parkland to healthy habitat, $6 million from other sources of funding to be determined by staff. So that was the request on Monday night for us to look into. We shared this with staff, and that has arrived to you by memo today. So we've had little time to sort of dig in deeper, but the conversations have started. That's where we're at today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All of my other questions have been asked to this point, so I'll take myself off the list.
Thank you. I think everybody currently on the list has gone once, so I will go to the second round now with Councillor Fry with five.
Thanks, Mayor. So Patrice, I'm wondering, do we have looking at a historical overview of how much we've shifted capital funding into housing relative to previous capital plans?
Sorry about that. Are you talking about the current plan versus the next plan or versus the previous plan?
Previous plans, just sort of incrementally over the course of our various capital plans, have we seen a shift proportionally towards more housing?
Yes, correct. Sorry, I don't have the actual percentage up in my head. We will calculate that. But in general, the main source of increase basically is adding, I would say empty homes tax was new, so we add to that, as well as a sizable increase in the DCL allocation in the last round of the DCL review update. So that bumped up, the capital plan quite a bit, but we can actually report back on the actual percentage increase for you.
And I guess it would be the same to say that we've seen a similar sort of proportional increase towards childcare.
Yes, but childcare in terms of the magnitude is not as sizable as housing.
Sure, yeah, and just as we have new sort of emergent priorities drawing upon our capital plan resources, and do we have a sense, and this, I get this is apples and oranges, but do we see a proportional sort of increase in senior government funding that's keeping pace with our new investments?
I would say, is it dollar for dollar? Probably not. But that being said, understanding that, acknowledging that the province, they have introduced a number of new housing-related taxes, and we have been seeing them really investing, in particular during COVID, investing a lot of housing initiative within Vancouver. But that being said, we have been advocating to the province to make it more transparent in terms of how much taxes are being generated from Vancouver or Metro Vancouver in general, and how much is being reinvested, so that we can actually going forward report out in a more, I would say, more accurate kind of manner to council on a regular basis.
So without saying that, I mean, so it's a little bit of downloading onto local government in that sense.
I would use the word in the UBCM paper. What is how it was characterized is that we're all in it together. No one single level of government can actually handle it, be it federal government, be it provincial government, be it local government. So one of the key recommendations in the UBCM Municipal Finance Reform, I forgot the name of the paper, but it really kind of highlights that all levels of government should really work together on this one. So.
I appreciate that, and so my segue follow-up question is actually for our consultant Mike McDonald over with the Leger marketing poll, and I'm curious because when the public were sort of suggesting that prioritizing housing investment at the expense of things like arts and culture and civic facilities, and I think it was parks or tech or something, are the public aware of that narrative?
I understand they do, but I will, do you want to talk about it? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Angela McKenzie, Associate Director, CEC. Mike McDonald's actually on the line. He can answer your question.
Sure. Hi, Mike.
Mike?
Councillor Fry. The question is, well, I'll answer it this way. The public in both the market research and the Talk Vancouver survey did regard all forms of infrastructure as important, just to varying degrees. And there was a different level of intensity in terms of how they viewed the infrastructure. So housing did have a higher level of those who said it was very important. I'm not sure I've completely answered your question, though,
Yeah,
Councillor.
I guess were the public cognizant of the sort of shift in our sort of stepping up to fund this new kind of ask of our capital budget, relatively speaking?
There was not information presented in the survey that compared the level in this plan to the previous plan. However, it did show the level of investment contemplated in each of the 12 categories in advance of providing feedback, asking for feedback on the trade-offs of whether they want more or less invested in each category.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, your second round, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I just want to follow up on the last question that I had asked, and that is regarding how much money we need to be spending actually to get to where we need to go. So the increase that I think Doug Smith offered was $10 million over like 50 million instead of 40 million. Is that per year? Or is that an increase per year, or is it over the whole capital plan? The $10 million increase.
Doug, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I can respond to that. Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. The 10 million increase is per year, and it's slightly more. I think it's more like 13 or 14 million per year. So it's yes, per year.
Okay, super.
And so we would need an additional 15 to 20 per year in order to hit our targets based on our modeling.
Okay, okay, that's great. No, it's not great, but thank you for that answer. And how much are we allocating to the energy retrofits of city-owned buildings, especially, like with the community centers or public-facing buildings where the people could use them as safe centers in the case of extreme weather events like the heat dome we had, especially if they are cooled, like with heat pumps?
That's $8 million.
8 million per year?
In total.
In total?
For the 4 years, yeah. We do have a couple of other highlights, Councillor Carr. Maybe I'll ask Grace on some of the other funding that we have.
The reason why, again, there's financial constraint, basically, all through, right? That being said, having $8 million for 4 years, we are also actively pursuing a number of projects. Just want to give you an example. We are applying to the Low Carbon Economy Challenge, and that one, we're trying to kind of get like $4 million because we need, the $4 million will cover 40% of the cost. And then there are a number of other programs that we're also applying, green and inclusive community buildings and heritage type grant. Basically, all those are helping with Library Square and Carousel kind of community center, to get grant funding to do energy retrofit. So this is how we want to leverage our very limited city funding in order to get the work done by just maybe providing 50 or 60% of the project cost.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm just going to add a little bit, just as a reminder, sort of this capital plan is what we have, sort of what we know of today. And just to remind you that the environment is changing, particularly around climate and the senior government funding. So we will be, the plan will get adjusted, definitely at the midterm update, a more holistic one. But as these new programs come up, we do make those changes. So I think climate is going to be one of the areas that will change. We have we understand the priorities, and we've got the strategies, the C plan, and adaptation strategy to guide us. And so we are on the lookout for all of those areas over this plan
I'm
as
looking
well.
for some prioritization in our advocacy work with the senior governments, and I hope you're right that there will be more money forthcoming from different levels of government. This is a more technical question, but I'm wondering if we are considering in the retrofits we do adding solar hot water, solar voltaic. It works. It's known. I mean, Germany's doing it, and it is a mitigation response, knowing that BC Hydro is projecting that we don't have enough electrical energy past 2030, even with Site C Dam.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Doug Smith to respond to that one as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so with respect to how we're retrofitting buildings and dealing with new buildings, we kind of take it on a case-by-case basis. We haven't done a lot of solar thermal or solar power for the new buildings at this point because currently we do have access to the electricity, but we will absolutely consider it as we continue our retrofit work because we are aware that there may be some challenges with electrical distribution. There's plenty of capacity at this point, but distribution can be challenging in some areas.
Yeah, and as I say, Hydro saying capacity after 2030, and I do worry about like those high windstorms and rainstorms that are taking out infrastructure. Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Actually, I'll leave it for now. I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, a quick couple follow-ups. One, can you speak about the washroom funding? Recognize that's been a concern of this council on the capital funding. Because I looked at the line item and there's nothing in the line item. Can you speak to where that funding is to support that strategy?
Sandra Singh, ACCS, thank you for the question, Councillor. I will ask Diana Herford, our Senior Planner in Social Infrastructure, to provide that update.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Diana Herford, Senior Planner. We are working right now on the actual strategy part of the plan, and then we'll be bringing forward some early actions from that human rights-based approach to the Washroom Strategy citywide to respond to the motion, access to water and washrooms as a human right. I can't speak to Parks Board or engineering, but we are working sort of to coordinate some of those responses through that strategy.
Okay, I'm just looking at page 68 that shows the final capital plan, and it has $0 allocated for the 4-year capital term. So I'm just wondering how we'll be able to fund the quick start actions to deliver washrooms, which we know has been a need and a priority of this council.
Councillor Sandra Singh, ACCS, I think we would have to come forward through the mid-year update and look at emerging priorities. Grace, is there anything further you'd like? No, that's good.
Okay. I'm just surprised we didn't put it in now when we know this has been a priority. Okay, second one, zero waste diversion. I see that there's no money in the capital funding, but there's been conversations of a zero waste facility in the north side of the city to better capture and increase our diversion rate and improve our goal to become more of a zero waste and circular city. Can you speak to why we don't see funding in the next 4 years to improve our diversion rate?
Thank you for the question. There were a number of waste diversion initiatives that where we weren't able to identify funding at this point, but we would continue to seek opportunities for that funding as the plan progresses and potentially add it midterm for the capital plan. And so that would include planning for a new zero waste facility in the northern, like more northern within the city. As well as a number of other initiatives. Some of them have the potential to kind of offset our costs, and so there may be a case to a business case to bring forward to access the CFF as part of the funding strategy, but that wasn't ready in time for this plan. I'll just pause to see if Albert Seamus, the Director of Solid Waste, has anything to add.
Yes, thanks, Margaret. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Albert Seamus, Director of Solid Waste here. We're currently discussing with Metro potential cost share opportunities for our zero waste center in the north part of the city. It's likely that we will get into those discussions subsequent to the approval of this capital plan. Ideally, we would be supported by some contributions to Metro around that, and we can then look at how that cost sharing arrangement would work.
Okay, thank you very much. And last question, recognizing we're a city reconciliation, and there's been some comments about making sure there's visibility and capital projects that work to move our work forward. I'm just wondering, can you speak to what are the larger capital projects that support the visibility of our actions in reconciliation?
Councillor, we don't have a, oh, Diana, did you want to respond to that? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Patrice.
Sorry, I saw you come up on the line. We didn't do a summary on reconciliation in total across the whole capital plan, but there are obviously a number of projects that are focused on reconciliation. Then maybe if I think, Aaron, you wanted to speak to the parks contribution in that area?
Thank you very much. I would just note that the Park Board does have $1 million in the capital plan to support decolonization, arts and culture work. And so specifically, that is allocated to fund a co-management framework, cultural visibility on the land, and a decolonization strategy.
Okay, that's amazing.
And we also have a number sort of in our facilities area, so we just don't have a sort of a summary for you right now. We can look at what we can, maybe send you a note with some of the key projects that are in that relate to reconciliation.
Thanks so much. That's the 5 minutes. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question with respect to the Fire Hall Art Centre that Council received a fair amount of email and communication on a desire to move that project forward. And I know at the beginning of the draft planning process, there was no allocation, and I understand now 700,000 in for planning purposes. I wonder if you can just clarify what level of planning that would enable, and if that would set the stage potentially for a fire hall to be funded in the next capital plan. Would that get to the state of work that would that just be scoping in terms of the magnitude of the work, or would that be able to get down to the point that we could do more detailed planning and have a substantive allocation in the subsequent capital plan?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sandra Singh, ACCS. I'll ask Alex Sales, our Senior Planner, Cultural Infrastructure, to respond to that.
Hello, Alex Sales speaking. Thanks for the question. The funding that's been allocated in this plan gets us to detailed design of phase one of the project, which is the most critical phase. So that allows us to, in the midterm update, seek funding to support about $4 million of that, and also look towards the federal government for some matching funding, which would allow us to proceed with the most critical aspect of the project. And one of the speakers today will probably speak to that. Donna Spencer is here.
Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Council.
And if I could add just one correction, or just in addition to the question from Councillor Weeb, just so that you have the accurate information on the washroom strategy. There's no funding. The page that was referenced as relates to engineering, when they sometimes provide washrooms in public areas. But Parks does have 8.3 million allocated to washrooms in the plan. So it's on page 61. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that it's not zero. Yeah.
Thanks so much for that. We are going to move to hearing from speakers now. Council, we have, just with additions this morning, we have over 20 speakers, just so you know. So we'll be probably well into the afternoon before we get to debate and decision on this item. We're going to start with just letting speakers know that they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers, but speakers are under no obligation to respond. And the first speaker is Melissa Sang. Melissa Sang. Just Melissa Sang, are you on the phone to speak to Council?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Sang, and I speak to you today as co-chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, a council-appointed committee who represents Vancouver's many cultural communities and provides diverse perspectives on arts and culture in the City of Vancouver. We acknowledge that the committee and city are on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for these lands and waters and look forward to working in partnership as we continue to build an equitable future on this land together. As a committee, we lead this work in our advocacy for culture shift, an arts and cultural strategy that is rooted in access, equity, reconciliation, decolonization, and Indigenous sovereignty here on unceded territory. On reviewing this capital plan, the committee highlights some notable gaps. Only 35% of city-owned cultural facilities are in good or fair condition. The plan includes about 10 artist live-work studios through in-kind community amenity contributions. This is great. However, we are still a long way to go to reaching the target of 400. We are grateful for the change to this plan to include funds for the Fire Hall Arts Center, renovation and expansion in support of accessibility. However, we note that this added $700,000 will only cover detailed design for the first phase of upgrades. A total of $11.3 million is required for implementation over the 2 upgrade phases. On recognizing the plan's reference to housing as a priority, we also note that there is a need for affordable, under-market housing which prioritizes access for artists and cultural workers in the city, where the median income for artists is significantly lower than the poverty line in BC. As in the committee's previous letter to Mayor and Council, the ACAC continues to note significant arts and cultural exclusions in the capital plan and continues to recommend the following changes. 1. Chinatown grants and partnerships. In 2018, when the city made its formal apologies to the Chinese community, the council directed city staff to work with the community and to advance strategic initiatives supporting cultural redress, representation, and community relations. Culture Shift acknowledges cultural redress and repairing the harm caused by historical discrimination. We ask council to honor commitments to Chinatown, the Chinese community, and Culture Shift. The capital plan severely undercuts this initiative with only $1 million or 20% proposed as a needed total of $5 million. This would seriously limit the capability of the Chinatown Cultural Heritage Assets Management Plan, the strategic framework which has been approved by Council earlier this month. The ACAC continues to recommend that the capital plan include an additional $4 million for a total of $5 million needed to support Chinatown strategic initiatives and in alignment with Council's previous strategic commitments. 2. Vancouver Cultural Spaces Fund and Cultural Land Trust. The proposed capital plan excludes the potential for future revenue and autonomy of many arts organizations by falling short of goals and targets identified by the Cultural Spaces Fund and Cultural Land Trust. Community-owned space projects are more sustainable and actually lower city responsibility for the upkeep and maintenance over time. The time to act is now, as rising real estate costs will only make these goals and targets less viable later on. The ACAC urges the Council to invest now and recommends that the capital plan include $4 million for the Vancouver Cultural Spaces Fund and Cultural Land Trust. 3. Cultural infrastructure grants. These grants are essential to secure and renovate space for arts and culture organizations and develop cultural infrastructure in the city. These investments help ensure spaces remain safe, accessible, and available to the city's artists and public. The capital plan's $1 million shortfall will result in fewer grants for infrastructure improvements, including of city-owned cultural spaces. The ACAC recommends that the capital plan include an additional $1 million for the necessary total of $6 million for culture infrastructure grants. As representatives of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, we recommend that Council recommit to the goals and priorities originally decided upon in 2019 in Culture Shift by directing our recommended changes to the proposed 2023-2026 capital plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, but thank you for participating today and your work on the advisory committee. Next, we have Kevin Lowe, Chair of the VPL.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Lowe. I'm the current chair of the Vancouver Public Library. I use the pronouns he, him. Let me begin by acknowledging that I and the Vancouver Public Library are on the unceded ancestral and current homelands of the Musqueam people and the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I give thanks to be able to live and work on these lands. The VPL has been meeting the needs of residents for over 100 years. Our vision is for an informed, engaged, and connected city. Our mission is a free place for everyone to discover, create, and share ideas and information. We should all be proud that the VPL is the most visited urban library per capita in Canada. In 2019, VPL had more than 6.3 million visits, and just last year, patrons borrowed more than 8.9 million physical and digital items. We offer free computer access to bridge the digital divide, with almost 290,000 hours of computer use in 2021 alone. We are well on our way back to pre-COVID visitor levels, with children's programming at full capacity and events and programs returning now for adults. On behalf of the VPL board, I would like to thank Council for its support in prior capital plans, including support in the last plan for work towards the redevelopment of the Joe Fortes branch and for planning for the Marple branch. For the 2023-2026 capital plan, the VPL board appreciates the modest but important funding allocated to maintain and undertake small refurbishments to our older branches. But I would bring to your attention that more investments are needed to maintain our aging facilities. On average, our branches are 35 to 40 years old, and many branches are in need of our attention. Maintaining our branch system so we can provide services across the city is a high priority for the board. In the 2018 survey about VPL locations, patrons were generally satisfied with the locations and accessibility of VPL branches. However, many patrons believe that some of the spaces are insufficient to accommodate the number of users. This included patrons of our Marple branch and our Joe Fortes branch, which are each under 5,000 square feet and experience some of the highest intensity of use. We all know that libraries are now more than institutions to borrow books. Our 21 locations provide access to free public spaces to our diverse residents, which in turn break down barriers and isolation. In addition, in 2021, we saw the critical role of libraries during climate events. The heat events of last summer brought hundreds of people into our spaces as cooling centers, and we extended opening hours into evenings and holidays to meet the need. 20 of the 21 VPL locations have air conditioning, and many act as cleaner air centers when air quality is low. We're also proud that our 4 newest branches are equipped with heat pumps. During the heat dome, we know that people came to libraries because they needed a place to be for the day and things to do. An empty room in your residence is vastly different than a library that's full of ways to pass time. But our ability to meet the need is limited by the often outdated size of our branches. For example, our Renfrew branch, which is our biggest branch with 183 seats, ran out of space and had people sitting on the floor. Unfortunately, in contrast to the 183 seats at Renfrew, Marple only has 40 seats, so our extended hours couldn't help everyone who needed us. Marple is our smallest branch after Carnegie in the downtown east side. The VPL board is concerned that the Marple branch development is not moving forward more quickly and notes the city is committed to a larger library branch in this neighborhood in each capital plan since 2012. The VPL is committed to helping Vancouver, including through emergencies, but we need adequately sized branches that are well maintained to do this. Across the country, major cities are investing in our library systems. Edmonton's renewed Central Library branch opened in 2021 with an investment of $84.5 million. Ottawa is planning a new $191 million library in partnership with Library and Archives Canada. In 25 years, the Vancouver population is projected to grow, to be older, and have more newcomers, which will just increase the pressure on the VPL to meet their daily needs. Councillors, I know most of you have expressed your support for libraries, and we're grateful for that. However, words can only get us so far. Continuing to invest in funding for the VPL, including in its infrastructure, is your demonstrable action to support this critical institution now and in the future. In closing, on behalf of the VPL board, I'd like to express our support for the 2023-2026 capital plan, but reiterate the continued need for funding to support the VPL, including the Marple branch expansion, which must be included in future plans, and the need for further investment and maintenance of our existing facilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and staying exactly on the 5 minutes. Really appreciate it, and your service to the city. Next speaker number 3 is Stuart Mckinnon, Chair of the Vancouver Park Board.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Stuart Mckinnon, and it's my honor and privilege to be the chair of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you today regarding the proposed 2023-2026 capital plan and to share the board's concern that this plan does not meet Parks and Recreation needs or priorities. While there is so much important and exciting work in this capital plan, we must acknowledge that we are in challenging times when it comes to our parks and recreation infrastructure. This infrastructure is critical to residents' well-being and enjoyment and brings in billions of dollars to our economy through tourism. We want to do better, but we face a number of barriers with funding and other challenges that we are trying to address. Right now, we have an infrastructure deficit that we're trying to address. However, with the current funding mix, we are unable to address in one cycle of the capital plan. Much of our infrastructure is more than 50 years old, and it needs renewal to meet the expectations and demands of a modern world-class city. However, the dollars available to do this come from taxes. While we have asked the province to change the rules, we are currently unable to use development contributions for renewals. As a city, we are facing so many challenges, and there is only so much money to go around for these competing priorities. Across our city, we have citizens asking for fixes in their own communities, whether it's water features that are now not in compliance with the city's water bylaws, with fixes that are in the millions of dollars to ensure we are not sending millions of liters of potable water down the drain, or new dog parks or other amenities. We are working to balance our investments with an eye on equity and community need. In addition to our aging infrastructure and community demands, our parks and park infrastructure is bearing the brunt of a changing climate. We've seen through last winter the impacts of climate change-driven weather on Kitts Pool, Jericho Pier, and the Stanley Park seawall. When these things happen, we have to respond with resource-intensive fixes, forcing us to redirect dollars from other renewals. While we are unable to address everything in this capital plan, we are making some big strides forward. Notably, Phase 1 of the new Vancouver Aquatic Centre will be moving ahead, and this will be a major asset for the city. At Monday night's meeting, we asked you to provide more funding for our parks and recreation amenities. We are trying to make those tough calls around priorities, commitments, and increasing urgent needs. At the Park Board special meeting, the board supported the proposed 2023-2026 capital plan, specifically the $539 million identified for parks and recreation service delivery areas, and directed our staff to work with city staff to develop a focused funding and delivery strategy to address the deficit for critical park infrastructure. The board is also requesting the council add $7.7 million towards new, renewed, and expanded outdoor sport field facilities in our parks, as expressed by the many speakers commissioners heard from and the more than 600 emails received, which are still coming in. There is deep concern that the current proposed capital plan funding will not be sufficient to safely maintain and equitably support the growing demand for these well-used and popular facilities. As well, the board is requesting the council provide the additional funding needed to complete the outdoor pool phase of the Marple Community Centre Renewal Plan, and has also directed staff to explore the reallocation of $11.5 million within the proposed plan in order to facilitate the planning, design, and building of the Mount Pleasant outdoor pool. These communities have been waiting a long time for these projects, and both were identified as board priorities in the Van Splash aquatic strategies. We greatly appreciate all of the work that you do and understand the balancing of needs across the city, and we thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Chair. We do have questions for you from first Councillor Deschanel. Up to 3 minutes, please.
Thanks so much, Commissioner Mckinnon, or I should say Chair Mckinnon. I appreciate your presentation and sharing more about what the Park Board decided. in your meeting on the capital budget. And I'm just wondering, within the reallocation of funds, it was identified, I believe, in looking directly at it and hearing from our staff, that there was a certain amount to be directed from parkland and perhaps the rehabilitation of that land. And then there was an amount of money that it directed staff to look at reallocation of that. Is that what you are comfortable with? If we were to move that forward today, is that what the board would wish? Or would you want us to be more specific about what funds we'd be reallocating? As I understand, there were, I believe, $6 million of funds that you'd ask staff to look into reallocating there.
So this is what the board directed for us. We are comfortable with the motion as it states. The amounts that can be taken from individual funds, of course, it depends on where they come from, whether they're tax dollars or DCLs or other funds. So as moved and passed on Monday night, the board is asking for our staff to look into ways of reallocating funds if possible.
Okay, and for Mount Pleasant Pool, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that was $5.5 million from converting parkland to healthy habitat and $6 million from other sources of funding that would be determined by staff at a later date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that and appreciate you sharing Park Board support, not only for that, but the other amendments you made and the capital plan.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes. Questions?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Stuart. So I've just put my fingers on the letter that came in reflecting the board's decision, and I wonder if you can just total up the total incremental funding ask that you're asking for. If I add up these respective items, I just want to be clear that we're arriving at the same total with respects to renewed fields, the Mount Pleasant pool, and then the request for the outdoor pool phase of the Marple Center Community Renewal Plan.
So we're asking for additional funds for our field strategy, that's $7.7 million, and additional funds to complete the Marple pool. At this time, I believe that is approximately $21 million for the Marple pool. Those are the only additional funds that this resolution that we passed on Monday night is asking for.
Okay. Because the rest is a reallocation. On the $21 million, you mentioned the Marple pool, a notional amount that was shared with council was 12 to 15 million. That seems to be a discrepancy or at odds with your 21 million. Can you give us some perspective on that?
My apologies. My apologies. That's an error on my part. I've got my numbers mixed up there. I was thinking of another allocation. I'm going to defer to the general manager of Park Board to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair Mckinnon. And yes, it is 12 to 15. Most likely closer to 15.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Stuart, for calling in. Just a quick question, noting in the letter and conversations to date the prioritization around the playing fields, and the request is an additional $7.7 million. I am curious if there was discussion around a different amount. I recognize that might be sort of the ideal at this time, but if council were to be able to allocate a little bit less than $7.7 million, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, part of this request is after our field sport report comes in January, and we'll certainly have a more understanding of where the board is, especially on turf fields. But 7.7 was an amount that staff were comfortable with, and if the general manager has more to say on that, I would defer to her.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate that the board's working with staff in identifying the necessary funds. Thanks for calling in today.
Thank you.
Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak to us, Chair. First question is, can you speak to a little bit about which of the recirculating water systems are not currently meeting city bylaws, and why do you think we're not advancing that work?
I'm going to defer to the general manager to do on the specific features, and then I will comment afterwards. General manager?
Thank you, Chair Mckinnon. I don't have the exhaustive list right here. What I can tell you is that we are working with city engineering and with our planning folks and our parks operations folks to compile that list and to determine exactly which ones are not compliant and exactly which ones need that or can be reinstated now. The work is done. I just don't have the list in front of me.
Okay, thank you. My next question is recognizing that People, Parks, and Dog Strategy got approved in 2017. We were sitting beside each other. Why do we not see a movement by the board to support new dog off-leash areas?
I would believe that we are moving to support those. Again, I'm going to defer to the general manager to share those initiatives.
I'll ask Aaron Embley to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for the question. There is some money within the capital plan for renewing existing off-leash areas and adding a single off-leash area. The whole bucket of sort of park amenities is really stretched very far. And what we really don't have a lot of is, again, that city funding where we can renew sites. So it's just really a matter of difficult trade-offs. And so most of those areas, don't have as much funding as we would like to see to deliver the services that we've identified in the strategic plans and van play over the last 4 years. However, in the park renewals, which is a broader category, we do expect that off-leash areas are an amenity that would be considering at those other locations as well as a larger park renewal moves forward. So it is possible that that other sites could come through that process as well.
Okay, so there's the line item for new dog parks has a zero budget. However, there are other opportunities to deliver in park renewal and other buckets of funding. I just know that the Dogs Chilling Park group and the Dogs at Kitsilano are really being vocal, and those were two neighborhoods that were identified in that strategy. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I have one follow-up question, and it was with respect to the reallocation in the letter from Park Board and recommendation D. The reallocation of $11.5 million in funds, $5.5 million from converting parkland to healthy habitat, and $6 million from other sources. I just want to be clear that $6 million from other sources, if it's recommended to be coming from within the Park Board budget, what is management's recommendations on what other Park Board projects might not happen if that $6 million was reallocated?
So Monday night's meeting, yes, the commissioners did vote to reallocate 11.5 from within our capital plan submission and asked staff to consider that. There's been, 36 hours for them to do that. Not a lot of time, but I will defer to the general manager to see if there's any further information.
We are at our 3 minutes, so I'm just going to...
I believe it's 5 minutes, Mayor.
Nope, it's 3 minutes for questions to speakers. So thanks so much. That's it for questions for you, Chair, and I'm going to move to the next speaker. Okay. Let's see. The next speaker is Eddie Elmer from our 2 LGBTQ plus advisory committee. Eddie Elmer, are you there? Speaker number 4, Eddie Elmer. Okay. Speaker number 4, Eddie Elmer, are you there? Call one last time. Speaker number 4, Eddie Elmer. Clerks inform me that you're on the line. Eddie Elmer, speaker number 4. Okay, we're going to move to speaker number 5, Albert Lee. In person? Yeah, Albert Lee, please come up. President of the Renfrew Park Community Association. Whenever you're ready, you have up to 5 minutes, so just take your time and get situated.
Okay.
The clerks will turn on your mic there.
Good morning, Mayor Stuart and councillors. My name is Albert Lee, President of Renfrew Park Community Association. I'm here today because I'm kind of disappointed that there's no funding allocated to renew the aging community centers in the city. I acknowledge that the current funding strategy should not be ignored, as it is important to keep the city's financial health in check. However, as a volunteer who has worked for many years in Renfrew, I have witnessed the accelerating high-density development in our neighborhood, a result of the city's strategy to provide affordable housing. And at the same time, I have noticed the increase in maintenance and the lack of capacity for programming at our aging facility. How long can we ignore taking care of these aging facilities? In order to allow the many essential community services offered by the community centers to continue in the long term, I urge you to allocate funding in this capital plan to provide for planning that would address how community center renewal can be funded and materialized. A critical issue I believe all councillors are well aware of, that is climate change. The logics behind dealing with climate change and community center renewal are much the same. That is, we must act now. As time goes on, the aging facility would get worse, not better. As we sit and wait because of funding constraints, it might happen one day we realize that we had missed the best time window to solve this problem. So, allocating fund now to ensure that we know how to tackle the funding issue and lay out a plan to address the renewal is the least we must do now. We simply cannot sit and wait. As a senior, I believe I know better the implication of sit and wait. If I sit and wait, I would find myself still far from the target years later. Then I would wonder if I can ever get it done before my time is up. Dear councillors, the key to start the engine is right in your hands. Consider small funding, $2 million or whatever it takes, to start the planning process for community center renewal. Your action now can help avoid the painful situation that too many facilities are in a dire condition, making it an agonizing experience to the patrons we serve. I wish you all a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in and your service to the community. We do have 2 questions for you from councilors. Councilor Carr, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate that and your service to the community. My first question is around whether or not you've been informed of where Renfrew Park is on the kind of list of community centers to be renewed.
Renewable Park is actually second in the list of the centers to be renewed according to the Community Center Strategy, a project commissioned by Park Board, recently finished. It is a data-driven and biased approach to find out all these centers in the city, which ones should be handled first. So we come in second after Kensington. But I would say there are a lot of facilities, from what I know, are kind of past their design life cycle. Like Renfrew's 58 years old right now. And you can imagine there are many things that may have been sort of due to use, need to be repaired or upgraded, and we did upgrade quite a few things. I think we have a major upgrade of quite a few years back in 80s. No, sorry. Anyway, it's at least 10 years before.
Right. Okay, great. And I'm interested in your thoughts and if there's been any discussion at your community association about the inclusion of climate measures in your upgrades. And I'm thinking specifically of a community center being able to be a safe place to go to in extreme weather events by having heat pumps, for example.
That's a very good point in a way. Because of time limit, I left out a lot of things I want to talk about an aging facility and why we should renew it. One of the issue, of course, is a big issue right now to have energy efficiency, sustainability, and all those things with old technology for a building that has been built for more than 50 years ago. I don't think sort of piecemeal solution would make it work. And also because of the space, we need the space to handle the increasing demand of our services. We only have one multi-purpose room, which is a good sized room in a way, can handle 150 people. But I can imagine there's so many new developments. Some even use cranes because they are high rise. I'm quite sure that the demand for the community services we provide, whether it be recreational, educational, multicultural, all this require more space. And I sort of envy that there's some center, they have their own senior center and we don't have one. And there are a lot of seniors in our community for that matter.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Albert. Now, when you mentioned $2 million, you're talking about a planning process for all the community centers, not just Renfrew.
Yes. I kind of have to say, I try to speak for all community centers which kind of in our situation.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's
yeah. And the reason I use the word planning is because I can see that there's no room for adding, say, $50 million, which I understand is sort of the ballpark figure for getting a community center renewed. So how do we start? Should we wait for another 4 years to see if something would happen? That I don't think is the best interest for us.
Sure.
And if we provide some money so that we can start looking into in what way we can address this problem, funding is certainly always an issue, but without taking action, you will never find a solution, I would say.
Yeah, no,
and one thing I should also mention, our center is not earthquake reinforced. And for that matter, I always try to tell my patrons, hey, you know, here we are, but we don't know when the big one hits where we can avoid any injury in the center.
I have a similar community center in my neighborhood, and they're not climate resilient either. But I guess, you know, typically we would expect requests for like asset renewal and stuff of community centers to come from the park board, and they haven't delivered an ask for 2 million or whatever for a larger planning. Have you had this conversation with the park board?
Yeah, park board had a meeting just this week as well. I kind of think if I come to the council, I can let more people know about it because we work very closely with park board. In a way, we cooperate the community center with park board, so they're the partners. And I understand they have advocate because of the community center strategy. They try to find out, for example, what we need in terms of our centers, whether it's space, whether it's the program, and all those things, right? However, at this point, I believe they have only so much money that got allocated to them through the council, from the city, of course. I feel that if I have to get people to realize this important fact of doing something, the council has all the power to allocate a small fund to get starting, to start the planning process. That's how I view it.
Okay. Thanks, Albert.
Thank you so much. There are no other questions for you, but really thank you for coming in today and also your work in the community. Council, we're just going to break for lunch now. When we come back, we will start with speaker number 4, Eddie Elmer, who was on the line, but we had a technical problem there. So then we'll follow with public speakers. First public speaker is Wally Wargale, followed by Donna Spencer and Jolene Timko. So we'll resume at 1 p.m. With those speakers. Thank you so much, and we'll see everybody after lunch.
Hi, Denise. Can you hear me?
Hi, Elise. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
our speakers. This is, I pull up my list here. A little technical problem, so I'm just going to ask if Eddie Elmer, speaker number 4, is on the line.
I am. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Oh, super. Thank you. I had forgotten to press the number sign last time I called in. Okay, a couple of weeks ago, so I'm co-chair of the city's 2S LGBTQ plus advisory committee, and a couple of weeks ago we passed a motion regarding the budget for street lighting, in particular new street lighting. I believe the motion was passed around to council. I don't know if everybody had an opportunity to read it yet, so I'm just going to go over it really quickly because it's brief and then make a few comments. So basically at its meeting September 17, 2020, the 2S LGBTQ Advisory Committee passed a motion, which was subsequently ratified by Council in 2021, calling for the installation of new lighting in poorly lit areas, especially sidewalk level lighting and alleyway lighting in areas identified by residents as being at higher risk for public safety concerns. The motion made reference to a similar motion from way back in 2013, passed by the Seniors Advisory Committee, which was ratified by other advisory committees and also passed by Council. In 2021, during the Business Roundtable on Property Crime, which was requested by Council, several stakeholders recommended improved street lighting to improve safety. During a 2022 special council meeting, we heard from city staff, community organizations, businesses, and members of the public who underscored the importance of street lighting in promoting public safety. In response to the 2021 motion passed by council, staff responded with a memo indicating that there's an annual capital budget of $200,000 to address requests for new infill lighting across the city and to address poorly lit areas. The memo also indicated that this budget is insufficient to address all of these requests, as new lighting installations typically require costly underground electrical infrastructure or other changes to the street infrastructure to accommodate this. And looking at the current capital plan, it appears it has allotted $1 million toward installing 100 new streetlights, which is 25 per year, with an additional 1,450 to be installed through in-kind contributions through development, totaling, I believe, $16 million. So our resolution was simple. We just recommended that council ensure that there are adequate funds in the capital plan for a sufficient amount of new street and sidewalk level lighting in poorly lit areas that pose significant safety risks. And I just wanted to mention just a few quick questions that we were talking about amongst ourselves. The budget calls for about 1,540 new lights, which is about a 3% increase over 4 years, if we consider that the city currently has 55,000 existing lights on public property. This is like less than 1% increase per year, and the question is this enough? Is there a guarantee that we will get this lighting through in-kind contributions? Will the lighting go where it actually needs to go? So it's good for areas with new development, but what about areas like the heart of the West End where there's a little less development and where it gets quite dark? If the lighting will be on private property, will it actually reach the streets and sidewalks? If it's on private property, who will be paying for the maintenance of these lights? The property developers, the city, both? And will there be more lighting around bus shelters, and who pays for that? And finally, how much money under the lighting rehabilitation line in the budget is actually for innovative new lighting, like poles that have a street light on the top and then an arm on the side that directs light towards the sidewalks, which is what we think is really important? Or will the rehabilitation mostly be replacing traditional street lights with LED street lights with no directional lighting towards the sidewalk? So those are some of the questions we raised and that you might wish to consider when looking at the budget items for street lighting. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much, Eddie. Thanks for holding on the line also to speak to council.
Oh, no problem.
I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about why specifically lighting, when it comes to all of the different measures that can be taken by the city and in our work with the Vancouver Police Department for public safety, you feel that lighting is so critical and needs to be prioritized in this capital plan, personally.
Yes, and I'm sure you've heard me and others talk about lighting for the last decade. We just think it's a really simple and fairly cost-effective way, inflation notwithstanding, a cost-effective way to improve safety because it helps people be more aware of their surroundings. And that's important for prevention, and prevention is the first step. I mean, when you have good lighting, you can see if there's people around you. You can see if there's an uneven sidewalk or some kind of tripping hazard. You can see if there's black ice, so you can avoid those situations. So that's where our thinking is around lighting.
Okay. Thanks so much, Eddie. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks. That's it for questions. So thanks very much for your time today and your service to the community. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Council. Our next speaker from the public speakers list is Wally Wargole from Gastown BIA.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to Council today, representing our over 500 businesses and property owners in the beautiful National Historic Site and neighborhood of Gastown. I've had many conversations with a lot of you folks. I've actually spoke at past public hearings just about the current state of our neighborhood, and I don't need to go into the gory details of the need that is there. You've all seen it. You've been there, and this has been an issue that's been going on for quite some time. We have seen the past two capital plans come and go with money earmarked for our neighborhood. Roughly $17 million that never even found its way into Gastown. So we've let the decay happen over a very long period of time, and we've had promises in the past, and nothing's happened. I've been in this job for a little over a year now. It was one of the priorities that I took in making sure that I establish relationships with both the city staff and with a lot of you as well to kind of get attention here. And I really do appreciate specifically Councillor Kirby-Young and the work that she's done in trying to bring attention to Gastown and infrastructure overall, and the support that a lot of the councillors have provided to some of the motions and the work that's being done in this capital plan. Right now, we're looking at $7 to $10 million in this plan, depending on if the additional $3 million is geared towards specifically to Gastown's streets and sidewalks. Unfortunately, this is not even close to the amounts that are necessary. In conversations I've had with city staff over the course of the last year, we know that this number is really closer to $35 million, and that's even based on some of before we have some of these inflationary issues that we're all experiencing right now. So I really do encourage you all to step back and identify that this is a neighborhood worth investing in. I won't go further into this other than to leave you with a story of three businesses that were destroyed not too many months ago, and the work that we have done to bring three of those back into our neighborhood, all of them making investments in Gastown to thrive and survive in our neighborhood. They're making an economic contribution in our neighborhood. And I'm asking that you all take that seriously and see the work that's done there, and that you also then support the work that needs to get done in Gastown, and we find the funding for it. And then finally, I can guarantee you that our members and even some of the residents that I've talked to are going to be fast and strong if this work does not happen. I know this council may or may not be in those chairs come when this work happens in the next 4 years, but we will fight to make sure that that money that you're earmarking now and is set aside does actually get invested in our neighborhood. It's important, and we must do that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Wally, for coming to speak. I only have 3 minutes, so I have two questions for you. And the first one is, what is the real impact? I mean, you referred to gory details of the continued degradation of Chinatown. If you feel that we can't increase the allocation, and I know that that's the discussion today, is to increase that allocation from 7 to 10, which my understanding is would start the initial kind of restoration work around Blood Alley, Maple Tree Square, some immediate sidewalk work, but not the broader Water Street project. But what's the impact of letting this continue to degrade and deteriorate?
I think it's wide and broad. I think it's just the impact that it has on tourism. I've heard many folks that I've been on the streets over the course of the last few weeks, and the good news is people are coming back and visiting our city and our neighborhood, but they're all kind of shocked that they see this, what's called a National Historic Site, not being treated very well. And there's a possible of losing tourism. People may not want to visit a neighborhood that's not being taken care of. There are also folks who are making investments in the neighborhood and want to see that the city cares about that. There's also safety concerns, right? We talk about accessibility as something that the city cares about, but yet you see the sidewalks in our neighborhood not being taken care of, holes in them, bricks not being replaced, Water Street not being able to be, passable without potentially running your vehicles or your bikes falling off a bike. I've seen that happen. So I think that, it seems like a simple thing, but the impacts really are from public safety to economic development to just enjoyment. I think that's really where we need to focus, and just making this investment here will solve some of those things.
Okay, so car damage, people falling off bikes, any pedestrian issues that you're aware of with respects to safety?
100%. We just talked to a member just last week about someone who tripped in a spot where there was no bricks and fell, scraped, and they gave them Band-Aids to help them. So it's happening constantly. Okay, and in terms of your membership, because you represent all the businesses in Gastown, and I know that you go through pretty ongoing communication with your membership, where does this rank for the businesses in terms of the issues in Gastown? I mean, it's a top 3 issue. It may even be the top 1, just because, like I said, we've been promised changes and investments for such a long time that have not happened, and folks are just I think they're frustrated and they're losing their patience, and so it is a top priority for our neighborhood. No question about that.
Okay, thanks, Wally. That's my time. Appreciate you speaking.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. There are no other questions for you, so just want to thank you for calling in today, participating, and your service to the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next in-person speaker is Donna Spencer. Thanks so much for being patient. I know we just missed you before the break, but I appreciate you staying. You have up to...
Thank you very much. I didn't mind being patient. I actually learned a lot about how the city runs and a lot more about budgeting, for sure. Anyway, my name is Donna Spencer. I'm the artistic producer for the Fire Hall Theatre Society, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Society's board, our staff, all of the artists, and the countless number of audiences that come to the Fire Hall, and all of those people that we employ. I'm speaking in support of the inclusion of the Fire Hall in the city's draft capital plan to address the needed retrofit, the upgrade, and physical accessibility needs of the center. These have been included in the draft plan, and I'm happy to see that. These are very long overdue, and the heritage building itself is aging very quickly. The building has served the city very well, first as a fire station, and then since 1981 as a hub of artistic activity. And at 116 years old, the building, as I understand it, is the oldest active public city-owned space in the city, and it's needing a lot more than just a little tender loving care. Located on the unceded and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations, it has been a gathering place for Indigenous people for thousands of years. Come Away was a place where Indigenous people gathered under the maple trees and to sing and dance and share stories and eat and fish and have a good time. So it seems now that it's very fitting that the Fire Hall is a place where we gather to tell Indigenous stories and stories of all the culturally diverse people in the city. We dance, we sing, and we carry on, and it's open to Vancouver's culturally, economically, and gender diverse communities. The Heart of the City Festival, Powell Street Festival, Talking Stick Festival, Dancing on the Edge Festival, Music in the Courtyard, and a full season of culturally inclusive theater dance brought, prior to COVID, I should say, about 250 events into the facility and 30,000 people annually. But the problems of the physical accessibility and the non-industry standard dressing rooms and washrooms, the health and safety issues, the seepage, water seepage, windows that don't close are now increasing, and it's becoming a degradation into the whole space. At a recent sold-out performance of White Noise, which was co-produced with Savage Society, and a piece that was about truth and reconciliation, many of the elders had to enter the building through the side door because they could not climb up the stairs and down the stairs to get back into the theater. Many of them that came in wheelchairs, some of the chairs did not fit, so we had to transfer them into chairs to move them into the center. And then when they wanted to go to the washroom, they had to cross the stage, go down a narrow corridor, around a corner, and into a washroom that is hardly accessible. Anyway, what we want to do is change this. We want to make change so that we can reflect what this city is saying it wants to be. Artists have been denied access to the physical, but because of the physical inadequacies of the center. One of the dancers from one of the spaces that creates dance for those in wheelchairs got stuck in the wheelchair in the dressing room doorway because she could not get through. So therefore, she could not perform that night when she was supposed to. Recently, one of the playwrights who is in a wheelchair, he had to stay on the stage there because he could not get into the mezzanine where we were having a reception. So of course we moved the reception down into the theater. He could not rehearse in the space upstairs because we don't have an elevator. So those are things that we need to address. And I really do believe that it's time. As a Vancouver taxpayer, which I don't mind paying, I'm very proud of what our city's trying to do. I'm proud of how we're working towards truth and reconciliation. I'm proud of how we're trying to work towards decolonization and inclusion. And I'm very proud of what the Fire Hall's role has been in making that happen from an artistic perspective. We are recognized nationally for our work, and we will continue to work on all of those things that the city, I believe, believes in. However, I am not very proud of what has to happen when I bring people into the center and they can't access it. It doesn't reflect what your goals are as a city. It doesn't reflect what my goals are, and frankly, I find it quite embarrassing. So for those of you who have been to the Fire Hall, it's obvious that this work needs to be done now. I understand budgets. I really do. You don't survive in the arts unless you understand budgets, and you certainly don't sustain yourself in an arts center in the downtown east side at these times. The times are challenging, and we are rising to meet them. And I know you as city council and staff are trying to make the best of the money you have. I know it's not limited, but I remain confused by why this much needed work continues to be pushed back. We started this discussion in 2009. In 2016, we undertook a needs assessment that showed that this work needed to be done and could be done for a budget of just under $8 million. Now we're looking at something that would probably cost us about $12 million. The costs are going to continue to go up. The building is going to continue to depreciate, and eventually it will not be able to be a performing arts center.
Thanks so much. You have hit your 5 minutes, but you do have Councillor Boyle with questions for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to speak and for all of this work. Donna, I'm wondering if you can give us a bit more of a sense of what these planning funds will allow you to do in terms of continuing important operations and preparing all the needed changes that you outlined.
I think the planning funds will help us do the detailed work that we need to do. The biggest challenge is that until we have a buy-in from the city towards this work, we can't fundraise through other levels of government. There's no way to access additional funds, but the $700,000 that is allotted will get us to the stage that we can actually start working on the work. If there is an additional $4 million from the city, which we would be very grateful for, we will go forward immediately to the Department of Canadian Heritage, to the province of BC. We'll start looking at foundation work. We're ready to go, and the center really does need attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, I'll ask staff also about how else we can sort of reflect that commitment going forward in a way that's useful for that other funding. But you answered all of the other questions that I had, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. I do appreciate your service to the community and coming in today.
Thanks very much, and thanks for working so hard on behalf of us.
Thank you. Okay, Council, we're on to the next speaker, who is Jolene Timko, speaker number 3.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So my name is Jolene Timko, and I am a Vancouver resident. I support City Council in not recommending funding for the Mount Pleasant Park pool. I am therefore opposed to the Park Board amendment directing staff to explore the reallocation of $11.5 million to plan, design, and build the pool, a move which Commissioner Dumont called reckless governance. I've been a resident and homeowner in Mount Pleasant for 14 years. I've lived within 4 blocks of Mount Pleasant Park for all of these. I have 2 children and estimate that I am in or around the park 268 days of the year, in part due to our lack of a backyard. There seems to be an impression that residents of Mount Pleasant are aware of and generally supportive of the proposed pool. This is wrong. Awareness is very low and there is much opposition. So in the spirit of raising awareness, a petition was launched just over a month ago and now has almost 1,300 signatures of people opposed to the pool. Indeed, Chair Mckinnon acknowledged on Monday evening that during engagement around the capital plan, their board received more correspondence from people opposed to the pool than those in favor. They then ignored these engagement findings in outlining their amendment. Our community has grown and changed and will continue to do so. A dogmatic reliance on old engagement results is for a community that no longer exists and does not represent the Mount Pleasant of today. As a professional social scientist who has worked in community engagement for 15 years, I assure you that trying to use engagement data collected years, if not a decade ago, to represent current sentiments does not stand up to the scrutiny and best practices of engagement. So many people spend time in Mount Pleasant Park, and the reasons they do so are not going away. More people will continue to live in apartments. Many people will continue to value the health and well-being they experience from being in nature. In their own words, people signed the petition because, quote, the park is the perfect backyard for the entire community. The park is a necessary green space to those living in small apartments. The pool at Hillcrest is accessible, and there are plenty of bigger parks close by where a pool would make sense. On this last point, size matters for parks with outdoor pools. New Brighton is about 10 times larger, Hillcrest nearly 7 times, and Maple Grove about 4 times larger than Mount Pleasant Park. So much has changed in our neighborhood in the past decade also that makes Mount Pleasant Park the wrong location for an outdoor pool now. The pool directly conflicts with Van Play's goal number 2 regarding preserving existing green spaces, recognizing Mount Pleasant as a low green space neighborhood. We have more new traffic calming measures, including the expanded Ontario Greenway restricting traffic at the park. All parking spaces in the park's tiny, small lot are reserved for VSB and Our House Child Care Center only. The densification of the Canby Corridor, Olympic Village, of course the Broadway plan. There's now a skate park, larger playground, community garden, and basketball court which did not exist when the former pool was in place. And climate change. Given changes that have arrived in our neighborhood, the densification that is still to come, these green spaces with tree cover that are offered by parks like Mount Pleasant will be in even higher demand than they are now. A poorly situated, standalone $20 million pool is an unwise investment when there are much-needed upgrades to aging community facilities, including existing outdoor pools, amidst a huge funding shortfall. Compared to the other speakers I've heard today, I'm a bit embarrassed, frankly, that this pool is even being considered when there are so many more important issues. I support efforts to co-locate future outdoor pools in regions where there is easier access, less traffic congestion, ample parking, and most importantly, more space. Mount Pleasant Park offers none of these. So I urge you to do whatever you can to remove Mount Pleasant Park pool from funding consideration. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your time today. You do have a questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for speaking, Council. A couple of follow-up questions. You mentioned in terms of looking at the current context and the densification. Just wondering if you think coming off the Broadway plan and the discussion around the importance of green space and livability, that's another consideration for Council, and also with respects to equity around outdoor pools. For example, we've heard that South Vancouver is deficient, and so there is a vision to have an outdoor pool at the Marple area, recognizing that you have Hillcrest closer to Mount Pleasant. Do you have any comments on those two thoughts?
Yeah, well, definitely, I think in terms of locating and co-locating, ideally, outdoor pools, this location doesn't seem to make sense. It's still on the west side. It's in an area that overlaps with the jurisdictions of other outdoor pools. There does seem to be a dearth and much a desire. And as far as I understand from the park board meeting the other night, that Marple is much further along and should be prioritized. Oh, apologies for that. Also, I think that with the Broadway plan, it's just going to re-emphasize the importance of green spaces. What is slated for change in our neighborhood along Ontario and 12th Avenue and 16th and Broadway, I think that turning something that is a valuable green space with, carbon sequestering trees and replacing it with more concrete when we already have higher densification in the planning is just a bad move, frankly.
Okay, and then with respect to co-location events, Flash Strategy also identified the opportunity potentially for an outdoor pool in conjunction with Hillcrest to leverage the existing facilities, staff infrastructure, that sort of thing. The fact that, as you said, there's existing facilities in a larger site there. Is that something that makes sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I was under the impression actually that was recommended originally from the park board to be funded. So it definitely makes more sense to have a second tank built at Hillcrest. I mean, it has ample parking. It has an enormous green space, as I mentioned, multiple times larger than Mount Pleasant Park. So, and certainly within the people who responded to the survey, they feel that Hillcrest is easily accessible. I don't think it's unreasonable to have to travel 15 blocks to an outdoor pool. These are, I may differ with other people. I feel like this is more of a luxury item, whereas I see green spaces as a mental health benefit and a necessity.
Okay, thanks, Jolene. I appreciate you taking the time to speak.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Thank you so much for calling in today. And I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Marjorie Duda.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Marjorie Duda. I sit on the board of the Mount Pleasant Community Centre Association, and I'm with the Vancouver Society for Promotion of Outdoor Pools. And thank you for welcoming me to speak today. I oppose the capital plan in its current form, seeing the need for more funds for parks and recreation facilities and the now deferred Marple pool. Along with all the other hardworking park board partners and volunteers of community centre associations, I would also like to see more funds for community centre renewals. Community centres have become a literal lifeline for many in our city. In addition to everything that we typically expect from them, they're providing meals, warming, cooling, clothing, showers, and toilets. And we support our communities to be resilient, to grow, and to persevere and support one another. But even as the needs are rising, the funds are not in this plan to sustain and renew these facilities. The Broadway plan provides nothing for parks and recreation facilities, yet the value of them to our city is surely understood by everyone here. If we do not invest in these facilities, they risk going the way of outdoor swimming pools in Vancouver, which have been reduced to only 2 operational public outdoor swimming pools at present. Vancouver had almost 1,300 private outdoor swimming pools as of 2017, and I have a hunch that only a tiny percentage of these would be in all of East Vancouver combined. So I'm very, very pleased with Park Board's reallocation of funds for Mount Pleasant Pool, which has been bumped from so many previous capital plans, was at one time included, and look forward to seeing this returns to benefit the broader community, including the ability to provide public washrooms 365 days of the year. The cost of operating the old Mount Pleasant Pool compared favorably to other aquatic facilities per the cost analysis that I previously sent to Council, even for a pool built with 1960s technology. So a pool built today within our climate action lens will be even more efficient to operate, and a simple pool cover reduces 95% of water loss to evaporation and retains heat. With the Broadway plan and additional concrete we expect to see, the small amount of concrete for a swimming pool that benefits so many people in the growing community is not a threat to the environment. I would love to see Council allocate additional funds to top up the Park Board reallocation for Mount Pleasant Pool to the total amount required, which is less than a 0.25% increase, a very small amount in the total capital plan. We know and acknowledge that this land was not always a park. This is traditional Coast Salish territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. When the land was taken from them in the late 1800s, it was parceled out for development. Houses were built around the new industries. Creeks and streams were filled in where there were once many walkable beaches. And then in the 1960s, Park Board bought the land in order to build a community center and a swimming pool at the site now known as Mount Pleasant Park. Thankfully, Park Board thought to provide for the growing community, and all these years later, redeveloped the community park to again include the outdoor pool, as well as areas for relaxing, socializing, picnicking, and other play areas. Park Board also included a clear plan in their aquatic strategy to build the outdoor pool, and today I thank those councillors who supported this when they were on Park Board. I'm fully supportive of the Park Board amendment requesting additional funds for Marple Pool in this capital plan. I believe that additional funds could be provided for Mount Pleasant Pool, and ask Council to look at increasing the overall allocation to parks and recreation over future capital plans. So thanks for listening.
Thank you for calling in. Councillor Dejanova has questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. Thanks for making the time to speak to us. I can't count the times you've spoken at Park Board and Council on this very item, but I have some questions for you. I understand that the board did pass this request, the Park Board, and it came to Council. It was one of the questions I'd asked staff, but I understand right now that there might not be sufficient CACs that would be funding this. If we instead, as a council, were to support the request of Park Board to look at this and have our staff explore this possibility and ask our staff to report back to us sort of within the next update or a period of updates that would be appropriate where we might be able to see this move forward, would that be something you'd be supportive of?
Well, I would always be supportive of making this happen. I can't say that asking for another report back is going to actually move this along to happening now. I think that the Park Board reallocation of funds essentially it directs staff to find the money and make this happen in this capital plan, and any additional monies that could come forward from council, from what you're suggesting, of course, would be more than welcome. I think starting to look at other opportunities and other pools and digging up and building bigger here or there would be looking at so many years ahead. And, right now we're kind of at a critical point with our shortage of outdoor swimming pools.
I understand. Just in the last minute that I have, another councillor had asked a question of a speaker that came before you about possibly having an outdoor pool at Hillcrest and sort of having that sort of coexisting and co-located with some of the other amenities there. Is that sufficient for you and your supporters and the people in Mount Pleasant neighborhood? Or do you feel very strongly that it needs to be replaced in Mount Pleasant where it was before?
I feel very strongly that it needs to be replaced in Mount Pleasant because of where it's situated in the broader community it serves, going, all the way across the eastern part of the city as well, up, Clark Drive, Falls Creek, and, even the Hastings community that used it and have also lost their outdoor pool. Having to go through a consultation at Hillcrest and all of the people who were already, upset about the traffic and the number of things going on in that community, and then again dig up and rejig the whole plumbing system to try to fit in a different swimming pool. We're looking at too many years down the road, and I think we've got a big aquatic facility there and sports fields and things going on. I don't even think that Hillcrest Park could adequately accommodate what we're talking about. And again, if to do so would take years.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doug.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Marjorie. The pool that was there before was taken out in 2010, correct?
2009.
2009. And why was it removed?
It was removed because the community center that was on the site was not able to operate anymore. The pool had essentially also reached the end of its lifespan, and the operating system of the pool sat in the building, in the community center building. So when Park Board was going to build a new community center that got located or sited at 1 Kingsway, the park then went into a redevelopment design process and very big public consultation, which came out supporting the replacement of the outdoor swimming pool, over 80%. The people that seek the green space were highly represented in that. 19% wanted to see green space, and that's why both are represented in the plan that includes the pool.
So the pool would be, what, I believe 25 meters?
Yes, and it has to go to design process first, but that was certainly that was what the old pool was, and we'd be looking for similar.
So is this a pool that would be used, I mean, it's outdoor, so it's only going to be used in good weather. Primary uses, is it swimming lessons, swim club? Can you elaborate on what the
swimming lessons, aquafit classes, boys and girls clubs, seniors, low dive boards, high dive boards, training, lap, fitness, rehabilitation, really, you name it. People just going in for that wonderful experience of being able to cool off in a body of water on a hot day. And it's not just 100 days a year, and it's not just in good weather. People used it the whole time it was open, and we're not talking about something that operates for 100 days, period. First of all, we can extend the pool season quite easily. Second, we're talking about an amenity that is going to serve the broader community for the next 40 to 60 years.
So it's not just a wading pool?
Oh, no, it's a swimming pool. The last one, there was a low dive board and a high dive board. It was a whole rite of passage for people, and professional divers practiced their dive. It was the last outdoor swimming pool in Vancouver, public outdoor swimming pool with a high dive board. And, line up at the board every day.
But it was the same length as the old Percy Norman pool, if you remember that. It was, if it was 25 meters.
It was a 25-meter pool.
Yeah. Okay, and so it was removed because a combination of things of closing of the old Mount Pleasant Community Center and end of life.
Correct.
Great, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for questions for you. Thanks so much for calling in and sharing your thoughts with us on the capital plan. I'm going to
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Jason McGarry, speaker number 5.
Hello, do you have me? Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can. Up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Jason McGarry. I live in Vancouver. I am past president, current vice president, and treasurer of Hastings Community Association. I sit on the community association group at the PNE as well. I'm a PAC member at my local children's school, and I'm an APG member, all presidents group member for the community centers. Aside from that, I'm just an ordinary, average citizen that cares about Vancouver, and I'm deeply passionate and concerned about my immediate community of Hastings Sunrise. I'm not a politician or a professional speaker by any stretch. I do wear a lens and bias towards making my community safe, accessible, engaging, barrier-free, and to help promote good physical and mental health. I ask Council to remove their lens and political party bias and vote unanimously to amend and approve this capital plan to add funding to renew 3 community centers. It truly is an altruistic act. Within the draft capital plan discussion guide sent out to citizens of Vancouver, proposed investments within the 2023-2026 capital plans are guided by the following priorities. So when you hear these put into there, how a community center, new community center renewal would fit. Renew and upgrade aging community public safety and civic facilities to strengthen community resilience and business continuity. 1, preserve and create affordable housing and childcare to attract and retain our workforce and grow our economy. If you add housing to low-income housing to a community center, that would fit that bill too. Plus, we could expand childcare and add a senior center. Also, advance climate adaptation and mitigation investment. So, in a new community center, you could build it with LEED building standards and use possibly geothermal heating and cooling or bare minimum heat pump installation. And as far as funding, you could use the city contributions, development contributions, and partner contributions, which is, to me, a trifecta of contributions. Type of infrastructure that are included in the draft capital plan that community centers do fit is childcare, parks and open spaces, arts and culture, community facilities, and it can also be housing, as I stated. If you look at page 16 of the capital plan proposed investment by funding source, I looked at all those numbers and it only added up to 96%. So I see 4% left over for community center renewals, potentially. Between April 28th and May 29th, the city engaged residents and business owners in Vancouver to hear their views on this draft. Of that, there was 3,650 responses. There was strong support for renewing aging infrastructure at 85%. Building new and expanding infrastructure and amenities, over 75%. Adapting and evolving existing infrastructure, that was over 80%. Advocate and pursue federal and provincial funding, 85%. Key objectives in here was to maintain the city's critical infrastructure and amenities in an appropriate state of repair. Optimize the city's network of infrastructure and amenities to address equity, support, growth, and economic development. Hastings Community Center offers equity, diversity, and inclusion. It serves everyone, including the marginalized and patrons that face economic and social barriers that are underserved. And many of our patrons, English is their second language, so they have barriers there as well. Community centers offer equitable access to recreation programming. We offer subsidies for low-income people. The APG and Park Board staff went through an extensive and fair, transparent process to determine priorities for community center renewal. On that priority, there was 11 indicated that were in need of renewal. Important work has been done for good reasons, and we need to see that through. At a bare minimum, I would insist that this council help move the community center strategy renewal process forward by providing $2 million to fund the initial planning process in order to address the aging infrastructure deficit, which also aligns with Van Play and the community center strategy recommendation. They recommend 2 new renewals per capital plan. Of the 24 on the list, 11, as I said, have been identified in need. If only 2 make it on each capital plan every 4 years, it'll be 2050 before the top 11 are renewed. So I share my sentiments with the Renfrew president, Albert Lee, who spoke passionately before, and hope and implore that some funding is found for this.
Thank you so much. That's the 5 minutes. Do want to thank you for calling in today and your service to the community. I am going to move on to the next speaker, number 6, Sabrina Torr.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council and City staff members for your time and dedication to the city. My name is Sabrina Torr. I am a lifelong Vancouver resident, and I would like to state my opposition to the amendments made by the Parks Board on Monday to have staff look to reallocate funds from the capital budget to fund an outdoor pool in Mount Pleasant Park. The board openly acknowledged the great opposition to an outdoor pool in the park and even noted that the opposition may have surpassed the support at this point, but they failed to listen to what the community is saying. Taking funds from areas that the city staff have deemed important is, in fact, as Commissioner Dumont noted, reckless governance. The board needs to be held accountable and needs to address more pressing matters, such as putting more money towards upgrading facilities that are approaching the point of no repair, washroom facilities in parks across the city, and upgrading fields to allow for optimal utilization. With a laundry list of items we need funding for, an outdoor pool in Mount Pleasant Park should be the last on the minds of the Parks Board. I urge the Council to direct the Parks Board to listen to the people of the neighborhood and the city and to stop pushing their own personal agendas. I will end by saying that plans are things that change, and change shows growth. So it's okay for us to say that plans we made 15 years ago just don't make sense today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's no questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker, who's Stephen Roberts. Thank you for waiting so patiently. 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. No problem at all. Mayor, councilors, ladies and gentlemen, members of the city staff. As you will know, capital plan is an important foundation for setting out our municipal priorities for the years to come. It lays out our expectations and our finance needs that will allow for the city to meet the needs of its residents in the years ahead. It is an essential and efficient to the operations of the city over the longer term. And I would commend staff here today for the detailed plan they've presented to council. Of course, capital plans are subject to change as circumstances change. They have to be flexible to allow for things such as the unexpected largesse of one or more levels of senior government, and flexible enough to allow a response to things such as changing economic circumstances that create hardship for the city's residents. They also set the tone and the direction for civic spending over the 4 years covered and perhaps beyond. My comments today are on the composition of this plan that we see before us. I would like to note first on the expenditure side that despite a 26% overall increase from the last capital plan, and despite an increase in the renewal funding to address Vancouver's infrastructure deficit, we still have a significant deficit that has to be addressed. Yet this new 2023-2026 plan anticipates new amenities and infrastructure, additional housing and childcare, and significant climate action spending. Whereas most of us believe these to be laudable initiatives, they are not our core city services and are better dealt with by senior levels of government. We saw from your very own survey this morning in the staff's notes that over 90% of people would like to see the provincial and federal governments step up to their responsibilities on housing. We also saw that 90% of the people were not necessarily in favor of adding more amenities that would, of course, cause more expenses over time for the city's residents. Does it make sense to continue down this path when our own house is not in order, continue to expand the scope and the spending template for civic government? On the revenue composition side of the capital plan, I would begin my comments by looking at the city of Hong Kong. And I'd like to refer you to an essay from the Carnegie Endowment from June 2011, titled Hong Kong's Land Policy by Alice Poon, who worked in property development in Hong Kong and also authored a book called Land and the Ruling Class in Hong Kong. While Hong Kong and Vancouver are not the same place, they do share quite a number of similarities. Both, unfortunately, are renowned for their high property prices. Hong Kong's are stratospheric and not something we should be aspiring to here in Vancouver. In Hong Kong, the government controls the supply of land and sells it to bidding developers. It charges a land premium on the site, depending on what the developer will be building. There are clear parallels here with our own Vancouver rezoning policies and DCLs and CACs. The two cities are also similar in their approach to civic budgeting, using this land base to raise money through sales, leases of government land, land premiums, and developer contributions, which, according to the essayist Ms. Poon, and I quote, when coupled with an addiction to earmarking proceeds from land sales and lease modifications specifically for infrastructure investments, seems to have created a Gordian knot situation for the government, end quote. Between 1970 and 1996, land revenue in Hong Kong, a jurisdiction that also has the tools of corporate and personal taxes at its disposal, accounted for 33% of annual government budget revenue. Adding in taxes on property developers and mortgage portfolio profits, this number jumps to 45%. Interestingly, in the capital plan before us today, the very narrow development contributions in cash and in kind that we see in the plan account for about 45% of the overall number. Further, according to Ms. Poon's essay, Hong Kong's land revenue focus has been the chief contributor to creating a property market oligopolies, enabling a few real estate behemoths to dominate. Are we not in danger of crowding out the small players here in Vancouver by rezonings that favor those with deep pockets who can pay ever higher DCLs and build larger, more expensive concrete towers, such as those this council just approved in the Broadway plan? To quote again from the report by Ms. Poon, with its implications for Vancouver quite clear, I quote again, yet home buyers have been the ones shouldering the land cost burden, which is often referred to as a hidden tax because developers usually can pass it on to purchasers after skimming off profits. I can tell you from personal experience as a resident working in Hong Kong for many years that the low taxes and the low salaries taxes, personally, were no match for the hefty rents and property prices, which were by far and above more punitive than any taxes the government could levy on income. In Vancouver, we already have provincial and federal taxes,
We're
Vancouver
just
residents can hardly afford to pay for more because of city policies that actually fuel property price inflation.
We are at the 5-minute mark, but you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Stephen. When we heard from staff earlier, they noted in the survey that was conducted that the public generally favored developer funding as a principal source of revenue to fund the capital plan. How would you interpret that fact?
I think we all like to think that there's a free lunch out there somewhere. Unfortunately, there isn't. There's no free lunch. There's no free amenities. Someone has to pay for them. How's the developer going to pay to feed the city the development cost levies? He has to raise the prices on what he sells and sell that on to consumers. The consumer is going to have to pay for this in the end. The buck stops with the one rate paper that there is in the city, and that's the resident, the home buyer.
So some of the developer revenue that we receive is in exchange as part of the rezoning process. Do you see a correlation between land inflation and rezoning in this case?
Absolutely 100%. If you're going to be able to make a significant profit from the rezoning of a piece of land that the city is looking at, then there's going to be inflation on the prices in the neighborhood around about, and also on that specific piece of land, it's going to cost more. The developer can only also get his money back that he's had to pay to the city if he raises prices higher than they would be. And similarly, if you're going to build concrete towers, which are more expensive than, say, timber framed, which BC has a natural advantage in, then you're also going to increase the costs. And that seems to be the direction we are going in Vancouver, is approving more concrete towers that cost more money, with more development cost levies and more community amenities, further increasing the costs for all the citizens. It's a vicious circle up.
So I think I heard that when you combine both the cash and in-kind elements, that 45.5% of the capital budget is being funded in one way, shape, or form by development. Given that, how would you suggest a process of managing growth? Because it seems to me that if our objective is to generate revenue from rezoning and development, it does create an inflationary spiral.
We're also at the same time, I think, as creating an inflationary spiral, pitting residents against each other. Those who would like to see a peaceful, livable neighborhood, a human scale neighborhood, versus those who are looking for amenities. We have to cut our coats according to our cloth, is an old maxim. The city did that up until 15 years ago without cost development levies and community amenity charges. So we should be able to do that again and continue to deliver the kind of services that our residents want. I did note in the survey that the staff reported as well that there was not a great desire for more amenities, which ultimately cost more money for maintenance.
Thanks so much. You're at your 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
We're going to go to Councillor Boyle, up to 3
Thanks,
minutes.
everyone.
Thanks so much. Sorry if I missed it, but I'm interested to hear if there are concrete changes that you're suggesting we make in this capital plan.
I'm suggesting that the amount of money, hundreds of millions of dollars that we're going to spend on housing is more appropriately spent by senior levels of government and shouldn't be a burden to the citizens of Vancouver exclusively. The money that we're spending on that could be used for some of the infrastructure deficit that staff is also telling us exists, where we're underfunded by $500 million a year, it seems. We need to address that issue, put our own house in order before we start expanding out into other areas that are really not the core jurisdiction for the city.
Okay, and where that senior government funding around housing requires partner funding, would you support us just foregoing that senior funding then if we don't have our own municipal funding available to match?
Well, I think there are negotiations involved when dealing with the senior levels of government. We don't need senior levels of government to download their responsibilities onto the city and onto civic taxpayers. I mean, they'll all try it. Everyone tries it, but that's not the way it should be proceeding. We need to, argue back that it's their responsibility fundamentally.
Sure, and I think we all do that. I'm interested then to hear if we aren't funding or contributing some funds to housing solutions, and one of the outcomes is increased street disorder, is your preference that we pay for that out of our operating budget in other policing and BIA supports and other avenues rather than through housing in the capital plan?
Well, so we've had increased funding for civic-driven housing in Vancouver for the last 15 years. We probably have more street disorder in the downtown east side than we've ever had. The proposals being put forward on the Arbutus corridor for the SRO housing that was debated last night and will continue for many more nights.
We shouldn't go to that topic. That's an active public hearing.
It's an active topic, but it's also relevant. People are unhappy with that approach.
Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle.
Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Stephen, you seem to suggest that of the $617 million that's allocated in the plan that we could potentially take $500 million or $500 million and reallocate it to other priorities, but the majority of that money for housing is from in-kind. I think 2/3 of it, at least. Majority is from in-kind housing delivery of turnkey units or contribution. So it's not that it's cash in the bank per se. It's actually only 1/6 of that $617 million is city funding, and usually coming through the provision of city land. So I'm wondering why you didn't make note of that in your presentation.
Well, in-kind contributions are still a cost to the citizens of Vancouver. It's not free money just raining down on us. It comes from somewhere. It's a tax on people who ultimately have to buy the properties. It takes away from property that might earn revenue for the city of Vancouver so that it could fund its maintenance programs. It's not just free money.
So you would rather, just to be clear then, just clarify that point, you would rather that we didn't take the in-kind affordable housing and that we just took cash. We didn't take affordable housing, even though that we're hearing that housing is the #1 priority from people, and the city should use its levers and tools to do that without directly spending property taxes per se.
Housing is a priority, but more appropriately dealt with by the provincial government. I'm not suggesting overnight that we take out the $600–700 million worth of housing allocated, but what I am suggesting is that we're on a slippery slope into a place where we end up with social division and only people who are able to afford the inflated prices of land being able to actually have housing, and then we're left with trying to look after the remainder who cannot afford to buy housing because we've deliberately taken on policies that cause the inflation of the prices of land and property in the city.
Okay, but it is expensive now, so you don't think we should strive for affordability for what we can with the regulatory tools? We should just leave
We should strive for affordability.
Any kind of, let me just finish the question.
Sorry.
We should just leave any sort of engagement or policy levers just to federal government investment and not use the regulatory tools to get affordable housing. Is that what I'm hearing?
There are tools we can use 100%, but what I'm saying is we have to be conscious of how we also contribute to the inflation in property values. The constant cycle of rezoning of demands for property levies and for community amenities. Those things all contribute to raising costs in the city. We can use other tools at our disposal, but we have to recognize we need to start to back this up before we get into a situation we can't get out of, a Gordian knot, so to speak.
Okay, I hear that's loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Deschanel has questions for you.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm not there in person, but I did want to ask you. I mean, Councillor Kirby-Young just followed up one of her questions by asking about regulatory tools. As far as I'm concerned, we're talking about the capital budget. Is that what you're understanding? So what you're talking about, what you see outside of the scope of the city isn't the regulatory tools, it's the investment we'd actually be making in housing beyond even just land. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're talking about the capital budget. I'm talking about the way we've laid it out. There are other tools, of course, at the city's disposal, but that's not part of the capital budget.
Okay, and by that, can I ask, and you don't have to answer me, but are you talking about sort of the development of housing?
Well, I wasn't specifically speaking about the regulatory tools. That was Councillor Kirby-Young's question. I don't know which tools she was suggesting we might use.
The development of housing. Like, I mean, when we talk about regulatory tools like permitting, licensing, development permits, I see that as regulatory tools that we have to make things more affordable. But we're looking at a capital budget and the millions of dollars in here on housing. Specifically, can you speak a little bit more as to what you shared with us in your presentation that you think might be outside of the scope of our jurisdiction as a city?
Well, housing is a provincial authority as laid out in the Constitution. That's where housing it sits. It doesn't sit with municipalities. Municipalities provincial governments and federal governments partner, of course. The feds also weighed in and provide money for housing as well, but strictly speaking, it's not theirs to administer. It's the provinces. So that's where we should be looking for guidance, direction, and in fact, funding for this, rather than taking it to the citizens of Vancouver. And the only way we're trying to cobble together an approach where we find money wherever we can, and that seems to be rezoning constantly to feed a desire for more amenities and more services. And that itself creates discontent in our neighborhoods and in our city, and it creates unaffordability and affects the livability of the city. So that's what I think we're talking about here with this capital plan.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm just going to go, yeah, thanks. I actually have a question for you just to get it straight. So you're saying in this particular capital plan, we should cut all money that we're dedicating to housing?
I did not say that we should cut all of it, but the last part of my comments were that we have to pass a capital plan. We need to be able to go to the electorate and look for plebiscite funding to fund the 20% that is going to be debt. So I didn't say that we should cut all of that out and completely redo this plan today.
How much should we cut of it?
You might want to start with 20% or something like that. See how that works for you.
We should reduce our spending on housing by 20%. That's what you're suggesting we should do.
I'm suggesting we should look at that. You should look at those options. And then you wouldn't have the same need for development amenities, development costs surveys. I mean, we're on a slippery slope here. We're going to a place where we're going to be constantly having to ask developers for money, and it's not developers who are ultimately going to pay for that. It's the citizens, the residents of Vancouver who wish to buy a home. So just adding housing to your budget actually makes it less affordable for the average resident of Vancouver.
And so your solution is not to do that?
My solution is not for the city of Vancouver to be the people that have to pay for that by themselves. It's a provincial responsibility. It's not the city's responsibility to provide that housing.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 3. Might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, sorry. So, are you running for council?
I have not filed papers to run for council, but I am affiliated with the party and I'm considering that, yes.
So do you know how many homeless people we have in the city?
I do not know the exact number, Councillor. No, I'm sorry.
Do you have a ballpark?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a ballpark number?
10, 15,000? You can tell me better, I'm sure.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what the difference in life expectancy between a homeless person and a housed person is?
I'm sure it's not good.
Do you know that the city has done consultations and polling that says that over 70% of residents want us to spend money on affordable housing and services for people who are homeless?
70% of people want somebody to spend more money on housing. Whether it's the city that does it, the province, or the federal government is a different matter. It's not the city's responsibility to house everybody who arrives here, with due respect, Councillor.
If the feds and the province refuse to deal with homelessness, do you think we should just let those folks suffer?
I don't think we can let the feds and the provincial government refuse to deal with it. It's an issue that they are partly responsible for. And we've seen from the... Sorry.
But how do you get them to do it?
Well, you may know better than I. It sounds like you are an aspiring provincial politician yourself with your agenda, so I would wish you luck in getting them to help.
So are you going to run on a platform of not funding housing and homelessness?
I don't think it's a platform of not funding housing and homelessness. It's a responsible platform of what can this city afford, what should taxpayers legitimately be paying for, and are we actually contributing to an unaffordable city, which is the thing none of us want. None of us want to have an unlivable place where it's too expensive for we and our children and our grandchildren to live. We've got to look at what we might be doing that contributes to that problem. And I think this approach, as evidenced by the essay from Hong Kong, is that dependence on developer contributions contributes to housing unaffordability. And we don't want that.
And spending money to help people who are homeless contributes to unaffordability.
We have to spend money to help the homeless, I'm sure. It's the provincial government's responsibility.
Okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
And thanks for your questions.
That's it for questions. Thanks for coming in and good luck in your endeavors.
Thank you for your time today.
Thanks. Let's see. We're on to speaker number 8, Anita Romaniak. Speaker number
Now,
8.
can you hear me?
Oh, sure can. Yep. Please go ahead. Up to 5
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. Take a speakerphone off. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now. I am past president of Mount Pleasant Community Center Association, and as such, I participated in the CCA Renewal, Community Center Renewal program as one of the CCA reps. And we came up together with Park Board with a list of 11 community centers that desperately need renewal, with a timeline of 30 years, and none of them are on this capital plan. I mean, I think you as councillors have heard about this, and I'm sure you probably agree with us that this is not going to get us to where we need to be to cope with both growth and deteriorating infrastructure. One deteriorated infrastructure, not a community center, but a pool, just almost collapsed a few months ago, so we know what neglecting infrastructure renewal can get you. I know you're pursuing alternate sources of funding. Please pursue everything you can. It doesn't make sense to me that if you build a new community center to replace one that's inadequate, you are building it for growth, so why doesn't it qualify for DCL funding just because it's replacing an old center or, at least renewing it? So there's that. There's bringing in a progressive property tax, and as a taxpayer, I support that. And also just generally seeking funds from the federal governments. CCAs as nonprofits, that's community center associations, if you haven't heard that one before, as nonprofits can support you in your efforts to get federal and provincial money. So let us know if you want us to help lobby along with you, because we are so desperate to renew our community centers. We will support you. I would like to address the 2 motions passed by Park Board on Monday night. I support, as a member of Vancouver Society for Promotion of Outdoor Pools, Marple's pool getting funding within this capital plan and not the next one. There was some suggestion that they might qualify for DCLs in the near future rather than after 4 years, and any other funds you might be able to find for their pool. South Vancouver is short of pools, and even the climate change causing this weird weather, especially the heat domes, they really need one in that part of the city. I support building Mount Pleasant Pool as soon as possible, so I should also support that motion. Swimming, I am a senior, and swimming is something I can do even though I have arthritis in my knee and upper hips, and it's also good for mental health. I mean, at a different part of my life when I was a student, I went swimming in the morning before my MBA classes, and one of my professors noted that when I went swimming before classes, as opposed to days when I didn't, that I was much more alert and participating in discussions and whatnot. And I'm sure that as a senior, it will help keep my mental health as well. And that is by far the closest pool to where I live. And I know from fellow board members on the Mount Pleasant Community Center Association that it's the people on the east side of Mount Pleasant that really appreciated that pool, because to get to Hillcrest from the northeast part of Mount Pleasant is a long way. The closest other pool to them is probably Britannia, but that doesn't have an outdoor pool. Maybe when Britannia is renewed, they will have, but as I'm sure you all know, Britannia's still in the planning stages. Mount Pleasant Pool can be built now, and I am all in favor of, I mean, it said 30% of the green space
Thank you.
might have to go, but I think with design it can be less than 30% because you can shift things around.
Thanks so much.
And,
You're at your 5 minutes, but Councillor Swanson.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't hear you the first time.
Oh, sorry, that's
you
no
sound
problem.
very faint.
Well,
Thank you.
I was just trying to give you a little nudge there, but Councillor Swanson has questions for you.
Hi, Anita. Thanks for coming in or phoning in.
Yeah.
It's a really hard job because there's so many things that are really excellent to fund, like arts and culture things, community facilities, sewers, housing. There's so many things that we desperately need. And I was really pleased to hear you say that we need a progressive property tax. But given that we don't have that at this point, would you be into paying higher regressive property taxes to fund some of this stuff?
Well, I personally would, yes. I mean, I obviously can't speak for everybody else, but this year I hit the over $3 million value of my property, so I actually am proud to say that I am now paying more property tax because I have now qualified for it, and I benefited greatly from taxpayers funding my higher education, without which myself and my late husband would not have had as much wealth as we do. I wasn't rich. We're not rich, but we are well off. And I would like to give back to the community now that I actually have the money, which I did not when I was growing up.
That's nice to hear. And now that you've hit the $3 million mark on your house, you're giving the money to the province, not to us.
I thought there was it is going to the province, and I would certainly be in favor of a tax that also went to the city. I mean, that, however, I think requires a change from the provincial government, does it not?
It requires a change in the charter, at least, yeah. Thank you for phoning.
Thanks. Thank you for calling in. That's it for questions for you. Okay. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Councillor, speaker number 10, Avia Lachterman. Lachterman. Speaker number 10.
Yes, hello, do you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Oh, yes, hello. My name is Aviva Lachterman, and I fully support the Park Board motions of Monday night to reallocate funds for Mount Pleasant Pool and to fully fund Marple Pool in this capital plan. I also want to see Council allocate funds needed to fully fund the Mount Pleasant Pool. There is no benefit to keep on delaying the building of this pool because Second Beach and New Brighton Pool are already becoming overcrowded and sold out, as everyone is flocking there because those are the only two outdoor public pools in operation right now. I live in the West End with my young daughter, where the Second Beach pool is our go-to pool. But lately, it has been impossible to access because it has been sold out. We tried going there with a group of her friends from Lord Roberts Elementary School on Monday, waited half an hour in the drop-in line, and were denied access because there was just no room. I am really shocked and heartbroken also that so many of the people opposed to the Mount Pleasant Pool are parents like myself with kids. I would be delighted to even have a small pool in a park close to my residence. I mean, to worry about losing green space in a city that is practically a botanical garden is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. It is not an extension of their backyard for the few people that live in the Mount Pleasant Park area oppose it. It's not their backyard. It belongs to everyone in Vancouver. They are already privileged enough to live in such a beautiful area compared to people living in the South Fraser district or Marple, which doesn't have as much green space. And also, it is not a luxury at all to have outdoor pools, as Ms. Timko and Ms. Tour have implied. Having an outdoor pool is a necessity for a healthy city, for one's physical and mental health, for one's personal development and team sports. Even in less developed countries in the world, there are way more outdoor pools, because I've lived in some of them and I can tell you firsthand. This is an embarrassment for Vancouver to only have 2 functioning outdoor pools this year, where we normally have 3. All the other major cities in Canada have way more outdoor pools than Vancouver, yet they have shorter summer seasons than we do. For example, Montreal has 74, Toronto has 57, Winnipeg has 10, and Edmonton and Calgary have more. I don't have the figures here. We need the outdoor pools evenly dispersed, not just on the west side of the city and the edges of the shorelines. In having outdoor pools dispersed all over Vancouver, this will help in providing more equitable access to everyone, to people living as far out as southeast Vancouver, where there is no close access at all to outdoor pools. Then there's the argument, that we have the whole ocean. We don't need pools. Well, just a while ago, we couldn't even use English Bay or Second Beach because there was an E. coli outbreak. And furthermore, our oceans aren't ideal enough to teach young kids to swim in, because you got to walk way out to reach a deep end. And then there's also some safety issues with the tides coming in. And people on the east side don't have easy access to the ocean. With climate change and the risk of rising tides, we also have to invest away from the shoreline. Vancouver also benefits from park board amenities, which we need to improve our quality of life as the city grows. This means we should also invest more in wading pools, and as opposed to spray parks, because wading pools cool. I find that in a wading pool, it's easier to get cool off than a spray park. And you can even have those pop-up standing pools. If it gets really hot, why not just bring in some of those that people have in their backyards? With hotter summers, people need pools to cool off in, and kids greatly benefit from swimming lessons in the summer. Summer is the best time for kids to learn to swim. So I'm curious if those people that are opposed, a lot of families, do their kids know how to swim? Is it important for them? Do they feel that learning to swim is important? Just a question. Anyhow, I implore the council to fully support these initiatives. And I am done. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thanks so much for calling in today. There are no questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker, but thanks for participating and sharing your views.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Speaker number 11 is Liz Jackman. Speaker number 11.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Hello. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Liz Jackman. I represent myself, and I live in Vancouver. I oppose the pool in Mount Pleasant Park, and I oppose the Park Board amendment to explore reallocating $11.5 million funds to plan, design, and build the Mount Pleasant Park outdoor pool. Separately, I would also like to express my immense disappointment that the expansion of Hillcrest Outdoor Pool is not in this capital plan. I live in Mount Pleasant with my partner and kids, aged 6 and 9, and yes, I do think that swimming lessons are important. Today, however, I offer no statistics. Instead, as an artist and theater creator, I'd like to create a picture about what this park means to me, my friends, and family. We live in a rented apartment. We all know housing in the Lower Mainland is wild. We don't have a yard, and we are not by far the only family to live this way in Mount Pleasant. We use this park almost daily, all year round. We've had nearly all of our kids' birthday parties in that field. After school and on the weekends, we hang out with friends, family, and other parents for picnics, barbecues, school sports days, live music performances, bike riding lessons, and impromptu bubble chasing parties. A huge advantage of this park is that from almost anywhere, I can see my kids and a gaggle of children they're palling around with. They can bike, explore the garden, and climb trees, all while I keep track of them, and they get to practice their independence. When the pandemic played Etch-a-Sketch with all of our lives, my kids were 3 and 6. The playground was closed, but the green field was open. It was this park that I brought my kids to start our day. We schooled from home on a blanket in the field, played our own made-up game called Spy School in the bushes, and met friends for distanced playdates. Having quick access to this green space, especially for our young family, was a must. It helps keep me sane, and I would venture to say its very existence all year round is mental health care. Replacing this field with a pool would take away an essential source of enjoyment for my family and families like mine. Today's voices matter. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you very much for calling in, though, and I'm going to move to the next speaker. Next speaker is number 12, Patrick Crossman.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can, and we can, and it's up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mayor Stuart and Council. I'm Patrick Crossman. I've lived on the corner of Quebec and 15th for almost 5 years. I am a simple citizen and soon-to-be father. Mayor Stuart, I'm proud to say I supported you in the 2018 election along with many of the current councillors, and I really appreciate your hard work and your dedication to our beautiful city. And I certainly support you in the next election, and I'm looking forward to that coming soon. I'm speaking today to oppose funding a pool in Mount Pleasant Park, including the proposed amendment to proceed with planning. There are many reasons to oppose this, not the least of which includes cost and environmental concerns, and many other people have spoken about those things. What I'd like to emphasize today is far simpler: logic and common sense. This is almost the literal definition of paved paradise to put up a parking lot. The green space is gorgeous. It's our community backyard, especially for those living in the many low-rises in the area who don't have a yard. What is the intrinsic value of having green space? It's very hard to walk past any green space and not feel just a little bit better. Sit there with your friends or your family members, enjoy a picnic, watch the sunset, reflect as the stresses of life disappear from your mind. There is essentially no other public green space in our neighborhood. I really recommend people take a look at the satellite view from Google Maps to see just how limited the green space is in Mount Pleasant. Protecting limited green space should be of the utmost importance, not ripping it apart and filling it with concrete and fencing. It's small but mighty and used all year long, our park, compared to a pool that would be used for just a quarter of the year. The park board should do a more thorough public consultation on this idea rather than rely on data that was collected 10, 15 years ago. I'll close by saying I truly believe we should be looking forward and moving forward together, not moving backwards. Mayor Stuart, councillors, please do your part to protect our beautiful, very limited, well-used, and greatly loved green space in Mount Pleasant. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for calling in. There are no questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Speaker number 13, Darren Sherbet.
Hi, does that sound check work?
Yep, it does. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor and Council. I've been a volunteer with youth soccer for over 15 years now. I represent a local community club in Central and East Vancouver with about 2,800 kids. I'm also a volunteer with the Water Vancouver Youth Soccer Association District with about 6,500 kids. If you add up volunteer coaches, managers, parent guardians, soccer alone represents almost 14,000 individuals in Vancouver. And as part of the Water Vancouver Field Sports Federation, we represent over 60,000 Vancouver residents. First, I'd like to extend thanks to the City and to the Parks Board for helping manage our fields across the last two challenging COVID years. Outdoor sports were one of the few bright spots that provided a much-needed venue for physical activity, group participation, and mental health. We had so many testimonies from parents thanking us for the lifeline that outdoor sports provided during the pandemic. Youth soccer is just one of many sports that depend on the Park Board fields to deliver to their community programming. Youth soccer is an inclusive sport for kids between 4 and 18 and panders to all levels of ability from recreational to competitive league. Our membership spans all socioeconomic demographics, multiple nationalities, and languages. We also have one of the highest participation rates of girls in organized sports at around 40%. Club soccer is also one of the first touch points for refugee kids in the communities and local schools. Many clubs now also actively provide programming for youth with disabilities. Soccer is a diverse and inclusive sport, and it depends on the well-maintained and safe fields that our city provides. More exciting recently for grassroots soccer and youth participation is the announcement that Vancouver is now going to host the World Cup. I heard Mayor Kennedy Stuart quote that Vancouver is thrilled to welcome the world to Vancouver 2026, and with that, with world-class amenities and excellent venues. Unfortunately for community sports fields that support soccer, this is not true, and Vancouver lags almost behind every other municipality in the Lower Mainland for sports field support. To iterate, Vancouver has one of the lowest ratios of active sports fields for residents. 7 of our 12 main synthetic fields have now passed or are nearing end of life without a clear plan to address their renewal, to the point where they're becoming increasingly unsafe to play or are routinely flooded in the winter. No new fields have been added in the last 3 years, despite funding in the prior capital plan, and a project as simple as simply adding lights to 2 existing fields to allow winter use has not been completed. Moreover, existing fields in central and east Vancouver, like Trillium and Annie Livingston, have become degraded with active crime and drug use to the point where they're rendering them increasingly unsafe to our youth. To underscore the serious nature of the safety of these fields, if Council is not already aware, in last October there was an assault and stabbing mid-field, mid-game, mid-afternoon on Sunday by non-soccer trespassers. Lastly, with the current state and inventory of the fields that we have in Vancouver, Vancouver has no ability to hold centralized tournaments for youth sports. If we want to play a tournament in Vancouver, we have to commute to Burnaby, Richmond, Surrey, or North Van, anywhere but Vancouver. None of this can currently be represented as a world-class or excellent venues, but it could be, which is why I'm here today. I'm speaking today to ensure that City Council approves the existing Parks Board motion to increase the 2023 to 26 capital plan by $7.7 million, and also urge them to complete on the initiatives associated with the unspent $9.4 million from the 2019 to 22 capital plan. Specifically, start the refurbishment of the 7 synthetic turf fields that are now ending near life, complete the installation of the new synthetic turf field from the 2019 to 22 plan, advance the construction of an additional turf field for 23-26, complete the installation of lights at Kitts and Hillcrest, and support the June 27th park motion just past Monday to add $7.7 million to the 23-26 plan. For perspective, a private school in Vancouver was able to build a brand new synth turf field in Vancouver in 2021 during peak COVID with significant civil works. Whistler also approved and built a synthetic turf field in 2019, and Victoria, Mayor Lisa Helps, arguably one of the more environmental progressive mayors, just approved a new synthetic turf field in Victoria this April. I hope that City Council, after listening to community input, will better understand the use and benefit these fields, particularly the synth turf fields over the winter, provide to our resident sports field population of over 60,000 residents. In addition to just providing sports, these fields also are a hub for the community, interactions with extended families, our large volunteer base, and provide some of the first leadership and job opportunities for high school students in coaching and referees. Our current park inventory is already oversubscribed and near end of life. I trust City Council will reconcile the past unspent capital plan budget and increase the current capital budget as approved in the park motion last Monday.
Thanks, Stuart. You're 5
Thanks for letting me speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you for letting me speak. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them or engage you to meet with the youth that use these fields.
Thanks so much. You do have questions? Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for speaking. I do have one question, and I wonder if you can just expand on what does it mean for local kids' ability to participate in the field sports and recreation when the fields are oversubscribed or when you can't hold those tournaments in our own municipality? What's the impact?
Well, first of all, it means that we have to rely and commute to other municipalities to do that. So the options for them to contribute on a community basis and play in neighborhood parks is limited. But it's also mostly the safety of their fields. Because many of these fields are nearing end of life, it is simply becoming increasingly unsafe to play on them. I'm talking about like torn ACLs, knees, or in some specific fields in the east side with respect to crime and safety.
Okay, is there...
For demographic purposes, just in terms of demographics, in our club of 2,800 kids, probably about half of them are under the age of 11, and of those, 40% are girls that participate in these sports.
Okay, and sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. Is there, in terms of, I know that the full ideal ask was an additional $7.7 million. Do you... I mean, obviously funds and budget are really tight right now, but this is important in terms of health and recreation. Are there priorities within that, or if council is not able to identify any opportunities to fund that full request? Is there a lesser amount?
I think we,
at this point?
yeah, so the priorities would be the safety and the renewal of the existing fields, because some, as I mentioned before, some are at end of life or near end of life. But I'm more concerned that there was $9.4 million in the last capital plan that is unspent, and to the best of our understanding, only $4 million of that is being carried over in terms of implementation across the next 3 years. The lights are probably a project that costs less than $250K, and they have not been installed for 2 years. You know, it basically stranded any use of those fields from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Friday for 2 years. So that, you know, that's a low-hanging fruit to remedy.
This came up with the lights with my term on Park Board in terms of trying to make those fields work for more hours of the day. What was the answer you're getting back from Park Board as to, excuse me, why the lights didn't move forward?
I guess difficulty in securing resources and implementation of the capital plan. You know, I know if there's a will, then there's a way. As I mentioned before, we saw a private school, Notre Dame, build a brand new field during peak Homewood. But I also appreciate that the city had many other competing interests for time and resources during those 3 years.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, I was just interested on the opportunity to collaborate with Vancouver School Board and others, like the field at Kitsilano, and I thought that was funded in the last capital budget. So, yeah, no, I really appreciate the insight you brought today and us looking at what opportunities we have to maximize the field. So, thanks for speaking.
You're welcome.
Thanks. That's it for questions. We're going to move on to speaker number 14, Deidre Glenn.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you like.
Okay, great. My name is Deirdre Glenn, and I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 15 years. For that entire time, I have lived across the street from Mount Pleasant Park. It's the heart of the community, a gathering space for people of all ages, and it is used year-round. I'm opposed to a pool at that site because it is such a well-used park. On any given day, it is used by people from morning to night. I have 2 kids who've grown up here and who use the park regularly. From birthday parties to playdates, from picnics to games of badminton and ball, they've taken advantage of the green space. As students at Simon Fraser, they have used the park at school for sports day, photography lessons, gardening, walks, and events honoring Indigenous culture. My kids do love swimming, but contrary to what many people in the pro pool camp say, we find Hillcrest close and walk or bike there in the summer. A pool would take away our great lawn in a neighborhood that doesn't have that many parks. It would change the park, carving it up, relegating green space to only the perimeter. It would limit its use from all year round to about 100 days a year. Contrary to what some people say, many people do not have their own backyards here. Between the many apartments and duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes, many of us use that great lawn as our yard. The pool supporters argue that community consultation was done and the pool was promised, but that was over a decade ago. The neighborhood has changed a lot since then, becoming more densified. Last month, I spoke to countless people enjoying the Great Lawn who had no idea about the pool and who vehemently opposed the idea of it going in. Many of those people signed a petition. Almost 1,300 people have signed to date. They care about this park as much as I do. Mount Pleasant Park is a gem. Please leave the green space as it is and find another location to build a pool. Overriding staff recommendations not to fund the pool and reallocating funds from other parts of the budget despite strong opposition to it is just plain wrong. I am against this reallocation of funds to build the Mount Pleasant pool. Thank you. Now my daughter, who is with me, would like to say a few words.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank
Hello,
you for
my name
calling
is
in.
Elle Glenn. Yep. Hello, my name is Elle Glenn. I am opposed to the proposed Mount Pleasant pool and to the Park Board amendment to reallocate $11.5 million to funding the pool. I am 14 years old, and I have lived across the street from Mount Pleasant Park all of my life. It is like a second home to me, as it has been the setting of countless birthday parties, playdates, picnics, and games of badminton. This green space is an integral part of the community and is used by all. It is where old friends meet and new friends are made. A central argument of the pro-pool group is that kids living in the neighborhood want and need the outdoor pool. As a kid, I oppose this, as do many of my friends, because we see the negative effects it will have on the environment and community. In order to build the pool, an estimated 30% of the park's trees will be removed. These trees are the same ones that I have been climbing since I was young. As well, Hillcrest Pool is only a 20-minute walk away, and it is open year-round. I support the funding of an extension of Hillcrest Pool. Please keep the green space the way it is and eliminate any further revival of this project in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for participating. And I don't see any questions for either of you. Thanks, though. And we're going to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Fergus Mckinnon, speaker number 15.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me, by the way?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. My name's Fergus McDonald. I'm here representing myself. I do, however, have 2 young girls who play team sports in Vancouver, and I'm speaking to state my strong support for the Park Board's June 27 motion to allocate additional funds for sporting fields. Looking at this and listening to a lot of the difficult choices that council has to make, I really think that this is low-hanging fruit, and I haven't actually come across anyone who doesn't really support this. I come at this from a perspective of sort of believing in the power of sport to build community and the importance of sports for children and families and other people that just enjoy playing sport. The importance for Vancouver of having better sporting fields and reinvesting and rebuilding where we need to is that this will encourage more sports and more team sports. You get a lot of bang for buck for having team sports fields because it's really a low-cost activity for families to send their kids to or for adults to participate in. Sports and these low-cost opportunities they promote diversity, it's inclusive, and importantly in this city, it really extends the ability of adults and children to play sports through the rainy season and also, when in the evening if there are lights in the facilities. So I don't want to repeat what the things that other people have said, but I think that this is a really easy way for the council to build community and make sure that this is truly a world-class city where kids and adults and families have the ability to participate in team sports. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move to the next speaker, who's Karen Lutz, speaker number 16.
Hello?
Hi, speaker number 16, Karen Lutz. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today. And I am speaking on behalf of the Falls Creek Racing and Canoe Club. And as such, would like to bring attention to the importance of paddling infrastructure on the west side of Falls Creek. Our club was the first of its kind in North America, being a multidisciplinary paddling club including flatwater, outrigger, dragon boat, and marathon canoe. Located in Falls Creek, started by Olympic champion Hugh Fisher, with other national team members training in Vancouver back in 1985. Our club has a rich history, providing programs to ages 7 to 91 in all disciplines, racing locally, nationally, and internationally, and home to some of the best in world-class coaches, including a 2-time sprint kayak Olympian. All members can use this facility 12 months of the year. Falls Creek is home to 2 significant paddling clubs, Dragon Zone and Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club. The Falls Creek Club is focused on developing paddlers to race at all levels. We currently have 2 juniors training with the Olympic Hopefuls team. Our club diversity includes all cultures, including a program for Indigenous girls ages 13 to 18 years of age. We also have teams that include people with kidney disease, breast cancer survivors, recreational and competitive paddlers from the ages of 7 to 91 years of age. Regardless of age or body type, there's a team for everyone. And the now global breast cancer movement began in 1996 at the FCRCC under the guidance of Dr. Don McKenzie and his research team. This program continues. I actually started on this team myself in 2010, and paddle was instrumental in changing my life. So in addition to our club and programs, the dock we use is completely accessible to the public and heavily used year-round for launching of non-motorized watercraft such as stand-up paddleboards, kayaks, outrigger canoes. The dock is still manageable but is in need of replacement and expansion. In summer with the Canoe Kids programs, there can be up to 100 people using this dock. And our club offers a per-use cost that is very low due to our 98% volunteer operation. Our club puts in 200,000 user hours each year, not including the public and the community center programs. Again, we would just like to bring attention to reiterate the importance of this facility on the west side of Falls Creek in partnership with the Falls Creek Community Center. Our funding and operational budget comes from membership, grants, and fundraising. We are looking to the Parks Board to continue to support the dock project and working in partnership with FCRCC.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Appreciate you calling in today.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Randy Pooter is next, speaker number 17. Hopefully I got your last name correct. Apologies if I didn't.
Close enough, for your worship.
Thanks so much.
It's Pooter.
Pooter. Okay, thank you. Yes,
thank
up
you.
to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Randy Pooter. I've been a resident of Vancouver most of my adult life, and when I was younger, I began playing soccer, I think when I was 4 years old. But I'm here today to represent my 12-year-old daughter and perhaps about 14 other 12-year-old girls that I coach in soccer in a volunteer capacity. It's very disappointing in this city, in Vancouver, that I still go out to parks and play soccer in fields that haven't changed since I was a kid. I believe the city in this capital plan has to prioritize field sports for children and youth in Vancouver. Probably my grandfather's generation built the community centers and put those fields in their capital plans, and they just haven't changed too much. There are a few turf fields, but I don't know how many council and staff are aware that when we do have soccer tournaments, we travel to Burnaby, we travel to Richmond, and we travel to South Surrey. A kids' soccer tournament is usually 3 days, so let's call it 4 car trips out to those destinations. Not exactly a green strategy in playing soccer for a city that claims to be the greenest city in the world. So that has to change. I want council to accept in their capital plan the request from the Parks Board and add between 7 and 11 million. I can't figure out what numbers they're actually asking for. And perhaps get some shovels in the ground and get going on Churchill, adding turf, lights around the city that a previous speaker spoke to. And I believe Beaconsfield Park put lights and turf there. The game of soccer is very much a team sport. And watching kids play and coaching kids, they're learning resilience, camaraderie, something they don't learn a lot, strategy and tactics. They learn how to compete. And I think these are all personal traits that serve them well. And eventually will serve their community well in a different generation. World Cup is coming. Everyone knows that. I understand, your worship, you're a cheerleader for that. It will be embarrassing if we don't have a highly developed youth program with the fields when World Cup comes to town, because people do notice that. Improving sports facilities, whether it's field sports, outside, get kids outside. It provides more accessibility and inclusion for more children, whether you're playing in a very house league play activity or highly competitive Division 1 or up. And that improves the community. There's nothing wrong with competition. It's accessible for parents, and a lot of sports activities are very accessible and cost-effective for parents. We can't ignore the power of outdoor play. COVID has taught us one important thing as we move out of the pandemic, that communities and elected officials can't continue to ignore the power of outdoor play for kids, and both for their physical and mental health benefits as they grow older. Last, I'll mention that this advocacy today and me speaking to capital funding intersects in some ways with some other volunteering I do, and that's with the BC Centre for Substance Use. And I volunteered for 25 years in the mental health and addiction sector. One thing that's often spoke about in that volunteer capacity, and I know this council has spoken about it, and I know your worship, you've spoken about it, is addressing root causes in youth substance use and youth mental health issues. And an excellent way to address those root causes is to provide more activities for kids outside. Because I'll tell you one thing, coaches will spot those issues and problems with children. And there's how we start to really heal the community. That's all I have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming in and talking about how great the kids' soccer is and how we need the facilities for it. Are you related to Gil Pewter?
Sorry about that. Yes, I am. Gil was my brother.
That's awesome. He was an awesome guy.
Thank you.
I was a friend of Bud Osborne who revered him, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Councillor. Actually, if I can add, this is the least capacity I've ever seen in City Council. Usually there's placards and people screaming about drug policy the last time I've been here, so.
Yeah, it's knock on that wood.
It's very nice in here, actually. I enjoy it.
Hey, you should have been here last night. Okay, thank you so much for your time today. Oh, Councillor Boyle actually has a question for you as well.
Actually, no, Mayor. I was going to get on to move the report, but I just realized you'll go back and I guess check and see if we missed any speakers. So I'll take myself off.
And there is one more speaker. So thanks, Councillor Boyle. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay, thanks very much. Clerks. Yeah. Oh yes, we have one more speaker. Nathan Davidovich, speaker number 18.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I think I sent you the report from TransLink that came out last Friday. Let me just read you page 46. Within the first decade, we intend to increase the amount of funding TransLink directs toward investments in walkway infrastructure by roughly 25 times. I repeat, 25 times. Well, the city will have, not just Vancouver, but many other cities will have to change their capital plan in order to qualify for the funding that's going to be available from TransLink. If the city does not, then that money will go to other cities. So this is something new that your staff, of course, were didn't know when they were preparing the capital plan. Similarly, on page 47, it says, within the first decade, we intend to increase the amount of funding TransLink direct toward investment in bikeway infrastructure by roughly 5 times over today's level. Vancouver needs to massively increase the number of protected bikeways, as presently, I think it's only about 10% of the bike routes in the city are protected. So again, you have to change the capital plan. If you leave, I presume if you leave the present capital plan as it is, then future council will have to change the future capital plans. But infrastructure is a basic needs of the citizens, and you had somebody else who spoke about lighting, and yes, we need to fill in or add and upgrade many of our lighting, especially in the West End, downtown, and downtown East Side, where we have a high number of pedestrians and vehicles. And that's why Councillor Dominato brought in that motion about street lighting and pedestrian lighting. And many of these infrastructure improvements we need will contribute to City of Vancouver achieving Vision Zero. Many other cities in BC are way ahead of us, and ICBC has a special grant program that staff never reported to City Council and asked for approval of various safety projects. So there's lots to be done, and it's unfortunate that we are at this stage. We should have had an in-person meeting with the city staff and any interested people before this meeting in order to clarify many of the problems that the city has in infrastructure. Doing it just by remote meetings and so forth is not the right way to discuss such important items that the city needs. So thank you very much for your hearing me, and hopefully some things could be changed.
Great. Thank you so much for your time today. I don't see any questions, so I will just thank you. And I do see questions, I think.
I think we're all waiting to move the motion to try to get it done by 5, Mayor.
Yeah, so Carl,
Mayor, point of procedure, isn't there one more speaker on the list that I think we're all...
that speaker has withdrawn. So I'm just going to, Council, I'll just come right back to you. I'm just going to check with clerks where we're at. Okay, so the speakers are done, and actually everybody showed up or withdrew, so we're good to go. So we're going to move the report.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, moved by Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. I have Councillor Carr up.
Mayor, I was also on the queue after Councillor Carr.
No, we've moved to a different queue, so.
As the mover of the motion, do I get to?
Yep, if you'd like to, yep, you can, as the mover, you can go first, Councillor Boyle, so I will move you to the, there we go. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to just reorder this. But if you can just leave yourselves where you are, I will clerks will move the list, and we'll go with Councillor Boyle up to 5 minutes, please.
Thanks so much. I will start by saying again a huge thank you to staff. There are, as we've been hearing, a huge number of very important priorities and a very challenging balance to get it right. And I think, as we heard from many speakers, it really reflects the both the downloading from senior levels of government that we've seen over decades, and also the increased and important role that local governments are playing in proactively tackling the issues our residents are facing. I am happy to move this capital plan, and also will move an amendment that I circulated at 9:46 this morning, just in case that's helpful for councillors and the clerks finding it in their inboxes. And
sorry, just 1 second, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah.
Stop your clock there. I just want to remind council that this, if you're looking at the recommendations in the staff report, we had A and B as the recommendations that were moved. C, the consideration, it wasn't verbally said to me that that was moved, so that has not been included in the moving. And then I'll come back to you, Councillor Boyle. Sorry, could you repeat what you had said?
Yes, thanks for clarifying that. I have an amendment that I circulated at 9:46 this morning.
Okay, I'll just let the clerks pull that one up.
Great. Thank you.
And sorry, did I hear a seconder for that amendment? Second to Councillor Carr. So now we are on a amendment queue, and Councillor Boyle, you can speak to this if you like.
Great, and I'll read it out to for folks listening. The amendment is to add a new letter that reads that staff be directed to, throughout the 2023 to 2026 capital plan, monitor for and bring forward to council for consideration opportunities for additional investments to support the climate emergency action plan, with priority given to projects that can leverage additional partner contributions and projects with the highest mitigation impacts. We heard very clearly that there is a gap in this capital plan in terms of meeting our climate mitigation needed investments, and we have been seeing increasing costs, adaptation costs, because of many years of underfunding on mitigation locally, of course, and in many other jurisdictions. And so this direction is to look at possibilities along the way as a priority to ensure that we're filling those gaps, you know, where there's cost savings, where there's opportunities to maximize investments from other governments to meet those climate commitments that we have made unanimously as a council. And I also want to just name that we've seen increased commitments and increased funding, both at the provincial and federal level, for many of the types of localized climate actions that are part of our plan. Many of those funds require matching funds or municipal contributions, and so having this prioritized will allow us to access more funds to get more value for our own local investments, and of course have important health benefits in a number of ways. I won't go on and on. I know there are many amendments, but hugely important health and well-being benefits as well. So I will leave it there.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a point of information through you to staff, if I could.
Sure.
And that is, can staff clarify, that's the intention of a large component of the $76 million that's in emerging priorities, is it not, to be able to seek senior government funding on projects and opportunities, and that would be inclusive of things such as climate projects. Is that correct?
We're just waiting for a response here. There you go.
Yes, part of the any senior government funding for climate emergencies we would be looking at as well as part of that.
Okay, so that's the intention of the emerging priorities, and also is that also being pursued, and is the intent already for things, whether it's things like our sewer and great infrastructure work and renewal, that may also qualify, that staff do that as a matter of course of identifying projects that would qualify for additional senior government funding or matching?
We would be looking across all of the programs and looking at council's priorities and prioritizing those requests amongst those programs.
Okay, so this isn't anything new. This is not going to change any work. Staff, that's what I'm hearing, is that staff are already doing this. Is that correct?
I guess I would ask Councillor Boyle to clarify if that was their intention.
If that was her intention.
Yes, thanks. I had asked for suggested language that would prioritize this in terms of, that would prioritize climate mitigation investments in terms of where there might be emerging or extra funds in the capital plan along the way. And so the intention, of course, this work happens all along the way, but the intention of adding an amendment on it is to prioritize it.
Okay, so follow up to that then, through you, Mayor, is
Sure.
what would you be prioritizing this over?
Those decisions will come to us in reallocation. I'm not saying cut something out right now. I'm saying when we're seeing those gaps, bring forward recommendations to us that maximize this funding and that get us to those climate targets that, again, we unanimously agreed to.
Okay, I'll leave it there to save time. Thank you.
Councillor Carr on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Very happy to have seconded this amendment. Just want to point out for council a reminder that that we did have our sustainability staff, Doug Smith, indicate to us that what we really need to reach the goals that we have unanimously approved, which is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030, we need an additional $15 to $20 million a year to get there. And so so from my perspective, this prioritization is a critical one for the safety and the well-being of the people of the city in light of the accelerating climate crisis.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so let's vote on this one. Councillors Dominato Hardwick. Works, is Councillor Hardwick online? She's not. We'll have to mark her absent. There we go. So that's unanimously passed, Council. Thank you. We're back to Councillor Boyle. Anything else? You still have 3.5 minutes.
I'll leave it there for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Carr, you're up next.
Thanks very much. I have submitted an amendment, Mayor.
Okay. Wait for the clerks to bring it up.
If you want to shift.
Yeah.
Am I speaking on the main queue or am I in an amendment queue?
Well, I thought I'd wait for her to pull it up and then we could have a seconder, but if somebody wanted to second it sight unseen, that would move the queue.
Councillor Boyle, I'm happy to second.
Okay, so we're on the amendment queue. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great. So again, so that everybody's aware, I know it'll be coming up on your screens, but it's also in line with my commitment around ensuring that we put the funds needed into mitigating climate. Adaptation could take a lot of money and we need to put some money into it for sure. But unless we mitigate, which means reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, we will be in a state of ever accelerating climate change, and that will only cost us more and more, never ending horrible cycle.
I just want to hold you for a sec because we haven't got it up on screen. Just wondering. Just had a few audio visual problems. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Carr, go ahead.
So this is to seek outside funding, not necessarily reallocating internally, but it is council directing staff to vigorously explore funding opportunities from a variety of sources, potentially including the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, to accelerate energy retrofits, especially city-owned buildings, including community centers, libraries, senior centers, family places, neighborhood houses, and city-owned housing and childcare, to both reduce carbon emissions and provide thus safe centers for the public in extreme weather events, which we know we need given the heat dome and the loss of 99 lives in Vancouver because people were not in safe places last summer. And that staff also assess in this process, including solar voltaic and solar thermal capacity into retrofit projects. That would be in order to reduce the cost of heating water and to provide resilience in light of BC Hydro's projected lack of capacity to meet electricity demands beyond 2030.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to this amendment? I don't see anybody else on the queue. 1 second, please. Councillor Boyle seconded it. Right, so we can call a vote on this. And that has passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. Going back to the main queue, Councillor Carr, do you have anything?
You know, I'll go on at the end after I see what other amendments are.
Okay. Councillor Deschanel, up to 5.
Thanks so much. I also submitted an amendment, and it was actually revised. So this is the amendment that I sent in at 1:42. If that's helpful for council. Can you find it now?
Yep, it's we are having a little bit of trouble with the overhead projector, so
Could you maybe pause my time? Would that be okay?
sure. I'm just waiting for a seconder, and then I will switch the queue. I'm going to call for a seconder on this item.
Councillor Hardwick was going to second it, but I'm not sure if she's having technical difficulties.
She's not here. She's absent. I don't hear a seconder.
Okay, well maybe then what I'll do, Mayor, is I'll just can I withdraw, or do I even need to withdraw?
I mean, it's not an active one, so we're going to move.
Then you know what? I'll wait and see if she comes back. That's fine. I'll put myself on the queue after. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay. Last person on the queue, Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have also submitted an amendment. I appreciate council's patience. There's a few versions of this. The clerk will bring this up. And this is really with respect. Should I jump to amendment queue at this point, Mayor, or?
Sorry?
It's on gas streets, just to be clear.
Wait, I don't move the queue until it's seconded. So we have the amendment up.
Okay, well, I'll just say quickly, the amendment is with respect to Gastown Streets. I think that we've heard how this has been outstanding over a number of capital plans. It's a historic neighborhood that is continuing to degrade, and that will become more costly over time, but it also has impacts on the small business, the economy, tourism, and it's becoming a safety issue, whether it's for pedestrians, cyclists, or vehicles. I do think it's important that we advance this work. I appreciate all the work that's been done on the capital plan, and I think council has really striving to balance the different priorities that we have in front of us. But I feel that this is something that council has supported looking at from the February motion originally about infrastructure when this is mentioned as an important priority. And then again, to a further amendment, which council unanimously supported and I'm grateful for in April. And so looking to increase that $7 million allocation to $10 million to facilitate some of that much needed restoration work in Maple Square, Blood Alley, some of the initial cobblestones and some of the particularly problematic areas. And that's the nature of the amendment.
Okay, thanks. Call for a seconder. We're on an amendment queue.
Second, Councillor Blythe.
As Councillor Dominato seconded it, so if now we're on the queue to speak to this item, I have, unless Councillor Kirby-Young, did you want to say anything else to this, or are you okay?
Yeah, I can just add quickly here that there's different options for council as to how and where we pull the funding from this work. I had sent various options around for council's consideration. This particular one takes it from emerging priorities. It is has about $76 million allocated. I do think that it's potential opportunity for matching funding, given the historic nature of the neighborhood. I think that we generally have the ability for flex within those capital plans, but it certainly signals that council is listening and responsive to this ongoing need that we've heard throughout the term and over the past many months as we've been preparing and working forward towards the capital plan. So I certainly think that I think the emerging priorities bucket is defined as projects that may be anticipated, et cetera. I certainly think that this is anticipated, and I think that it's critical and it's necessary. And so I'm hopeful that council will support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask that we sever and vote separately on the first letter here from the second two. I will just say I didn't see a lot of options put forward on where we reallocate this from, except other neighborhood street improvements, which I didn't support, and I'm glad to see that not being proposed. But I will note that staff said pretty clearly that they strongly recommend against allocating the emerging priorities funding to specific projects, because that's an important buffer for us to have in terms of emerging priorities that come up. I'm happy to support the second and third piece of this. I am also quite excited about this Gastown rehabilitation work, and as the plan for it comes together, and there's funds in the current capital plan to get that work going, I look forward to where that plan is, how it makes the space, as Councillor Kirby Young said, safer for all people visiting, especially those on foot, especially improving accessibility, as the cobblestones are a real nightmare for many people, and making it a lot safer to roll and cycle through there. All of that is a important thing to do. I just don't think it's fiscally responsible for us to be specifically allocating funds out of that emerging priorities funding based on the feedback that staff gave on that issue. So happy to support the second and third piece, but not the first piece. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate the staff comments back on emerging priorities and the importance of sort of holding on to those to actually ascertain emerging priorities. So I'm wondering, Chair, if I can ask through you of the city manager, given the recent tragedy at the Winters Hotel fire and the obviously big gap in the Gastown sort of streetscape, would there be planning contemplated as an emerging priority to sort of deal with what Gastown looks like now that we've seen this radical change to the sort of streetscape of Gastown? Would that ultimately be something that we would be planning some kind of emergent priority in the next few months or year?
Start with the city manager and then we can move.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Stuart. Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know at this point that we would be contemplating any relationship between the Winters Hotel and the potential construction that's going to happen on that private property with the planning for the Water Street rehabilitation. I see Margaret Wickens. Don't know if there's anything else Margaret may want to add on that particular point, so I'll make sure I don't miss anything.
Sure thing. I think that it's something that we would explore through the course of the design for the more fulsome Gastown work. There's not an explicit interdependency right now, but certainly we would want to look at the current context in the neighborhood and make sure that the design proposed is responsive to those conditions.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. And with that said, I'm not going to support the first clause because I think that potentially is an emergent priority, that we don't want to throw good money after bad and recognize that we may need to adjust the scoping of Gastown dependent on what happens with Winters Hotel. And obviously the situation in Gastown is not great. And I'm looking forward to how that work's going to proceed. And also, I think there's also a conversation that needs to happen about how the actual physical street relative to the sidewalks is contemplated. That is a conversation for another day. And because we haven't really planned and scoped it in this immediate capital plan, I'm going to sever and not support the first clause, but the rest is fine.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Point of information through you to staff.
Sure.
I'd asked earlier about the scope of emerging priorities and what it could potentially be used for in the 4-year capital plan. And acknowledging it was in the previous plan, it was fully exhausted. Could you just give me some examples of in the 4 years what we used the emerging priorities funding for?
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. I can think of just 2 big examples. One is the Grandview Woodland Fire Hall. That is how we got it renewed, sizable investment. And then the other one is also Senior Center as well, and Marple Ridge Community Center as well.
And so those emerged as priorities over the course of the 4-year capital plan. They weren't planned for at the outset.
Either in whole or in part. Also, the other thing is that if the budget has gone way above and beyond what was originally contemplated, that this is also the funding source as well. So so that's the reason why we do need to preserve it and not allocate it at the start or even before the start of the capital plan.
And so, yeah, so considering inflation amounts, can you just reflect back to me is how much the emerging priorities and contingency was last time in the last capital, and how much has it increased by?
Just a minute. Sorry. So in the last, the current capital plan, which is 4 years ago, it was $88 million.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't see any speakers on the queue, but I am going to speak in support of all of the amendments on the floor. I think it's vitally important that we focus on Gastown. It's a national heritage site, and I think we all recognize it's a gem in the city. It's got deep historical roots, but I think also collectively councils acknowledged, but also staff have acknowledged that it needs some substantive investment and work. And I was down there, I think it was just yesterday or the day before, and we are starting to see, as was noted by the BIA, Representative Wally, tourists coming back to the area. For those of us who walk and cycle in there, it's a liability because of the uneven pavement and the cobblestones. So from my perspective, this is a small ask to increase it to $10 million from 7. And so I'm supportive of all 3 amendments.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll call a vote on the first clause.
Mayor, I keep putting myself on the queue to speak, and my name continues to disappear. I'm not sure why. So if I could go on the queue, please.
Okie doke. Sorry about that. And if you just, anytime you want to get on the list, you can just ask me. And if you don't see yourself there, so Councillor Bly, up to 5, please.
Thanks very much. And yeah, so I just want to add my comments to Councillor Dominato's comments and not necessarily repeat, but I certainly agree with all of what she said, but also just to add that, you know, I think that the challenge, what we've heard from the BIA, Gastown BIA Representative Wally and others, is that it feels like Gastown has sort of been put at the back of the line a number of times. And I think that what we're saying here as well is that we're committing to the work and we're committing to the renewal of that work. And, you know, at the end of the day, these are the businesses, the BIA, the dollars spent on sort of maintaining to some level of viability for this area right now while we, you know, come out of COVID and we invite tourists back in. But I think essentially what we're saying is we see the issues there and we are absolutely committed, and this will fund you know, 1/3 of what's actually required, but it's indicating that they no longer need to keep being pushed to the back of the line really at the end of the day when it comes to these significant infrastructure upgrades. And so I think it's an important piece that was not necessarily fully funded in this, which we understand some of those limitations and we've got to strike a balance. But I think this is a small amount to top up what's already committed to make sure that we can make even more improvements and get closer to what it means to do the full renewal of this area. And like I said, send a message through the BIA to their members as well as residents as well that are trying to safely move through this area. And there's a lot of people that do live in this area that sort of struggle with this, these issues and these safety issues related to the state of the streets and the sidewalk. So I fully support this amendment and appreciate the work that Councillor Kirby-Young did behind the scenes to bring it to this point.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I actually can't find the original. I see that up on screen, but I can't find the original in my email box. And maybe it could be recirculated so it's at the top of our list.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Thank you.
Could the clerks recirculate the text?
And the reason is that I'll just speak to why I would have liked that. I think I've heard loud and clear from staff that reallocating money right now at the beginning or even before the capital plan is implemented is not a good idea. However, I would be sympathetic to an amendment to this that asks staff to consider this at the midterm when we evaluate what's happening with the dollars in the emerging priorities section of the capital plan. So I'm just going to continue talking if somebody else is doing that amendment, because I hope that that amendment is available. I mean, the amendment circulated by Councillor Kirby-Young is available. As I say, I just couldn't find it. But anyway, my thoughts are that makes much better sense to me, and I believe that we need to be very practical at this point in the implementation of the plan. There's already been a lot of changes that have been made through our input, but at this point, I don't see emerging priorities as a place in which we should be garnering funding from.
Thanks. I'm going to move to Councillor Kirby-Young's next on the list. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just noting that there's two different going on here, and there is the immediate need to do a lot, expedite and ramp up the amount of repair work in terms of safety and just usability. And then there's the broader project where there is a reference in this amendment that speaks to opportunities within the mid-year review and about accelerating the larger scale project delivery. So we certainly could add in additional language that also supports the other work. But again, I really implore council, this is such a small ask. We have, $600 million towards housing. We have hundreds and hundreds of millions towards climate. We have a significant amount that's going into other things. We identified priorities throughout this plan that were important to council, including the new downtown South Fire Hall, and a number of other areas, the aquatic center renewal that managed to make its way into the plan. And this is such an infinitesimally small amount of an additional $3 million, and yet it is so significant in terms of residents' daily lives, safety, livability, how people feel about the city, that I'm really imploring council for some goodwill on this one, to respond to the feedback that we're hearing from so many people, residents, local business, etc., to maintain this historic gem that, quite honestly, people feel like we're letting these neighborhoods degrade. And whether it's been Chinatown or Gastown, I'm really hoping that council can kind of zero in on the bigger picture and what a small amount this is that we are really looking to try to support this more immediate work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you're up next, up to 5 minutes.
I just wanted to make sure this is the correct amendment that's up currently on the screen, Mayor, because it was alluded to that there was an amendment or that this wasn't the right version.
Nothing's come forward that I'm aware of, so this is what's up.
That's fine. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to call the vote now on the first clause of this. And so the vote's called. No more discussion. Councillor Kirby-Young. And that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has passed. What? Sorry? Okay, so in time for the vote. We have Councillor Hardwick, you've been absent for a bit. Are you present for this vote?
I cannot be present for this vote, Mayor, because I've just returned to the call.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks. So that has passed with Councillor Boyle, Swanson, Carr, and myself in opposition. Now we'll go to the second two clauses. Just waiting for Councillor Dominato. That's passed unanimously. Thanks so much. And Council, we're back to Councillor Kirby-Young. Anything else on the amended staff report?
No, I will save comments for later, and I appreciate council's support on that one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova. 4 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask you move us to amendment queue and bring up the amendment that I'd sent in before.
I don't put it on until it's seconded.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And just wanted to share with council, I had revised this amendment. I had originally taken the request of the park board, and I had tried to make that fit into a request, not only within the park board budget, but of council's budget. But I understood from our staff that it would be more appropriate to revise it to maybe consider this. Midterm through and see if there were appropriate funds to be allocated then. So there's not a request right now for a specific envelope of funding, and this is for the Mount Pleasant pool. I know that I'm not the only one on council and on park board before, who has consistently supported this pool and the community in their efforts to move forward with the pool. And I would hope the council would support this because, again, this is, I think, a middle of the road, cautious way forward, where we can, and I'll read it out. The council direct, just to make sure everyone has the right one. The council directs staff to work with park board staff to explore allocation options to support the park board's request to facilitate the planning, design, and building of the Mount Pleasant pool and bring forward to the midterm update for consideration if appropriate funding is available at that time. So I'm hoping that considering park board's request to us and that was supported on Monday night, the advocacy we heard from the park board chair today, and the consistent support from the community for over a decade, the council will support this. Thanks.
Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this, which is interesting for me because this is where I did my first rescue was at Mount Pleasant Pool, and I was there at the bottom of the churches when we were in Mount Pleasant with the neighborhood to try to keep the pool alive and to keep the community center in the park. Things have changed, and I was also part of the Van Splash and the aquatic strategy, and we currently have a pool at Marple that was in last capital's plan. We're moving forward with construction, and I think we need to make sure that we deliver on what is already in stream. I think we need to recognize that the aquatic center is going to be a key deliverable here for pools. I also think that there's opportunities, obviously, to fund and get its pool back up and going. So I believe that at this time in this capital plan, we should be focusing on delivering the pools that we promised to the public, which currently is Marple and Kits. So I will not be supporting this time.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much. I mean, pools are, one would think, a no-brainer in one way, but there's a lot of division within the community around this, and it's because the park that has replaced the pool has become incredibly precious. I don't know how many of you have received phone calls from residents, or certainly we've all received emails, but there is a considerable, and people came to speak to us today on this plan to say that park has become a treasured asset within the community, and they'd rather see expansion of a pool or additional pools elsewhere. But I'm going to have to, and I should make sure that we all know the vote was divided at the park board. It was not a unanimous decision. So just like the community, there are differences of opinion, and I'm siding in this case with keeping the park and green space that's so well used within that community, not the not proceeding with an outdoor pool there.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and further to Councillor Carr's point, I understand this was not a unanimous decision at Park Board, and I'm wondering through you, I don't know if we have the GM of Parks and Recreation on the line, or if the city manager can answer this, but I'm curious. I don't believe this was a recommendation from staff either. I'm wondering if we could get some clarification.
What information to staff?
Yeah, it certainly was a recommendation from city staff. I don't believe it was a recommendation from park board staff either. It was added as an amendment, but maybe Patrice, you can confirm.
Yes, it was added at the council meeting, at the park board meeting on Monday night. So it wasn't a recommendation from staff necessary.
Okay, that solidifies my decision on this. Thanks, Patrice and Paul.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And just to echo my colleagues on this subject and ironically, I'm an avid swimmer, but as was noted by Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry, is that there's not only division within the community, I've actually not seen a lot of support through the correspondence that I've received, and I'm sure other members of council have received. This was not a priority at the time when Park Board prioritized their capital needs. And as was noted earlier, there are needs in the south of the city in terms of Marple. And yes, it's challenging. There's trade-offs in this capital plan. However, we did hear from many residents that indicated the importance and priority of the existing green space and park space, particularly in light of the fact that for many, that is their backyard. And so I won't be supporting the amendment that's been tabled.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. This pools are really, really important to people. I love outdoor pools. It's a highlight every summer to go and swim in Kitts Pool the first day. I remember growing up, and I lived in the North Shore, but it was a big thing to take a trip down and go to the pool at Second Beach or over to Kitts, and it is a ritual. If it's part of people growing up. And they love the outdoor pools. And we heard so much, Councillor Weeb and I, when we were on Park Board together last term, about the importance of them and what they represent. We also went through a really extensive aquatic strategy that was called Van Splash and identified at that point in time a number of priorities. One thing I was really struck by, that if you happen to live closer to the water in Kitts or near New Brighton, or if you live downtown, you have access to one of those. And yet in the inner city, where it's actually hotter, and people need to cool off when it gets really hot. It has, both recreational and, it's fun, but also health benefits. You don't have as many options. And so it was pretty compelling at the time with respect to discussion around Mount Pleasant. But what we also learned was the importance of South Van having been really deficient in having those. There used to be an outdoor pool at Sunset. You'll hear Minister Sajan talk often fondly about how he used to swim in that pool. And then we saw the opportunity when we really looked into it with the Marple Community Centre redevelopment to have a really significant community amenity there that includes childcare, a renewed and expanded community centre, and an outdoor pool. And that makes a whole lot of sense in terms of targeting from an equity perspective in deficient areas. I also think too that we have to, we saw it in the capital plan, people want us to keep up the existing infrastructure that we have, and we literally had a majorly significant issue at Kitts Pool, and we don't know what the costs are going to be midterm in this capital plan to fix that. I think we're really lucky that they're filling the cracks with sealant right now, and that we're going to be able to open that. I think the targeted date is July 30th, so that people can have it this summer. We're also literally had the wall fall off the aquatic center. We've got $140 million, which is very significant in this capital plan for renewal there. And that will also have additional capacity to serve new residents. And I think be quite a unique experience, because the concept even envisioned really changing that perspective so that you could take advantage of that beautiful location, be looking at an English bay, more outwardly when people are swimming, have more amenities such as outdoor hot tubs that are on the deck. And I think those things could be spectacular. So it's not that there isn't significant investment in aquatics, and specifically in outdoor aquatics, coming up in this plan. I think it's just a question of recognition of that. And the last thing that I'll say is that we heard with the Broadway plan increasingly around, we not only need to retain green space, but we need to add to it. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this at that time, but I wanted to provide some context. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I'm ambivalent about this. I grew up in competitive swimming in Vancouver, and mostly at the former Percy Norman pool, and then down to the aquatic center. And I actually worked in the old Mount Pleasant Community Center when the pool was there. So it was removed because the community center and pool were at the end of their lives, and the center was moving to number 1 Kingsway. And the pool had serious leaks and required rebuilding. And finally, the park board's aquatic plan of the day called for closing several outdoor pools, generally smaller. in return for Hillcrest and 2 more significant indoor pools that could be used year-round, which were never brought forward, incidentally. Marple and Mount Pleasant were closed under that plan, and Mount Pleasant Park was not considered an appropriate location because of its size and because of the close location to Hillcrest and because of a shortage of green space in Mount Pleasant. That said, what we do need is a completely usable pool, competitive ready for, for the regular users of competitive swimming. 25 meters at least with diving boards and decent deep end, adequate depth for turns and shallow end and circulation area for meets and so on. And it just doesn't seem that this is the right time and the right place for what we really need. So although I'm keen to see some more pool space in the city, probably not here and not now. Thank you.
That's it for this one, so I'll call a vote. Kirby Young? And that fails with Councillors Kirby Young, Blythe, Dominato, Boyle, Weeb, Hardwick, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else? Councillor Dejanova, anything else?
I said no.
I didn't hear you. Okay, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I put in an amendment. I would like to speak to, and this is on food security.
Okay. Waiting for staff to pull it up, but I'll shift queues whenever there's an if and whenever there's a seconder.
I'll second.
I heard Councillor Carr first, so we're on amendment queue. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, this is to what we're seeing coming out of COVID and right now with inflation and food prices, that we are seeing significant food insecurity, especially in our more vulnerable populations, which would be in South Vancouver and the downtown east side. So what I'm planning to propose here is that we as a community need to step up. And I've spoken to people from the Food Policy Committee and from these organizations that they would need to raise $100,000, and then we as a city could utilize that partner funding that is under the Senior Government Partnership Program that the city has, and we put funding allocated to it. So this is recognizing that we need to really highlight how many of our neighbors are food insecure. Most of these organizations are seeing their numbers quadruple, 5 times, 7 times as many people lining up, looking for healthy food that meets their cultural needs. And so we need to make sure that we are recognizing this as a significant need in the city. We need to make sure that we bring partners and community members together. The first ask was over 10 million. This has been continually dropped down, but we do need to recognize that the City of Vancouver can play a role in supporting partnership funding to ensure that our neighbors, friends, colleagues are going to school, going to work, and doing what they can with a healthy food and a healthy belly. So to me, this is extremely important. Seeing a lot of these organizations continue to grow, we need to support them with capital infrastructure to make sure that they can expand and support the needs of the people of Vancouver.
Hey, I'm just going to ask, pause council just for a sec. I just want to check something with the clerks and city manager, so I'll be right back. before, so I was just checking that's in order, and it's in order, so that's fine. So Councillor Weeb, do you have anything else to add on this?
No.
Okay, Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question through you to staff, which is just to clarify, because the wording of this is a bit more detailed, if the general, if staff's understanding is that the general idea here is that this is allocating funds out of emergency priorities like we just did for Gastown and like staff recommended against doing?
This is not the same. Perhaps maybe the city manager can explain how it's different.
Yeah, my question would be to help me understand where this money is coming from.
Okay.
Certainly. So thanks through the chair. So this, as we understand the intent of this motion, it would be essentially earmarking funds within emerging priorities. And then that subsequent allocation would be subject to other parties coming up with a share of the funding for these projects. I mean, ultimately, these decisions will be the responsibility of the next council in terms of the actual allocation of funds into a project. But it would be, we are interpreting this as essentially earmarking money within emerging priorities until the midterm update.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I will say I feel torn on all of this. There's lots we want to add, and the process of allocating emerging priorities, as I said before, I think is questionable, but I have had the opportunity with Councillor Weeb to meet with food policy advocates, particularly in South Vancouver, and know the incredible amount of work that they have been doing through the pandemic, and in addition to pandemic impacts, the hugely increased and urgent need that they're seeing based on inflation and the rising cost of food. And so we'll certainly be supporting this as a small, and these numbers are very small relative to our capital budget, as a way that we can recognize the urgency of that work, support those partners in accessing other funding partners, senior levels of government, and continue to look at how we can be in capital and in operating, supporting the really critical and growing need that we're seeing around food security, again, particularly in South Vancouver, but across the city. So we'll support this. Thanks.
Sure. Councillor Blythe?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just be brief, just to say that I do support this. I think that it's interesting, as you pointed out, Mayor. We don't typically see amendments that are sort of worded in this way, and I think that what we're saying is we're going to come to the table and work with these organizations that are really taking the lead in filling a sort of desperate gap at the end of the day when it comes to food security, and our ability to show up with funds. This is exactly really what we're not exactly, but it is very much in the same vein as other amendments that we've seen that are asking for, if we can secure senior government funding, that we will then allocate dollars as well, and we want to make that a priority. An amendment moved by Councillor Boyle. So this does very much line up with, I believe, how we're approaching this capital plan, and also to say that these are organizations that work tremendously hard and have for many years, and so just to thank them for their work in the community to address food insecurity in all the way through COVID. These groups were absolutely paramount to the well-being of residents in our city, and we ought to be extremely grateful, actually, for what they did. But also to say that this is exactly the conversation that we've had previously with the previous amendments moved by Councillor Kirby-Young related to why emerging priorities is there. How can we as a council respond to public feedback? Yes, these organizations have been working very hard, and I would say so has Gastown merchants and residents managing what they're working through. So just to tie this together, that we're not sort of pitting groups one against the other, we're basically responding to public feedback. And why I supported Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, why I'm going to support this one, is this very much is the way that this council needs to lead and direct with staff support to be able to respond to what's needed. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I am going to support this amendment because I believe it does align with the direction I think we've been informed by staff is the prudent one, which is to use the Emerging Priorities Fund, especially in this case, it's noted as a Senior Government Partnership Program, as a vehicle to increase the amount of money by partnering with other agencies. I mean, that's the intent of it in most cases. So this follows that intent. It's saying, this motion is saying that there is going to be funds sought from other partnerships, and that will be used to match to the emerging priorities funding, exactly the way we know emerging priorities funding has been intended to be used. So I will support it for that reason.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'll support it too. I like the way these groups focus on food as community and food as solidarity rather than food as grovel in order to get it and food as charity. And I like the idea that we're making, trying to get senior government contributions, although the best contribution would be a massive increase in social assistance rates. That's it for me.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Sorry, my voice is going, as you can tell. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm also supportive of this amendment. I do have one clarification question, just for context, through you to the mover, if I can.
Sure.
And Councillor Weed, that is just, can you just give us some context onto the 25-75 breakdown and why that was landed on versus a 50-50, or is that what that fund allows for in terms of contribution to projects, or what was the rationale for the percentage allocation?
The rationale was on the amount of money that these organizations would be able to raise. A 50-50 might make it not feasible. They're actually hoping for 800,000, and so this would be a opportunity to get it off the ground. And so the 100 grand was a number that, in speaking to community members, they think that they could raise, and that would be the amount. But 400 grand would be kind of the lowest level to get these hubs really going. They really want 800,000. So this is kind of it's enough money to get the community behind an initiative and to get the funding from different partners and grants. It's money they think they could raise, and 400 was the minimum to really get these projects going.
Okay, and then just a quick follow-up on that. When you say that they could raise, are you referring, I just wanted to be clear in my head, are you referring that they could raise through a number of different sources, include private fundraising, or that they could raise through the Senior Government Partnership Program that's referenced?
The partnership program allows organizations to raise money through other governments, but also through other organizations. So this would be kind of a fundraising campaign these organizations could do to raise up enough money to be able to leverage the city money.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification and happy to support it.
Councillor Kerr?
Yeah, there was another point that I wanted to add, and that is, for me, I think we all need to take note of the fact that an emerging priority is going to be food security, and not just within the city, but globally. What climate change is doing is changing the conditions under which much of the food that is currently imported into Vancouver is being grown, whether it be Mexico or any parts of the subtropics or the tropical zones where climate scientists are saying the future of food production is bleak. And we're seeing that already happening, where they're looking at half the population of Madagascar not being able to be fed because of of drought and the inability to produce food. So I'm keen to just get us to recognize it is a priority, not just in the future, but even now.
Thank you. I'll call a vote on this one then. Councillor Deschanova? That has passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. We're back to the main queue. Councillor Weave, anything else?
I had another amendment, but recognizing that it was already in the last capital plan for the Marple pool, and that pool, when funding becomes available, will be delivered because it's already been passed as a priority. I will not be bringing it forward at this time.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple of amendments to move. I'm going to start with the last one I just sent to clerks. That was amendment number 3, just for reference. No, are we able to get on? Oh, we are. So I'll speak to the amendment. As I noted earlier, and I was asking questions of staff around the board, park board's vote earlier this week around playing fields. I noted, like, and I had to have it printed to take a look at it, but there's just a huge volume of individualized letters and pieces of correspondence on this subject around how important our playing fields are, and to families, to children, to youth, to adults. I heard from residents of all ages here talking about their kids playing soccer, to middle-aged adults playing rugby still, and so on. And so it's really identified for me that it's core infrastructure, and it really needs to be prioritized. And the fact that the park board brought this forward, I think it's important that we pay attention. And then I understand from asking the chair that they did work with their GM on this. Their ask was actually for 7.7 million in this 4-year capital plan. I've actually only proposed at this time a reallocation of 3 million from emerging priorities. And so recognizing that there are maybe other priorities down the road. But I also wanted to comment on our last speaker who spoke about the importance of physical and mental well-being and how sport can play a critical role in children and youth's development, but it's a protective measure for many young people in terms of being engaged with an activity, in terms of building a skill set that potentially prevents them from going down paths where they get engaged in potentially more harmful behaviors. And so I think that's another really important piece of this conversation. And then, as we noted throughout the pandemic, people increasingly were using our outdoor spaces. And while we often talk about how much they were using our parks, they were also using our playing fields for a variety of activities, whether it be organized sports or more informal gatherings. And also, we've just committed ourselves and been announced as a host for the FIFA Cup in 2026. And so we are going to see a huge appetite from young people to engage in soccer and other sports. But I think we're going to see greater use and a need for those playing fields to be upgraded. So I think this is a modest request. It's not even fulfilling the park board's request, but it meets them part way. And so I would hope that council would indulge support for this.
Thanks. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Kirby.
Okay, we're on an amendment. Thank you. If anybody wants to speak to this item, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I said, sorry, submitted an amendment to amendment. And while I'm on the queue, I just do want to say that I accidentally voted in favor of the Mount Pleasant pool, but I didn't want to put us all through a reconsideration, recognizing we have lots to do. And I just want to put that on the record for anybody who's keeping track, looking at you, Fumano. Thanks. So the amendment that I've submitted is recognizing that we can't keep chipping away at the emerging priorities funding, and also recognizing that Park Board did come to us with a number of other priorities that they also have, including the Marple pool as part of the community center that's actively being built right now. And also that I know that that a lot of the ask is around artificial turf fields, and the verdict is out on artificial turf fields, and I wouldn't want to fetter a future park board to artificial turf fields, because I feel that there's actually a trend away from all-weather artificial turf fields with crumb rubber and stuff. So appreciate the spirit of this, but I won't be supporting the first clause, which is the gist of this amendment to the amendment, and of course, considering relative to other park board priorities and allocations. It's self-explanatory.
Just a seconder for this one. Councillor
Councillor
Curtis.
Boyle.
It's on the amendment Q2. If anybody would like to speak to this, please go ahead. Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a question for you to the GM of Parks, if I may.
Yeah, I usually just direct it to the city manager, and they because they know
no
what's
problem.
whose staff is here is not. So I'll just.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your question?
Sounds good. Yeah. So my question is, the language used in the original amendment by Councillor Dominato spoke to new, renewed, and expanded outdoor sport field facilities in parks, and so I'm wondering if that language restricts how that money would be spent to strictly turf fields, recognizing there are various groups, baseball, other sports that do not use turf that I believe would be advocating for some of the upgrades as well.
Thanks, Mayor Stuart. Yeah, happy to have the Parks team take that question.
Just while we're waiting for the Parks to get online, Council, I'll just let you know that if we don't finish today, we do have a public hearing at 6. If we don't finish today, we'll be back at this tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. With that, 9:30, sorry. Park staff there?
Just noting my time is running there.
Yeah, just waiting for Park staff.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Erin Embley from the Park Board. Yes, in terms of that funding, we do have a long list of park needs and playing field needs, which include grass fields and diamonds, as well as synthetic turf. The implications of tax funded versus DCL just impact whether or not it's new or renewed or upgrades. So there is
right. So nothing about the original language limited.
Correct.
Right, to turf. Okay, so that's fine. Thank you. I'm not going to support this amendment. I don't think it's necessary. I think, while I appreciate Councillor Fry naming, some of the consternation around turf fields, I don't see any of that language in the original amendment. So I'm not going to support a change that I don't think is necessary.
Councillor Kirby-Young, amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to reiterate a similar point. I had the benefit of sitting on the park board last time. There was a substantive review done with respects to when it came to turf fields, artificial turf, crumb rubber, coconut, or whatever, and how long, what the longevity was, how they broke down, looking at Bowen Island, that had used different pieces, and there was a real balance between the environmental aspect relative to the performance, the longevity of how many hours somebody can play, how soggy they get, how much longer they take to dry out with different types of turf. And I think the park board all unanimously landed on sort of the outcome at that point in time, including councillors of all stripes, balancing kind of those factors there. And I think that's a bit of a red herring to the discussion, because I didn't see anything that, as Councillor Bly said, that precluded consideration of what type of surface was used, and that's always done as a matter of due diligence. I think the consideration here is whether or not we believe in investing in our kids and recreation and health, and filling some of these gaps that we hear about consistently. And I can say for my term on park board, this is an ongoing challenge and issue, to the point that when the fields degrade, they're oversubscribed. People can't get their team signed up to use them. They're driving kids to other municipalities, and we are falling behind pace. So I can sort of attest and affirm and share with council that this is an ongoing need. This is not something that's come up out of the blue. It's kind of a consistent gap that we hear throughout with respects to that ability, and health and recreation is important. And we're talking all outdoor sports here after a pandemic, which is really resistant of getting kids playing outside. It's even healthier than them being inside in our community center. So I just want to offer that perspective. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mary. And like my colleagues, I'm going to speak in strong opposition to this amendment. I think it's really clear from the conversations and the questions we asked staff earlier that the allocation for emerging priorities is not allocated. In fact, it's unallocated at this time. It's an increase from 88 million to 161 million. It's not allocated for anything specific at this time. And so this argument that we're chipping away from emerging priorities, I would look to other areas of the capital plan, and I talked with staff, and I would propose certain ones to the table of council, but I know they wouldn't be supported because it would take away from other people's priorities that people think and hold dear to them. So this is trying to be responsive to the public. It's trying to be responsive to families. And to the point that Councillor Kirby-Young made is, do we support recreation in the city? I do. Do we support families? I do. We should be prioritizing physical and mental wellness. And this is a fraction of what Park Board asked us for. So I'm not going to support it, and I hope all of council will reject it.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, it's, of course I want to see more sports field and investments in outdoor sports facilities. It's just a matter for me, again, of how many different priorities we could end up taking right now out of emerging priorities. We've had the advice from staff. It's to speak strongly, they're speaking strongly against us taking money out of emerging priorities at this point, and instead directing them to look at, as we work through, or as council works through the next term, what the priorities are that do emerge. I expect sports facilities will. I mean, we are at this point going to be hosting games for the FIFA World Cup in 2026, and I totally agree that sports are a key part of well-being and healthy lifestyles for people of all ages, especially children, though, in our city. So I agree with this amendment, and I think that the midterm update would be a good place to again reconsider. At that time, it may also be that an emerging priority, appropriate place, because of the number of games we may have allocated to us in the FIFA World Cup, or it may be a way in which we can garner funding out of emerging priorities to match with senior governments. So, but that's not the time right now to make that decision. Meanwhile, as I say, yeah, so I'll leave it there. It's just not the time right now to make that decision.
Before I move to Councillor Fry, clerks have just let me know that staff need about 15 minutes to kind of make adjustments for all the amendments before we get to a final vote. So I'm looking at this queue. We got 3 speakers. I look at the other previous queues. We have many councillors lined up on those queues. So if we don't finish by 20 to 5, we're going to be coming back tomorrow morning. Just so you know, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I do want to just on the notion of artificial turf. I do reference that we have dozens of letters from field sports groups that are variously referencing 7 artificial turf fields in need of renewal. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is between the language that some councillors are hearing and what the park board delivered to us and what the public are saying. But I do think that we should not chip away more than we are already into the emerging priorities. And as Councillor Carr alluded, we may well need those emerging priority funds for the Invictus Games or for the FIFA to actually do field sport renewal, but do it in a targeted manner that doesn't presuppose it right now and eat away at those particular funds that we may need for emerging priorities. And yeah, so I'm going to leave it at that, recognizing the time.
Councillor Wade.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the amendment. I think some of those renewals of artificial turf, Park Board unanimously approved a motion to no longer do crumb rubber, and some of the renewals will be removing crumb rubber for non-synthetic, recognizing the amount of crumb rubber that does go into our water stream. And there's some issues like putting up lights at kits. We have school board facilities that are underutilized that need small capital investments to open up to under 10 children that want to be playing soccer that don't have the ability in that neighborhood. We have other school board facilities that are closed that need small capital funding in the summer to get open. And so for me, I think it's important that we support our fields. As someone that grew up and played in this city, they were in great condition as a kid, and I want to make sure they're great for the next generation here as well. So we won't be supporting this amendment.
Okie doke, that's it for speakers. Let's go to the vote on this amendment to the amendment. Councillor Weeb. That fails with Councillor Kirby-Young, Blythe, Domino, Weeb, Hardwick, and myself in opposition. And we're back to the queue. Amendment Q1, Councillor Fry, anything else?
Oh, that's good, thanks.
Councillor Bly, anything else on this item? Proposed amendment?
No, Mayor, nothing else on this item, thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young, anything else to this amendment?
Sorry, Mayor, can I just ask for a clarification because obviously my head is really congested and I'm losing brain power. Councillor Fry's amendment did not pass. I just want to make sure I voted correctly. Is that correct? Is that what happened?
I don't know if you voted correctly because I don't know how you wanted to vote.
Well, I was intending to oppose it, so I just want looking for confirmation that Councillor Fry's amendment did not pass.
Councillor Fry's amendment did not pass.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm. Sorry.
So we're just back. You're back on the queue for this unamended amendment.
I'll hold for and go back on. Thanks.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will just name, as I've said before, I'm really struggling with our continued moves to reallocate funding from emerging priorities, which again, staff have pretty clearly said is not recommended and which seems fiscally irresponsible. And I also want to name, I am wrestling with the sort of the rhetoric of if you don't support this, you don't support families. There are a huge number of important priorities in this capital plan that we are struggling to balance, and many places where we all know more funding is needed. We heard clearly from the Fire Hall Theatre that more funding there could help them move more quickly, and they serve an important need in terms of community and wellness as well. So I just want to name, I think that's a particularly unhelpful rhetoric in balancing the priorities that we're seeing here. And I have kids that play on sports fields, and they're playing later than I'd like because it's hard to get time. And I absolutely see this as a worthwhile place to spend funding, like the many other worthwhile places. And our job is to try to figure out how we're doing that in a fiscally responsible way. And I don't think that these additions, where we're allocating emergency priority funding ahead of time, is the appropriate way to do that, despite, of course, wanting to see all of these investments made. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I just wondering if there's any confusion on council because I've heard this term emergency priority funding 3 times. It is actually emerging priorities for council to identify. I just want to distinguish for the record, just so that in case any listeners weren't confused, this is not for emergencies. That's why we have a capital reserve or reserve fund of that of the city, like when we had the pandemic. But I just want to make sure and reflect that on the record that this is emerging priorities in terms of what is important in the city, not emergency. Having said that, I will support this for the reasons that I stated earlier. And in the interest of time, I won't go into it, but I do think it's really important that we continue to try to support, and we heard it from the public loud and clear, around maintaining our existing and carefully augmented new capacity for facilities. That is what we heard from the public that they are looking for. Thank you.
Manager, you have a...
Thanks. Yeah, if I might, Mayor Stuart, and appreciate the challenges, obviously, that council is wrestling with here and making some very difficult trade-off decisions. But just looking at maybe the trend in the amendments we've seen here, looking at emerging priorities as the way to fund those, and of course, not knowing what additional amendments may be contemplated, I do have real concerns about looking at that allocation to fund and kind of balance all of the trade-offs here. Again, we're talking about a $3.5 billion capital plan between our contingency and emerging priorities, less than $100 million in an environment that is really challenging around inflation and so on. So again, appreciate it. Just want to make that statement. And again, to clarify, for example, our general revenue stabilization reserve is not something that we would use to fund emerging capital. This really is if there are things that come forward in the course of the next 4 years that are outside the emerging priorities envelope, what the next council will have to do is reallocate from other priorities or investments that are in this plan. So that's the challenge I think that the next council would face, whether those are opportunities to leverage senior government funding or unanticipated demands. And of course, as you've seen over the course of your term, council, those unanticipated demands will arise. Absolutely, that's one. We don't know what they are, but we know for sure they'll happen. So I guess would just kind of convey again the caution of continuing to draw down to a kind of a really significant extent on the emerging priorities allocation as recommended. Thanks.
Okay, so point of sure, yes, we've had a request to sever. What would you like to sever, Councillor Carr?
Sorry, just the first paragraph. Find to lump the second two together.
Okay, so we're going to have two votes. One is going to be on the first clause. We'll do that right now, and then the second vote will be on these the other two clauses combined. Okay, so vote on the first clause. Okay, that passes with Councillor Boyle, Swanson, Fry, and Carr in opposition. And we're going back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else? I'm sorry. Oh, second clause, right. Second vote. Councillor Bly, there we go. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. Now, Councillor Dominato, anything else?
Yes, I've got 2 more amendments.
2 more amendments. Well, Council, I don't, I'm skeptical we're going to make it. So, so I would just, I'm just going to check with the clerks about what's up tomorrow morning. I'll be right back.
Emergency responses that have been necessary, whether they be related to climate, natural environment, but also human-caused events that might involve public safety. And so I think there is funding available through the province, through UBCM, as well as I think federally. So I think just that we keep our eye on this in terms of risk management.
Sure.
Second.
We have a seconder, Councillor Carr, thank you. Anybody want to speak to this one? Don't see anybody. I'll go to a vote. Councillor Swanson. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, you're out of time. Now we go to Councillor Bly.
No, Mayor, I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Are we now speaking to the final plan, or are we taking a break to get the?
The amended report. Yep.
Okay, thanks. I will speak in support of the capital plan. I actually really want to acknowledge and appreciate staff for the work on this plan. It is one of the times on council that I actually think that we're starting to see positively some of the collective priorities of council across the board reflected in this plan. We had a number of motions leading up to the plan. I think that were helpful in setting the stage, whether it was affirming climate work from Councillor Carr, whether it was the motion that I brought forward on centering community facilities and infrastructure in this plan, identifying specific things that we were hearing consistently about in the community, whether it's Gastown streets or, as Councillor Weave has brought forward with respect to food security. And I do appreciate that perspective. I think there's some things that are noteworthy about this plan. And that is really the focus on renewal of infrastructure. It's really significant to be able to be renewing a facility of the magnitude and the impact of something like the Aquatic Center in Gastown. I'm really happy to see the inclusion of the new renewed fire hall for downtown South. Particularly the work on sewer and increasing our sewer separation work, again in response to a motion that was brought forward, and we've been chipping away at this term. When we heard that under the old plan we started at 0.3% annual sewer separation, this plan will bring us up to 0.8%. There's clearly more work to do, but again, this is aligning with really important core and critical amenities in the city of Vancouver, and with the public's feedback in terms of that, for example, being one of the categories we heard was most important to the public too, in terms of spending and to spend money on. So I think there's a number of things that are positive here. I think that we're starting to see a better balance in our capital planning between that infrastructure in concert and conjunction with climate mitigation and that. I still feel that we're fighting for some of the core infrastructure needs. And there's obviously more demands than we can meet, and I'm very aware, very cognizant of that. But I do think we need to try to continue chipping away at it because we've had a pandemic. Our city is getting busier. It's growing. Our population is growing, and these amenities matter so much to people in terms of livability in the city of Vancouver. It's what makes them feel good about living in Vancouver, and so I'm happy to support this plan. I'm grateful in terms of where we have gotten to on it. I think it is noteworthy to note that we still have a lot of heavy lifting to do ahead of us in closing the infrastructure deficit that we had, about $500 million annually between a desired level investment. But I think we're shifting that from the $300 million up now with the property tax allocation and others. But it's going to require a continued path forward and a continued commitment to this investment of our aging infrastructure and the renewal of that so that it can work hard for existing residents and also new ones.
You're at your 5-minute total.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks to all the staff for all the work on this again. I find it's a very frustrating exercise. Just take one thing that I'm passionate about, which is the SRO acquisition plan. So we've got 24 million in here for that, only 12 from the city. Basically, it's enough for 1 or 2 SROs. When just this year we've lost the Winter, the Lucky Lodge, and the Vogue, and it looks like we're going to be losing the Cobalt and the Ivanhoe, plus 3 more are for sale. So hundreds of rooms could be lost to low-income, vulnerable tenants who could be replaced by students and others that aren't so vulnerable. Meanwhile, everyone is saying we need to do something about homelessness. People who are homeless have about half the life expectancy of people who are housed. The 24 million won't even begin to replace what we have lost in the first half of this year, and it's supposed to last for 4 years. And so then on top of that, we have 122 million for land acquisition, which is supposed to be good for 800 units over 4 years, so 200 units a year. And this is just social housing, not necessarily for low-income people. So evicted downtown East Side SRO residents won't have much chance to get in that. And then we have a Housing Vancouver plan, which says we only need 1,200 social and supportive housing units over the next 10 years, but we also have the housing needs report that says 86,000 households are in housing need right now, and thousands more are expected to be in need. So clearly our Housing Vancouver targets are inadequate to meet the dire housing need, but we're not getting a report on how inadequate it is till next year after the capital plan is already passed. If we take money out of the climate or the community centers or the sewers or the parks to put in housing, we aren't helping people who are homeless because they need all those facilities too. And then we have the facts that we're 15 to 20 million per year short of meeting our climate targets because we lack the funds, that folks need better community facilities, that our sewers need replacing, our artists need spaces, our libraries need spaces, our soccer fields, our transit, they're all extremely important. Cities have about 8% of the revenue, and we need to create and maintain something like 60% of the infrastructure. This is why we need major finance reform, not just tinkering here and there. We so desperately need a progressive property tax so we can tax people with property wealth at a higher rate than people who don't have a lot of property wealth. And to the province, it's not just zoning that's the big housing issue. We need higher, safer limits and social assistance rates desperately. Vacancy control would be huge and not cost much. And more provincial investment, actual dollars, not just financing, into social and co-op housing. I'm going to vote for this capital plan because we need every penny of it, but I'm not happy or satisfied that it meets the city's needs, and I think we need to keep pushing, keep the pressure up on the feds and the province to help us really meet the needs of the folks that live here. That's it for me.
Councillor Kerr.
Yes, I thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking staff and thanking fellow councillors for the work on this plan. I'll go into some details on that, but there's a lot of work in this plan. And I really appreciate the process that we've taken over many months to develop this plan. And I'm going to agree with Councillor Swanson. I'm going to vote for it because we need every penny. And the pressures on us are immense in terms of meeting the needs of the people of this city and the city itself in terms of its infrastructure. The pressures are intense and they're growing. I mean, whether it's a housing emergency or a climate emergency or infrastructure emergency, I think we all know we don't have enough money at our level, and we absolutely need other levels of government to be able to partner with us on meeting the needs. Thank goodness also in terms of housing, we haven't got enough money in housing. I will agree with Councillor Swanson on this too. Thank goodness for the empty homes tax because that has enabled us to have some extra funds to be able to put in and partner with senior governments to build more housing that is affordable and appropriate for people in need. Another big pressure, infrastructure renewal has been underfunded. I sat on several councils prior to this one, which did not, under the vision, did not put enough money to renew our infrastructure. We were told by staff today that the deficit was about $500 million during that last capital plan. We should have been putting in $800 million at 2.5% renewal per year. And it wasn't done then, even though despite there was a lot of revenue coming into the city, and that's a tragedy. And we're making up for it now, which is adding pressure, but we have to do it. I'm really appreciative of the fact that there are measures in this plan that were changed by staff in response to council's requests and input over the last number of months. $30 million, for example, for the construction of a new downtown south, the Yaletown Fire Hall. Money for book collections we had a new library, no book money. Renovation work starting at the Fire Hall Arts Theatre. Another $20 million for climate adaptation, emerging priorities, including the tree canopy within the city. The $35 million for the Aquatic Center renewal, which wasn't planned yet, but a wall fell off. And we have to deal with those emergencies. I tabled, as you all know, a motion in February to increase dollars for climate mitigation, to reduce GHGs to meet the demand on us to do that by a accelerating climate crisis. So I appreciate what has been added into this plan. It's about $10 million per year. And just want to also note that we really need, and staff were clear with us, an additional $15 to $20 million a year in capital funding in order to reach our 2030 goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions to the level that scientists say we need to. So I appreciate staff already pursuing more funding in that regard, and that would just not only be for climate, which they noted, but certainly for housing and other infrastructure. It's going to be through partnerships that we get through this, and the support of the public in recognizing that we all want a city that meets the challenges of our day, as well as provides for a very livable and safe future. Thanks to all.
Thank you. Okay, Council, that's it for speakers on this. So staff need about 15 minutes, I'm told, to compile this and then come back to us for a document for the final vote. I would ask that staff perhaps also come back with the kind of grand total of what, just to confirm how much this plan is worth overall over the 4-year period. Thanks so much, and we'll see you back here at, let's say, 10 to 5. Gives you just over 15 minutes. Thanks. Two, I think. Okay, great. Thank you. What you're after?
Did we sever E and I1?
Okay, I forgot about the potential of severed votes. So,
Mayor, I wonder if it'd be appropriate just to move a motion to continue past 5 to complete this vote.
Yep. I didn't really want to do that because of the public hearing that starts at 6.
I recognize that, but it may just be a matter of minutes and there's stuffing that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to extend past 5 to finish this. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, so passed. Okey-doke. So we have a request to sever. What was the sever, Councillor?
E and I1.
E and I1. Yeah, I've got the clerks to guide us through this. Okay. Any other severings? I don't hear any.
Mayor, are we done with our final remarks?
We had finished. I mean, I have not called the vote yet, so if you wanted to go ahead, you can.
I'll be brief, and I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather all of a sudden. I just wanted to state that I am concerned about the overall structure of the capital budget and its ever increasing dependence on developer-related contributions. This has created an inflationary spiral that no matter what we try to do in the name of affordability, we may inadvertently just be increasing our costs and therefore our unaffordability. But despite my overarching concern and I will vote for this because I appreciate the need for much of the work in the plan. And the issues that I'm interested in discussing further need to be fought in another venue and not at the risk of jeopardizing the city's capital renewal plan. So thank you for indulging me. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to go. Councillor Swanson has asked for a severing of E and I, the first paragraph in I. So we're going to start with E. E is about the Gastown Water Street project.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
Stuart?
Yes, go ahead.
Councillor Nova, could I please have a vote of system favor?
Sure. Sorry, Councillor DeGenova?
Yes, a vote of system favor.
Thank you. Great. Thanks so much. And that passes with Councillor Boyle and Swanson in opposition. Now we'll go to the first paragraph I that is highlighted. Votes.
And again, Mayor Stuart,
Yep.
Councillor DeGenova, if I could get a vote of system favor, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr and Bly. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. That has passed with Councillor Swanson and Fry in opposition. Now we're going to go to the rest of it. As we've had no other requests to sever, it will be the entirety of the rest of the reports.
And a point of privilege, Councillor DeGenova, again, a vote of system favor.
Right, thank you. Councillors Bly, Bly and Dominato. Councillor Bly. There we go. Thanks very much, Council. That has passed unanimously before 5 o'clock, which is great. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, I just got 4 more hours or 2 more hours of cheering. Good. All right, good.
Motion
so
to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Harburg. Second to Councillor Dominato. All in favor Yay. Any
Yay.
opposed? No, we're adjourned. Thank you very much, staff. All the work. Thanks to the public for coming in, clerks and kitchen sink. Thanks, everybody. See you at 6.